Here we go. Hi, welcome in for everybody who's tuning in and joining the stream. This is the 373rd, I believe, episode of the Dean Withers Show. Happy Easter for anybody who celebrates, like I was just saying on TikTok. For all the benevolent Christians in here, happy Easter. Jesus has risen. Now, folks, if you've never been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. Why? Well, we like to change their minds because Trump is the worst president of their life, of your life, of my life, of all of our lives. And boy, oh boy, do we go through the reasons why every single day. Today, the reasons are, frankly, like insane, okay? Because we like to go through the breaking news. Donald Trump went on one of the most hateful, incoherent, terrible rants and made an atrocious statement this morning. And by the way, as of now, he still hasn't acknowledged Easter. In fact, he skipped the 3 mass services that he had on his schedule to attend. And that's also very interesting. But I'm going to go ahead and read out this terrible statement posted by Trump today on his Truth Social. He says, and I quote, "Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you will be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump." And he followed this up with another statement made to Axios in an interview that he intends to completely destroy the country. And then he went back on Truth Social and he posted this very elusive and cryptic statement, quote unquote, Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Central Time. And I would also like to point out, you guys, that he has still not acknowledged Easter. We have gotten no statement or address to the people saying Happy Easter. He's a really good Christian. No, Jesus has risen, right, you guys? We have only gotten hateful statements, literally hell-bent on the demise and the destruction of Iran. And I guess that's how he's celebrating the day that his God rose from the dead and died for the sins, so we could all experience eternal life. That's Christian theology. That's what he believes in. That's what he promotes. But that's not what we see, folks. That's not what we see in the slightest. So, holy fuck, you guys. What a crazy day. I mean, the first thing I want to point out here is just how important it is for us not to sane wash Donald Trump. There's nothing sane about him vowing to completely destroy the country, destroy the civilian infrastructure, commit war crimes, and praise Allah. There's nothing sane about that whatsoever. That is completely insane. That is completely crazy. You know, like, imagine it was literally anybody else. Imagine it was Obama. Imagine Obama said, I'm going to commit these war crimes, praise Allah. You know what? Just forget it. Because we ask that question every day. We already know how it goes. If Obama said it, it would be declared a national emergency, and Fox News would be streaming about it 24/7 for 3 months with cameras set outside of the White House, cameras set outside of Obama family members' house, cameras set outside of his kids' fucking school, cameras set outside of his personal house. Okay, dude, imagine Biden said it, or even just people that aren't in politics. Like, imagine that a family member said it. Imagine that a neighbor said that they vowed to commit these war crimes, praise be to Allah. Like, you would never want that person to be in a position of power. You would look at them like they're insane. But because it's Trump, people don't give a shit. Because it's Trump, it's just a normal day. Because it's Trump, we don't really care. It's just so insidious to me. It's so insane to me. But apparently it's not as insidious. It's not as insane to a large portion of the population, which is exactly why we host these streams, which is exactly why we talk to Trump supporters, because we want to try to understand where they're coming from, which inevitably we won't. And then we like to try to change their minds. So go ahead and hop inside of that queue on TikTok if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We only want to talk to people that are above the age of 18, everybody. We only want to talk to adults. We only want to talk to Trump supporters. I have a league of moderators who will be paying attention to absolutely everybody and anybody who joins inside of the guest requests. If you join inside of the queue in violation of the rules, meaning that you are under the age of 18, you're not American, you're not MAGA, your account is at risk of being banned, because that is exactly what my moderators are going to do to every person who joins a queue that breaks the rules. We're going to be looking through your posts, through your comments, through your reposts, through your bio, through your profile picture, through your username, your screen name. If we determine that you are breaking the rules rules in any sense, you will go ahead and catch a ban. So just don't do it. Let's leave the queue to the debates. Let's have a productive stream today. Let's try to change some minds today. And we're going to go ahead and try to get our very first guest up here right now. Give me 1 second. Perfect. All right. Let's go to get that guest up right now. Perfect. We have 41 people inside of the queue. Let's go to get that first guest loaded up into the box right now. Yeah, someone in the chat says Dina's tired of the bullshit. Listen, I am tired of the bullshit today. After I saw Trump's statement, folks, like, honestly, oh my God, I was just so taken aback. I'm already floored with Donald Trump's incoherence and insanity, but even this is a new low, man. Welcome in. Is this Jill?
I'm glad he was trolling Allah.
It is Jill. Yeah. Can you hit a quick praise be to Allah?
Yeah, Trump's Allah now to them. Trump's their God.
Can you please hit a praise be to Allah?
He's not my God. He's their God.
Wait, so you think in that statement that Donald Trump was referring to himself?
Yes,
Allah?
he's Allah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wait, so Donald Trump referred to himself as God?
As Allah, not God.
Wait, Allah is just Aramaic for God.
No, Allah ain't God. No, Allah ain't God.
Yes, that is literally God in Arabic.
No,
that is literally the word God in Arabic.
Well, he's not the real God. Okay.
Do you think that? Wait. Do you think that Ola means hello?
Ola? Yeah, that can mean hello.
Oh yeah, why? Because it's literally the Spanish translation of the word hello. So therefore, Allah means God because it's literally the Arabic translation of the word God. So you think that Donald Trump was literally referring to himself as God?
No, just the man Allah, not God Almighty. He done said Jesus Christ is God, and no one is to be compared to him.
Well, you're now arguing that he was actually comparing himself to Jesus Christ because he was comparing himself to God.
No. They call Allah just the man, the simple man. They call him God. So he's telling them now praise Allah because he's going to do a number on him. He's their God, and they're going to listen to him. They're going to bow down to him.
Okay, so then you just accepted that Donald Trump compared himself to God, apparently.
No, because
but you just said that he referred to himself as their God.
As their God, because he's freaking trolling them, dude. Okay, he's trolling.
Wait. He's like trolling the civilians that are getting like killed in like bombing schools.
No, not the civilians. No, those ignorant leaders that don't know what the heck they're doing. They're going to try and freaking take everybody down with them.
Okay. So where's all this coming from? How do you know this?
If you don't know Trump by now, he's freaking funny. He is funnier than shit. And he plays on words all the time to get to you liberals. Because you guys
Wait. But you said he wasn't trolling the liberals. He was trolling the IRGC.
He loves driving you people crazy.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. What you're saying here is that on Easter, in accordance with the Christian religion, the day of Jesus rising, that Donald Trump compared himself to God to troll the libs.
Just the man that they think is God. They think Allah is God. He's not God. He's
I don't think that you're familiar with Islam. So Allah is not a man.
And even the Muslims are saying
wait. Let me clarify here. In accordance with Islamic theology, Allah is not a man.
Yeah, he was just a man.
I think that you're confusing.
Was a prophet.
No. You're confusing Prophet Muhammad and Allah. So Prophet Muhammad's not Allah in accordance with Islamic theology.
They like the Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad, and then they think Allah is God. Allah is not God. He didn't create nothing but havoc. He created havoc.
But you just said that Muslims think that Allah is a man. That's not true.
Yeah, they think he's a God. He's a simple man. He's not God, but they think he's God because they're so dumb. They made him believe that he was God.
Okay, and so once again, in accordance with the Islam theology and religion,
Islam exactly.
So they don't think that any human has ever claimed to be God.
Oh, sure they do.
No, they don't.
Oh yes, they do. Why don't you read the Quran?
I have. This is why I know this. So they think that the Bible is corrupted by humanity and false translation, and that Jesus never claimed to be God, but he did claim to be the Messiah, which is just slightly different, and a prophet of God. And then B, that Prophet Muhammad never claimed to be God, but merely a prophet of God. So Muslims do not think that any man has ever rightfully claimed to be God. That's not true.
Oh yes, it is.
You just you're saying yes it is because you think that helps support your point, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about because you haven't researched the topic.
And they are hateful. If you read their,
can you please tell me where inside of like any of the hadiths or the Quran they give respect to a man that claims to be God?
They believe that he is God. They believe Allah is God.
Yes, but Allah's not a man. They've never claimed that Allah is a man.
He is a simple man that tricked them all into thinking he was God.
No. No man has ever tricked Muslims into thinking that he's God.
Okay.
Because Muslims do not look at any man, any human that has ever lived as God.
Sure they do.
Wait, what man?
Allah.
But, okay, what's his real name? Are you talking about Prophet Muhammad?
No, he was a prophet.
Oh wait, so point me where? Wait. Point me where in the Quran or where in the Islamic hadiths they revere a man named Allah is God. Okay, show me where in the hadiths or inside of the Quran it says that.
Hold on, let me get it.
Dude, typical MAGA, just to like not know anything. Honestly, I was just gonna. So my original plan with bringing Jill up here was just like quickly ask her if she could say "Praise be to Allah" and then to kick her. But then she made this like stupid claim that Muslims think that a man has claimed to be God and they believe that he was telling the truth. So we're just like, and that's just like literally wrong. That is a complete misinterpretation of the Islamic theology. That's just something that has never happened. That is only true of Christian theology. There's nobody that thinks, even skeptics of Islam or atheists that condemn Islam, no one has ever claimed that Muslims believe a man to be God. Only Christians believe a man to be God.
Jesus came down as a man to take our sins to the cross, and he's now back at the right hand of the Father. Jesus is God, and you better believe he's God, or I don't know how you all are going to make it. My phone's dead. Shoot. Can you look?
I asked you where in the Quran or the hadiths is it described that a man is God in accordance with Islamic theology? And then you just came back on the app, and then you claimed that, well, Jesus Christ is God. But that's not Islamic theology. That's Christian theology.
Yeah, but ours is the truth. Nobody that they claim to be God has ever performed a miracle.
Okay, but now you're trying to argue that Christianity is true. I'm not asking you to argue that Christianity is true. I'm asking you to give evidence in the Quran or the hadiths that Muslims think that a God is a man.
I have to charge my phone. Will you bring me back
up?
phone?
The phone that you're on right now works perfectly fine. Just go on pause.
Oh, I can? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Go on pause or just click on?
Just go on pause. Go to the app.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Here, this is MAGA, guys. Oh my goodness.
Wait a minute. I don't get it.
You don't know how to leave the TikTok app to go on Google?
Oh, just leave. Okay, come back. All right.
Just swipe out of the. She just fully fucking left the live. She's not gonna be back, folks. She is not gonna be back. Nope. No. She will not be back, folks. And I think honestly, we're just gonna leave it at that. Go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you think that you are a Trump supporter with a great argument that you could use to prove me wrong, to embarrass me in front of the audience of 13,000. Let's go to get that very first that next guess loaded up into the box. Well, there's a quick lesson in Islamic theology, you guys. I mean, I thought that this is something that pretty much everyone knew, but apparently not. So once again, the lesson is that in accordance with Islamic theology, they do not think that a man has ever claimed to be God with respect to the truth. They do not think that God is a man. They think that men such as Prophet Muhammad or men such as Jesus Christ are prophets of God or Allah. But they do not think that they are God or they are Allah. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
All right, bro. I just wanted to hop on because I love what you're talking about because
I really appreciate you, man, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day, and thank you so much for your kind words. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, and I hope that you have a great day. Happy Easter, bro. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Make sure if you're inside of that queue, you're here to drop a debate. You're here to have a debate, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Oh, they're not here, guys. Oh, fuck, I kicked them. Go ahead and hop back inside of the queue. I do apologize for kicking you. Just to make sure if you are inside of that queue that you are following the rules. You are actually a Trump supporter. I'd love to have you up. Love to have you up. Love to have you up. Somebody in the chat just said Charlie Kirk is here. What the hell do you mean by that? Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, actually, I'm kind of like at a standpoint right now, if you don't mind. Like, I
middle?
don't want to say either way. I just have like a question. I think you're highly intelligent. So what do you think about like children need both parents? I think it's a big issue. As a father, I only get 4 days a month with my son, never committed a crime. I was a full-time college student in law enforcement. I just want to know from your perspective, like, do you think children should have equal access to both parents?
Okay, well, I don't think it's as easy as saying that all children should have equal access to both parents, because if one of the parents or if both of the parents are bad parents, they should not have equal access to them. But generally, what I will say is that it is a good thing, unless we have reason why it wouldn't be, for children to be raised in two-parent households. It makes the outcomes of the life of that child significantly better than not. But that doesn't mean a mom and a dad necessarily. That could be two moms. That could be two dads. Just two parents in the household makes the outcomes for the child significantly better. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yeah, what is it? No, I was just talking to Parker, and I told him
I
I
hope you have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you so much for the kind words. Happy Easter. You take care. We are kicking people that break the rules, you guys. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA, and that's it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm like in between.
How old are you? Okay, they're under the age of 18, folks, so we are going to go and remove them from the live stream because they're breaking that first rule. If you want to know what the rules are in order to stay on the live, if you're inside of that queue, look at your phone screen, literally. Got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the box right now.
Dean, we're back. How's it going today?
That's going all right. How old are you?
I am 33, my friend.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Man, that's crazy. All right. Sounds good.
That's not crazy. That's the way to be.
Listen,
2026?
If you don't think that Donald Trump has lost his damn mind, then you have lost your damn mind. If your neighbor walked up to you and said that they want to commit a bunch of war crimes, praise be to Allah, would you argue that they've lost their goddamn mind?
Oh, you're referencing what he said today?
It just answered the question. Not even if like Biden or Obama walked up to you, but like if your neighbor walked up to you and said, I'm going to commit a bunch of war crimes, do what I want, or I'm going to make your life hell, praise be to Allah, would you argue that your neighbor has lost their damn mind?
You know what he meant when he said praise be to Allah, right?
Why are you not answering my question?
He was making a mockery of Islam and the IRGC for following that fake prophet. And he was saying how he's their new imam, he's their new Allah, and he's going to come there on Tuesday and finish them off. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Allah's not a prophet, first and foremost.
I know, he's their fake,
can you answer
he's
my
their
question?
fake God. I am answering your question. He's their fake God, and on Tuesday, Trump's going to annihilate
let me clarify. Let me clarify what my question is.
Persia will be free.
Let me clarify. Oh, yeah. He's going to annihilate the children of Persia. Then the children of Persia will be free.
No, the IRGC
absolutely.
is going to be annihilated.
Oh, yes. We could totally annihilate the IRGC by just destroying all of the civilian infrastructure and sending the country and its people back to the Stone Age. But that wasn't the question that I asked you.
Exactly
the question that I asked you is if your neighbor walked up to you and said, and I quote, I'm going to commit a bunch of war crimes, do what I want, or I'm going to make your life hell, praise be to Allah, would you think that your neighbor is sane or would you think that your neighbor is insane?
Again, context matters, and in the context that Trump said it in, it makes complete sense. He said they literally have until Tuesday, and you can laugh about it, but they have till Tuesday, and then that's it for them. Goodbye.
Okay, so yeah, what you're telling me here is that, well, context matters. So you do agree that in some contexts, if one were to say, I'm going to commit a bunch of war crimes, do what I want, or your life's going to be hell, praise be to Allah,
what war crime?
You would look insane.
What war crime?
Yes, destroying civilian infrastructure with no legitimate
or proportionate military target.
Bud. I disagree with that claim.
The IRGC infrastructure.
We'll litigate the truth of that claim after you answer the question that I asked you.
That is the truth of the claim. That's why he said it.
I disagree with you.
The IRGC is now disrupting the rest of the world with the oil prices, and they're going to be taken out on Tuesday. And then the children of Persia will be
the question
free.
that I'm asking you.
You don't care about the children of Persia, though.
I don't think that you care about the children of Persia.
The children of Persia want the IRGC.
Yeah, what about the 174 children of Persia that were killed by a U.S. Tomahawk?
40,000, bud. Try 40,000 people unalive by the IRGC.
Wait. Try a million Afghanis and Iraqis over the course of 20 years through bloody civil war and war with America after we took Saddam Hussein out.
We can talk
okay.
about
So
that
you
war.
admit
I
when we
don't
go
agree
into the
with
Middle
it,
East
but
and start
you're
wars, it leads
switching
to
the goalposts,
instability
my
and
friend.
power vacuums.
Let's stick to the topic. You're getting a bit
Okay.
emotional.
Well, if
here.
you want to stick to
Let's
the topic, then answer
topic.
the question that I asked you. The question was once again.
So in regards
so
to
you can agree
Iraq,
that in many. Oh, so in
I don't
regards to
agree with
something
that
out of the
war. In
topic,
regards
thank
to
you.
Iran-
So I'm going to put you on mute, then ask the question again. So you would agree that in many contexts, if someone was to say that they're going to commit a bunch of war
You're
crimes.
speaking really fast. You're getting worked up, bud.
Okay, well, I don't think that I'm speaking fast. I think that you're listening slow. But maybe the reason if I were to be speaking fast is because you have this proclivity to interrupt me and attempt to change the topic of the debate and not answer the questions that I've been asking you, because this is now the 5th time that I've asked you this question and I've got no answer from yourself, which is fine. But I mean, I inevitably do want an answer. So let's
I
try
already
to ask
told
it
you
again.
no like 10 times.
Wait, the answer was, the question was not a yes or no answer.
Yeah, it was. You said, would somebody think they were in their right mind if they came and said that to you? And I said, no.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, no, the response that you gave is, well, in some contexts, I would argue that they would be in the
Yeah,
right
in the
mind, like
context in which
that is
Trump
true of
stated it, yes.
Okay. So what is
But
the
I'm saying if
context
some
of which
random
Trump
blow
stated
Joe
it?
Blow came up to me on the street, I'd say no.
Okay, so what is the context of what Trump stated it?
The
to make it,
context,
follow?
I explained the context, is he's going to annihilate the IRGC, and he's now making a mockery of them, saying he is their Allah, he is their God, and he will be their new imam as of Tuesday.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so
goodbye
first
to the IRGC. It was nice knowing you. You've been funding terror for way too long, and you're going to be wiped off the face of the earth. Thank you, Donald J. Trump, baby. Let's
So
go.
the first thing that I'll say here is I don't think that the infrastructure in which he has targeted to date has been infrastructure that of the IRGC, which doesn't lead me to the conclusion that
They're running the country. Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
Do you mind if I finish my statement?
By all means.
Thank you. So I think that many of the strikes that have been made on Iran to date since February 28th have been like made against civilian areas, like elementary schools where we've killed 174 girls, or like public roadways and bridges, which weren't really used by the IRGC and rather just used as transportation of civilians. And my evidence for that is the fact that the strikes on the civilian infrastructure areas have now led to a death count of over 2,200 civilians. So because of these facts, I don't think that when Donald Trump claims that we're going to send them back to the Stone Age and we're going to completely destroy
And you can blame the
annihilate
IRGC
country.
for all of that.
Okay. Well, no, we're going to blame the person who launched the missiles.
No, you can blame
on
the
elementary
IRGC for
school.
all of that because they did it all.
Wait, so the IRGC hit the elementary school?
The IRGC is responsible for this entire thing. If they weren't causing terror around the entire planet and oppressing their own people,
We wouldn't have
then
killed
this
their
wouldn't
girls?
have happened in the first place.
Oh, okay. So you think if the IRGC does bad things and then we kill 174 girls in an elementary school, that it's to blame on the IRGC?
No one intentionally tried to unalive 175 girls at
Who's to
a
blame?
girls' school. We are to blame for that.
Okay, but you just said that all like casualties are to
But
blame on the
the
IRGC.
whole war itself is to blame with the IRGC because the
Well, I mean-
IRGC was the ones that infiltrated this whole thing by spreading mass terror and Islamic nonsense across the planet.
Spreading mass terror and Islamic nonsense. Wait, so you think that the IRGC is
Islamic extremism across the world.
extremism? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So the first thing that I'll argue here is that once again we shouldn't support the war in Iran for the same reasons that we. Are you Canadian?
Of course, because you don't support children of Persia.
Okay. All right. I don't think that you support the children of Persia, but can you
I do.
please read this for us real quick?
Rules to join: 18 plus, American. What's your point?
Can you read that second rule?
Be American.
Are you American?
Yes, I am.
But you just said that you're Canadian.
I didn't say that.
I asked you if you're Canadian, then you said yeah.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't respond to that.
Can you? Oh, you didn't respond to it.
I was
Why didn't
finishing
you
my
respond to it?
statement. I am not Canadian.
Why didn't you respond to it?
Because I was finishing my statement, Dean.
Okay.
See,
sounds
you
good.
interrupt me like mid-convo, and then I'll
Mm-hmm.
respond to something.
Yeah. Do you think that destroying all of the public infrastructure in Iran could have reciprocal negative effects on the innocent Iranian civilians?
It could, but it's not going to.
Okay, why won't it?
Because once the IRGC is taken out, then the people can rebuild. And
Okay,
a free
so-
nation.
So
it's
it
not
will.
oppressed by a disgusting ideology that just shits on them and shits on women and shits on everyone.
Well, if they don't have power plants, okay, if they don't have bridges, if they don't have
You can build a new
roadways,
power plant,
then
Dean.
how are they going to build a new power plant with what means?
You don't think the rest of the world is going to help them out once we get rid of this
Oh,
regime?
say out.
Out?
You got caught. You got caught. You got caught. He got fucking caught. He got fucking caught, dude. He got absolutely fucking caught. Let's go to move on to the next guest. You guys only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you guys would try your very best to follow the rules of the live stream. He got absolutely caught. Unreal.
You can tell if someone's American by just how they speak. Because like me, I'm Hispanic, but
you could tell if somebody says out, they are definitely Canadian.
What about me though? Like, do I sound American or not?
Well, the argument is that you could sound Canadian if you pronounce out is out. I don't think that.
What if he was born
in
Canada, but he's from here though? Like he's a citizen of this country.
Well, like, you know, and what if your grandma had 2 wheels compared to 2 legs?
I think he had good viewpoints. It was tragic that you had to kick him out because clearly he was making good viewpoints, but.
Such as what?
Okay.
I mean, dude just said that it's perfectly sane and rational for Donald Trump to compare himself to God and then threaten to completely destroy all of the civilian infrastructure of another country to take out the IRGC. Yeah. Even though in a statement about the IRGC last week, he said that we've already achieved regime change and we've already won the war and that we're actually not reliant on the Strait of Hormuz to get any oil here at home in America. There's nothing coherent about the argument in the slightest. And I was actually demonstrating it to be incoherent. But then, you know, I remembered the fact that I asked him if he was Canadian. He said yes. I then later reflected on that. He said that he never said yes, but then we heard him say out instead of out. So like clearly I would argue that all of the evidence that we have definitely does indicate that he was Canadian and he absolutely got caught.
So look, I agree with what Trump is doing. I want to talk about Trump, right? This is what your prompt is about. But when he referred to Allah, let's be honest. Allah has been terrorizing our country for a long time. Like when these people, right? I've personally seen, right, a lot of people that commit these crimes. They say before they commit it, they say Allah Akbar. Like, what the fuck is that? Is that their God after they want to fucking pew everyone or create mass casualties?
You know,
it's crazy.
Wait, would you ever support somebody who would say Allahu Akbar, Allah Akbar, and then commit a war crime?
No. If I had a neighbor that said Allah
Can you answer the question?
I would.
If somebody were to say Allahu Akbar and then commit a war crime, would you ever support them as president?
It depends on the like the meaning behind it, right? Because
no, just answer the question. If somebody were to say Allahu Akbar and then like commit a bunch of war crimes and kill a bunch of innocent people, would you ever support them as president?
If they believe in that God, no, I wouldn't support them.
Okay, so you wouldn't support somebody as president if they screamed Allahu Akbar and then went and committed a bunch of war crimes and killed a bunch of innocent people. Okay, so Allahu Akbar loosely like interprets to like praise be to God, praise be to Allah, or God is great, Allah is great. And Donald Trump in his statement today said praise be to God, which would yield a loose translation of Allahu Akbar. And now he's going to go into Iran and destroy their civilian infrastructure, which would be considered a war crime because it's A, disproportionate, and B, not being used for militant means, which would amount to a war crime on top of the innocent civilian casualties, such as the 174 girls that were killed in the elementary school, or the total of 2,200 civilian casualties across the country at the hands of America and at the hands of Donald Trump. So Donald Trump is actually one of these people that has screamed Allahu Akbar and then committed a bunch of war crimes and killed a bunch of innocent people.
So first of all, right, it depends on the type of person who uses it. For example, if me as a person, if I say Allah Akbar and I'm not actually Muslim, I don't think it has the same meaning behind it, right? But if there was a Muslim person coming in from, let's say, Iran, right, and they created a mass casualty and they started screaming Allah Akbar, like I would personally be scared. I would personally think that's a threat and would take them out. Okay. I'm being honest.
So you're arguing that it's actually not a threat to kill innocent people as long as you're not Muslim.
Donald Trump is not saying Allah Akbar because of the actual meaning, because it obviously means something else, right? It means like God is greater or something. God is the greatest.
Yeah,
I think,
loosely
right?
translates to God is great, God is the greatest, praise be to God. I mean, that's just the general sense.
So what Trump is doing is actually mocking them and saying that, you know what, I'm gonna be your new Allah Akbar. You're gonna receive what you guys have been giving us with your Allah. I'm gonna return that favor back to you guys. That's what Trump is actually saying.
Okay, so Donald Trump is claiming to be God and arguing that he's gonna make the lives of millions of innocent Iraqis living hell.
No, what Donald Trump is saying that
Like, that's definitely somebody who shouldn't be president. Somebody that claims to be God, says they're going to turn the lives of all Iranians into hell, and then he's going to commit all these war crimes. This is a person that should not be in the Oval Office. This is a person that should be in an insane asylum.
So do you support Allah Akbar?
Do I support praising God? Well, I mean, I support benevolently praising God
that
for
wasn't my
anybody.
question. I'm sorry. Like, I'm Hispanic, so sometimes, I don't say the things how I mean to say. But like, what I'm asking you is, if you had a neighbor, right, and he kept screaming Allah Akbar and started fucking throwing shit, or he started even saying that out of nowhere, right, or he started screaming that at you, would you feel personally like terrorized or something like that? Would you feel?
So no, I wouldn't feel terrorized if somebody was screaming "God is great."
No,
would
because
it be really?
You would hear Allah.
Can you let me finish answering your fucking question, dude? Can you calm the hell down?
Hey, lower your cortisol.
Okay, says the guy that hasn't let me speak one time. Jesus.
Lower your cortisol.
I wouldn't feel terrorized if somebody screamed "God is great." Would I be like, "Why are they screaming God is great"? Yeah. Would I be a little bit curious, like why is my neighbor screaming about how God, like, well, yeah, like I'd be a little bit curious, like, like, what the hell are they doing? Like, why are they screaming God is great? Would I feel terrorized? Like, no.
Yeah. So you said, right, would I be scared or terrorized that they're screaming Allah Akbar? You said, no, I wouldn't, right? So you will look into it and you will type, right, why do people say Allah Akbar in America? And when you look behind the meaning of it, and you see how many things that they have done and said these words behind before they committed these acts, it's a lot of them, right?
Wait, what do you take to be more of a terroristic threat? Literally calling for the execution of your political opponents because they're your political opponents for no good reason, or saying Allahu Akbar?
I don't take a repost as a quote coming from the president. I'm sorry.
Can you please answer my question?
Donald Trump said that their actions.
Not talking about Donald Trump. Can you answer my question?
I know the meaning behind what you're asking me.
Just answer the question, my friend. What's more of a terroristic threat? Literally calling for the execution of your political opponents because they're your political opponents, basically, or saying God is great in Arabic.
How you're referring to it, yes, obviously calling for the execution of your opponents, obviously. But that's not what Trump said.
Yeah,
I know what you're trying to say, though, because I know
That's
the
what he
meaning
did.
behind it. No, I know the meaning behind what he
One
said.
second, I got to clarify here. He did call for the execution of his political opponents.
What Donald Trump said that the actions that those 8 lawmakers
First blunder of the day, it was 6.
or it was 6, right? So what they said was it's punishable by death, isn't it?
No.
It is punishable by death.
What did they say? And why is it punishable by death?
Under, I think, military laws, I think it's punishable by death.
Actually, military law would enforce what they said. So,
But Donald Trump, no, your claim was that Donald Trump claimed to call for the execution. That's what you
yes,
said.
that is what I said.
So how did he call for the execution?
By saying that they were guilty of treason, saying that their treason is punishable by death, and then reposting a comment saying hang them.
So did he say that, though? Hang them? Because I repost things that I don't clearly mean. I repost videos that I don't mean.
So we know that Donald Trump meant it because right before he reposted the hang them comment, he said that what they did was punishable by death.
Wait. So now you personally think that Donald Trump, right, said that, went on his Truth Social, even though he obviously has moderators and media people that post these things, right, that act like him. And we have seen videos of it when he was like campaigning, where he told this lady, I know that you have seen that video where he's like, oh, say this, say that. And she like wrote like he was, actually typing. Or
Donald Trump after called into Fox and Friends and confirmed that it was him.
So here it says, right? Yes, treason is punishable by death in many jurisdictions, most notably under the United States
Why are you
federal
glazing
law.
over what I just said? You just suggested that maybe one of his staffers called for the execution of these Democrats. Donald Trump called into Fox and Friends after he posted this and explained it and argued that it was him.
Yeah, because you said that treason, that he was referring to treason punishable by death. But here, when I looked it up, it says that, yes, treason is punishable by death in many jurisdictions. I'm looking it up in AI right now, like an overview, and it says under 18 USC 2381, the legal penalties for treason are quite specific. If a person owing allegiance to the U.S. levies war against the country or gives aid and comfort to its enemies, they face the following: death, imprisonment, a fine, disqualification, and those are it. Yep.
Can I ask you like a really easy question?
Yeah.
Why is reminding our troops of the oath that they took to uphold the Constitution treason?
First of all, that was the first time that this 6 lawmakers said such a thing. And my question is, why would they say such a thing when everything that they're doing is constitutional?
Why is that question relevant to answering the question insofar as why it's treasonous?
Oh, because we know what they were trying to advocate. Let's be honest. Me and you know that.
Okay,
for sure.
so your argument is that there is some subliminal message, okay, to what they said that was treasonous, but what they said in of itself wasn't treasonous.
We can debate that. Like I don't specifically know everything about the laws. I don't know but you can say that.
Yeah, you're just arguing that you think there's some subliminal message to what they said that was like clearly.
It wasn't a
treasonous.
direct message for sure. Like you can agree with me.
Yeah, listen. This is like, okay, for instance, when Biden was president, did you support Biden?
Fuck no.
Yeah, you're guilty of treason because I'm going to assume that there's some subliminal message to your argument that you shouldn't support Biden as president, which is aiding and abetting our enemies, such as the state of like Russia, and arguing that we all should not support Biden as president because he stands up against Russia, and maybe if we stop supporting Biden as president, and then Russia will be able to invade America and overthrow the government. Do you see how arguing baseless subliminal messages to what we explicitly say to amount a statement to treason is like very stupid of you to do?
So who determines if someone committed treason?
Courts.
Okay, then. So I could just say that someone committed treason without any legal problems, right?
It is your First Amendment right to determine that somebody committed treason, even if they didn't. Actually, no, because that would fall under what do they call it? You sue somebody for. What's the thing?
Defamation?
Defamation.
No.
That'll likely fall under the category defamation, but regardless, that doesn't matter because the question isn't, do you have a legal right to say that they're guilty of treason, but rather, are they actually guilty of treason? Because if we have no evidence that they're actually guilty of treason, then Donald Trump was baselessly calling for their execution.
Listen, if nothing happened legally, so who cares, right? I mean, Donald Trump didn't execute these people, so I don't understand your argument here. He said treason, which is a legal term punishable by death. So he was saying that these people could have been punished legally by treason, under treason. So
No,
I don't see a problem. It's not
true.
like Trump said, hey, execute these people in broad daylight. He never
I have
said
a question. Are you a rapist?
What the fuck?
Answer.
Do you think I would be out if I was one?
So you're not a rapist, right?
No.
Perfect. So if I went on Instagram, and I said that you were a rapist, and then I went on to say that all rapists deserve to die, and then I reposted one of my followers' posts on my story that says, you are a rapist and you deserve to die, would I be calling for your execution?
Yes, but first of all, because you don't have any.
That's exactly what Donald Trump did to them. Just replace the
So
phrase rapist with the phrase treasonous.
But you have no legal standards because you have not seen any actions that would believe
Thank you so much for the galaxy.
would believe you that I've committed such a thing. For example,
Exactly my point. Yeah, the reason why it'd be like super duper wrong of me to post all those things on my Instagram account is because A, they would amount to me calling for your execution, and B, I don't have any evidence that you're actually a rapist. Those two things are also true of like Donald Trump and these 6 Democrats in Congress. A, it did amount to him calling for their execution. You just agreed to this because in that hypothetical, if we just replace you with them and the word rapist with the word treasonous, well, then all of a sudden we have Donald Trump calling for their execution. And then B, there's no evidence that they actually called for. There's no evidence that they actually committed treason.
okay, so sure, look, this is what AI told me. Maybe you can fact check me here. It says, right, I searched it up, right? What about the lawmakers, the 6 lawmakers? And it says, yes, they could absolutely be charged with treason. In fact, the U.S. Constitution specially mentions that treason as one of the few crimes for which lawmakers cannot claim immunity.
All
but it
that it's
says,
telling you is that lawmakers can be charged with treason, not that there's any good reason to charge these lawmakers with treason.
so if they were in charge, what's the problem with Trump saying that he wanted to charge them? He investigated them, and they claimed that no.
That actually
he
makes
wasn't.
it more of a problem, because the fact that they weren't charged demonstrates the fact that Donald Trump's Department of Justice, with all of their efforts, couldn't even find probable cause to charge them with treason, which proves that there's no evidence whatsoever that they're guilty of treason. So now that we understand there's no evidence whatsoever that they're guilty of treason, and we understand that he accused them of being treasonous, said that their treason was punishable by death, and then reposted the followers' comment saying hang them, we can agree that he baselessly called for their execution, right?
If you would say that he basically called for the execution under the treason laws, then I guess so. Which is legal.
Baselessly.
Well, in order for that to happen, in order for his claim to happen, they would legally have to be charged with treason, correct?
No, incorrect. So think about it this way. Once again, if I were to go onto Instagram and I were to say, you're a rapist, rapists deserve to die, and then repost a follower's post that says you deserve to die because you're a rapist, would I be calling for your death even if you were never found guilty of rape?
So wait, first
Can I
of
get
all,
a yes or no to the question, please?
yes, but I'm looking at Trump's
Okay,
Twitter.
perfect. So let me
It's not what he
clarify this.
said.
Let me clarify this with you right now. So you just try to make the argument that because they were never charged with treason, they were never found guilty of treason, then Donald Trump didn't call for their execution. But you just demonstrated why that's a bad argument. Because in the hypothetical of me calling you a rapist, saying that rapists deserve to die, then reposting the comment that says you deserve to die because you're a rapist, okay, we agreed that even if you were never charged or found guilty of rape, I'm still calling for your execution. Therefore, because they were never charged and found guilty with treason, he's still calling for their execution. And in fact, the cherry on top here is something that I've already said. You're just making me repeat it for a fourth time because we're going in circles because you're losing the debate and you don't know how to cope with that simple fact. Is a fact that the DOJ, in all of their efforts, couldn't even find probable cause to charge them with treason, is what demonstrates that there was no base to Donald Trump's accusation that they were engaging in treason, which just shows him to be baselessly, once again, calling for their execution. I don't know how many times I'm willing to repeat this to you. I think that you just need to concede because you've been cooked in the debate. Many times people will join the live, they'll make a really shitty argument because they haven't thought it out, because if they did think it out, then they wouldn't be a Trump supporter. I'm able to prove it wrong in less than 5 seconds with one really easy counter argument, and then we just start this repetition of circle after circle after circle after circle, where you repeat the same things over and over again in a different order, even after I individually debunk them. Like I individually debunked your claim that it doesn't matter because they haven't been charged. I debunked that by proving that this actually shows that it was baseless and that we're still calling for their execution, and I used an analogy to do it. I debunked your claim that they're guilty of treason by pointing out that it's not treasonous to say that members of our military need to uphold their oath to honor the Constitution. And then you tried to imply that there's some subliminal message here, that I was able to show you the absurdity and the baseless assumption of a subliminal message to conclude treason. I did that with your statement that Biden's not a good president because I could assume a subliminal message of you aiding and abetting in support of the state of Russia to overthrow our government by weakening social support surrounding the president. Okay, you try to make the argument that this doesn't matter and we shouldn't care because they were never charged. I debunked that argument by bringing up the very simple fact that of course it matters and of course we should care, because somebody who's willing to baselessly call for the execution of their political opponents shouldn't be the most powerful person alive. Not to mention it is antithetical to the core American identity of free speech, practice of freedom of political belief, and free and fair elections, because now we're calling for our opponents to die. And eventually what's going to happen here is you're going to find yourself in a position where I'm just unwilling to repeat any of these individual points again after you repeat them again.
So what's wrong with you? I hope you don't kick me until I'm finished with my things. So first of all, Donald Trump didn't actually just directly call for the execution. What he said, I'm looking at his tweet right now, it says seditious behavior punishable by death, which is a legal term, right? And it says in another post that same day, I think, he said, this is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors, lock them up. Right there, he's not directly calling for the execution.
This is what I just described. We're doing this circle thing. I've already proven you that in him arguing that they're treasonous, saying that their treason is punishable by death, and then reposting the followers' comment saying to hang them, it does amount to a direct call for their execution. The same way if I were to go on Instagram, say that you're a rapist, say that rapists deserve to die, and then repost one of my followers' comments saying that you deserve to die because you're a rapist, would amount to me directly calling for your death.
So if I say, hey, you know what, rapists deserve to die, and I called you a rapist, am I actually hoping that you get unalived?
Yeah,
If I
I would
called you-
argue. I would argue that if you made those two, if you made those two statements at the same time, that you were absolutely directly calling for my death. But I mean, this point is only furthered by the repost of somebody saying to kill you, or in your analogy, to kill me.
That's insane. But either way, Donald Trump.
It's
did
not
his-
insane because you've already agreed to it. This is the circle thing. I keep on bringing up the concept of the debate circling, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Do you remember in less than 5 minutes ago, you agreed that if I called you a rapist on my Instagram account, I said that rapists deserve to die, and then I reposted a follower's comment that said you deserve to die because you're a rapist, that I would be directly calling for your execution? Do you remember agreeing to that?
No. I think that you are in a.
Do you remember agreeing to that?
Yes, I do. But you're
Okay, so if
indirectly
you
calling for
remember
my
agreeing to
execution.
that, one moment. If you remember agreeing that that would amount to me directly calling for your execution, then stop just stop the circle, okay? Once again, you're arguing right now that Donald Trump didn't directly call for their execution because he called them treasonous, said that their treason results in death, and then reposted the comment saying to hang them because of their treason. But then you were agreeing that if I called you a rapist and I said your rape would result in death, and then I reposted a comment saying to hang you because you're a rapist, I'd be calling directly for your death. What is the relevant difference between what Donald Trump said about these congressmen and women and what I would be hypothetically saying on my Instagram about you that would in one scenario amount to a direct call for your execution, but in the real world would not amount to a direct call for the execution of these congressmen and women?
Yeah. So, I think what you're here claiming is that Donald Trump did actually, call for the execution, and what you're trying to say does kind of make sense, but at the same time, you're only saying this is because Donald Trump reposted that guy, right, that said hang them just like George Washington would, right? I think.
That's not the only reason why I'm saying this. It's a combination of the three factors of the repost and the two statements.
Yeah. So my question will be, if he only posted that, right, without reposting any of his
If stop with the ifs. We're talking about what he actually did.
You do it too. You
When
made it
it's relevant to
hypothetical
the
with
debate.
me.
There's no relevance whatsoever of questioning if
Why
he
can't I
only
do it?
posted one of the three of those things, because in reality he posted all three of those things. And the question is, in consideration of the fact that he posted all three of those things, would it amount to him directly calling for their execution?
Yeah. So you made it hypothetical with my own me putting
Because
me
it
as an
furthered
example.
because it furthered the dialogue in a positive direction. You revising what Donald Trump said in a hypothetical to ask me if he'd still be calling for their execution in this hypothetical is completely irrelevant to the debate on if the three statements that he did make amount to a direct call for their execution.
So first of all, him reposting anything, did he commit any, like, is that him saying something, or is that him just reposting things? Can you be punished for that? Right?
The question, can he be punished for this, is separate from the question, is this a direct call for the execution of the congressmen and women? And right
By
now we're
his own
litigating the
words-
question.
okay,
Right now
if
we're
you-
litigating the question, did he directly call for their execution? Not, can he be punished for directly calling for their execution?
It's because you're adding the three things like you said, right? His repost, his post, and
Yes, we're adding the three things that happened at the same time.
and I'm
yes.
putting and I'm me personally, right? I'm taking what came out of his own mouth, I'm putting it separately, right?
Why didn't
And
you
I'm
do that?
sa-
Why didn't you do that for me in the hypothetical? I'm like if I'd hypothetically go on Instagram, call you a rapist, say that all rapists deserve to die, and then repost somebody else's word saying that you deserve to die because you're a rapist. You didn't separate the repost from the two statements that I'd hypothetically made. You included the repost in the two statements that I'd hypothetically make, and then you amounted and admitted that, yeah, Dean, you would be directly calling for my execution. Why are you holding a different standard for me than you would for Trump? What you're basically arguing here, if I did the same thing to you that Donald Trump did to those congressmen and women, I would be directly calling for your execution, right?
Sure, bro. Like, sure, you always win. You manipulate people. Congrats, bro. You won the award of manipulation. Congrats. Like,
So now you're pissed because you have nowhere else to fucking run because I got you cornered, and then you just call me manipulative, bro. I'm not manipulative. You are attempting to manipulate reality, but guess what? Reality can't be manipulated. The facts are the facts, and they don't change just because you want them to, and that's why you're on the fucking corner you are.
No, the facts are the facts, and what you can charge someone, and what you can actually take.
Okay, so listen, we just agreed that Donald Trump has directly called for the execution of his political opponents. Can we agree that that is a threat to the core American identity, and that people who are going to directly call for the execution of their political opponents with no good reason whatsoever should never be in government, should never be in a position of power, should never be representing the people, because ultimately those values are not in representation of the people, are not in representation of core American values, are not in representation of the American identity, and are not in representation of what this country is built on. We are not built on a land of lawlessness where we're killing people because they disagree with us. We are built, on slavery, on what is supposed to be. Okay, so now you're saying that because we're built on slavery, that therefore it's okay to have somebody that wants to call for the execution of their political opponents.
Because
we should acknowledge that we were built on slavery. We were built on immoralities. We were built on these bad things. This doesn't justify more bad things moving forward. This doesn't justify the president calling for the execution of his political opponents. If anything, we need to get far and away from that. Okay? Can we agree that people shouldn't be in power in this country if they want to call for the execution of their political opponents baselessly?
You just want me to concede, dude. I'm not going to concede to your claim.
So yes or no? Why yes or no? Can we agree or can we not agree? No. Can we agree or can we not agree that people shouldn't be in power regardless if they're Republican or Democrat if they're willing to baselessly call for the death and execution of their political opponents?
If they say it's punishable, I think that they should be in power. But if they say, I'm going to do this, no.
Okay, so you are arguing that people should be president if they want to literally kill their political opponents, as long as they don't actually do it. You are crazy. You are crazy. No, you're fucking crazy. Because no. What matters here is what effect and impact that rhetoric has on the state of the nation and the division that grows within the nation. When we have a president like Trump who refers to his political opponents, the Democrats, as terrorists, who celebrates their death, Rob Rayner and Mueller, who calls for their execution, the topic that we're discussing right now, this country becomes significantly more divided and creates an environment where now Republicans literally want to hunt down and kill Democrats because that is what the president is saying he wants to do, where Republicans are parading the people who want to hunt down and kill the Democrats because Donald Trump wants to celebrate it when Democrats die, is weaponizing the country against the Democrats because now they're all terrorists, because now they're worse than the IRGC, which is another statement that he made, and it is fucking nuts. That is not a country that is safe for anybody to live in. No one should have to fear for expressing free and fair political beliefs of wanting to help the poor and needy, of wanting to increase the level of affordability for the average American, or wanting to bring the country together through unity and love, equal love for all, regardless of one's race, regardless of one's sexuality, regardless of one's gender, or regardless of one's socioeconomic standing. No one should have to fear of death for holding those beliefs to be the case. But matter of fact, now we do have congressmen and women who are fearing for their fucking lives because the president called for their execution, labeled them as terrorists and celebrated their deaths when they die, all because they argue that we should uphold the Constitution and our servicemen and women should abide by the oath that they took when joining the arms. So
it's crazy how you're saying this, right? But when it happened to Donald Trump and they tried to unalive him, it doesn't belong to the Democrats, right? Or when they shut Charlie Kirk, who made your career, that doesn't fall on the Democrats, right?
Name one Democrat in any position of power that celebrated the attempted assassination on Trump's life.
On Trump's life? Oh,
Name one fucking Democrat in Congress. Name one Democrat in office anywhere.
So why does it have to be in Congress? Are Democrats only in Congress?
Because we're talking about positions of power here, because that's the comparable scenario in which we're referencing when we're referring to the president calling for the execution of Democrats.
Yeah, bro. Congrats. You won, I guess.
Yeah, because you know that there's no fucking Democratic equivalent. There's not one Democrat in Congress who will refer to all Republicans as terrorists. There's not one Democrat in Congress who's just celebrating the death of any Republican that dies. There's not one Democrat in Congress that's arguing, oh, these random fucking Republicans should be executed because they want to abide by the Constitution, which, by the way, the Republicans don't, because Donald Trump has implemented a regime and an agenda of lawlessness and attacks on the Constitution. But regardless of that fact, there's not one fucking comparable Democrat in Congress that upholds the same ideals that are so anti-American to the level that Trump does. But of course, you're going to claim to be a patriot. You're going to claim that you care about core American values. You're going to say that we're the best country on earth, then turn around and support the idiot who's so anti-American, who doesn't have a democratic alternative, and is just lost in his own delusions and hatred.
Not lost. I think we're doing better than ever before. Come on now. I think that the president that has unalived many regimes, that has unalived the regime that has caused so much trouble in this world, and the president that was not the legit president of Venezuela, he took them out easy.
And
No
who
other
did he
presidents
replace
had
them
dogs.
with? Who did he replace him with? Lauren,
Who
thank
did
you
he
for the diamond
replace
tree.
him with?
Yes.
With people that are sucking him off.
Yeah, with the regime's vice president that still wasn't voted by the people, that's still not answering to the Venezuelan people, but is rather just answering for Trump. So no, I want to clarify this
first,
here.
baby.
They didn't liberate the Venezuelan people. They didn't give them a new regime. They still have the same regime, but now instead of that regime being influenced ultimately by the mind of Maduro, now that regime is ultimately influenced by the mind of Trump.
America first, baby.
Exactly. When the regime is being led in the name of America, then it's something patriotic that's worth a celebration, right?
When it's beneficial for us, why would we care about them?
Oh, exactly. This is where you adopt the logic that as long as it helps us, then we shouldn't care. Now you've justified stealing. Now you've justified murder in some circumstances. Now you've justified violent crimes, all because these crimes are committed in the name of self-benefit. If we're abiding by ideologies, ultimately serving to the purpose that we shouldn't care about actions that we engage in regardless of their consequences as long as it benefits us, well, now you're just promoting a political ideology of authoritarian lawlessness in the name of violent crime, theft, and murder, right? The reason why people murder is because it benefits them. Maybe they don't want this victim like reporting another crime to the police. The reason why people rob is because it benefits them. Maybe they don't have a car and they want one. The reason why people cheat is because it benefits them. Maybe they aren't as happy with their partner as they thought they would, but they don't want to break up with them because they want lifelong comfortability, so they just cheat on them. All of these things are committed in the name of self-benefits. Now you're telling me if it's on the governmental level, if an action is done in self-benefit, regardless of the consequences in which it would yield, the same way violent crimes yield negative consequences, it's completely okay and you celebrate it, right?
If it's for the better of the country, I will always celebrate it. I don't care about other countries. Is that
okay? Perfect. So if killing 1 million children on the other side of the world somehow materially benefited America, would you support it?
Hypotheticals, insane hypotheticals. Why do you say
laughing
children?
at critical thought because you don't understand critical thought.
No, but why are you engaging in hypotheticals? If you fucking unalive 200 million kids, are you gonna still support America first? Like, what are those hypotheticals, dude? Come on.
It's hypothetical to see how far you're willing to take your logic.
But this is a comedian show. Why don't you do what Charlie Kirk did and man up and go to universities and talk like a man, right?
Go to universities where I'm going to have a representative populace space of 18 through 21-year-olds instead of debating on the internet where anybody of all backgrounds of all ages could request to join. So you think it'd be more quote-unquote manly? You think it'd be more quote-unquote manly to reduce myself down to a position where I know that the people that could request to debate me are only going to be like new adults instead of representing myself on a platform such as the one that I have online where anybody of all ages could request to join with all backgrounds, all degrees, all specialties, all careers? So it'd be more quote-unquote manly to reduce myself to a less educated population because we know that they're younger. We know that they have less life experience. We know that they don't have as many specializations or degrees or careers. So that sounds great.
So are universities only for teenagers or 21-year-olds, or is it for every age?
What is the average age of an individual
the average age of people that join your
attends
box?
university?
12.
So you think that you're a 12-year-old?
The average age.
So you're a 12-year-old, right?
I'm not a 12-year-old because I'm not average. I'm 21.
Oh, okay. Did you know that you can't even be on the live if you're under the age of 18?
Oh, you don't think people can lie? Just, what's your age? Boom, boom, scroll.
Oh, okay. So yeah, when we hear like the grizzly 50-year-old that's been smoking a pack a day for the last 35 years, well, he could be lying. In all reality, just this 12-year-old using a voice modulator. Fucking cope, dude. I'm so sorry. You sound outrageous. And quite frankly, you have the entire time you've been up here. You're spiraling. Collect yourself.
What's your most viewed clip?
Me clowning on Charlie. That's great. Love that. I'm happy that we could both laugh at Charlie Kirk and how embarrassed he was of me.
Your most viewed clip was being outside. Congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats,
my most viewed clip was me being outside.
Not inside, right? Not like what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
Not what you're doing right now, right? Where your cortisol's
confused on what the dunk is.
Up high, right?
I'm confused on what the point is.
My point is that if you were a man enough and you backed your words and backed every statement that you did, you will go outside and be like, hey, Next one in line. Or hey, let's talk about this. Oh, talking about gang violence. Talk about this. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about LGBTQ. Let's talk about AV. But you don't do that because you're scared and you're a soy boy. You don't want to make a change in life.
I have a clip posted on TikTok from literally 2 days ago with 26 million views of me debating somebody outside. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, you debating someone outside Jubilee, whatever that shit's called?
Yes.
Outside or in a room?
I thought that you meant outside in reference to in person.
This guy's so stupid. Outside where you can see the sun.
Wait, so you're saying that if I debate people IRL in person with a roof over my head, I'm not a man. But if I debate people IRL in person without a roof over my head, then I am a man.
No. What I'm saying,
dude, like, think about how stupid this sounds. Like the difference of a roof being over my head or not a roof being over my head, because you're overspeaking me, is completely arbitrary and irrelevant to the content of in-person discourse. This is like saying, Dean, if you were truly man enough, you wouldn't be wearing a black shirt. You'd be wearing a gray shirt. Okay, but like that is completely arbitrary. Clearly, the color of the shirt in which I wear in reference to the colors black and gray are going to have no bearing or impact on my quote-unquote manliness. The same way if I debate people in person with a roof over my head or without a roof over my head is going to have no bearing or impact on my quote-unquote manliness. This is like me saying that you're not a quote-unquote man because of, I don't know, you use the word the. What the fuck does using the word the have to do with your manliness? The same way as what the fuck does having a roof over my head when I debate people in person have to do with my manliness?
You know what I meant. And let me explain this to you.
No one knows what you've meant in saying anything the whole time you've been up here.
Okay, if you're in a headquarter and you have 4 sides that are protecting you all 24/7, right? And you're debating people and you have NDA check them and you have passed them through metal detectors and stuff, that's not man enough. But if you go to a university and you put a chair down and you debate people with a
you're saying that I'm not a man?
That's man enough.
You're saying that you're saying that I'm not a man because I make sure people don't have guns on them before I debate them?
Are you saying that everyone that goes on to universities to debate have guns on them?
You said that what makes me not a man is the fact that I ensure people don't have guns on them before I debate them. You argue that by pointing out that I ensure people go through a metal detector first.
Oh, do you think metal detectors only check for guns?
They check for metal, which would include guns, knives, so on and so forth.
I can have a piercing in my belly, and they have to. Oh, what is that? Or don't they? Don't they check for that?
But what's relevant is that they're checking for weapons, right?
No. What's relevant is that you're scared because you need a metal detector.
Why does that make me scared? I think that makes me reasonable.
Oh, first of all, if you're in a
that makes me smart.
No. If you're in a headquarter,
that makes me wait. What? That makes me not scared. That makes me smart, right? Like wanting to take precautions with debating in person is like probably like a smart thing to do, especially considering the fact that the other guy that did a lot of in-person debate got shot and killed.
So why are you only taking that point off like me? Well, I think Charlie Kirk should have used that because he was out in public, 360 degrees, had a name on him.
Okay, but like clearly the reason why I wouldn't want to do it in that same manner or fashion is because when he did it, he died. I don't want to die.
No, but the difference is that you're doing it while you're in a headquarters. You are somewhere where you are under...
Right, because that helps ensure like more personal safety.
Oh, and you think someone that's famous, that has 1 million followers, will do something to you?
I think it's possible someone would try to kill me, yes.
So who do you think is more reasonable to suspect to do some damage to you? A person that's unknown or a person that has millions of followers?
Likely a person that doesn't have an online platform.
Exactly, right? So what Charlie Kirk did...
I feel like what we're doing right now is like, have you guys ever seen like that episode of The Office? Yeah. Or like, honestly, this concept is represented in many forms of media where like somebody like recluses themselves to like an office room with like no window for like a month and a half, and they start like growing like this long beard, and like they're like pinning like pictures and random articles and like files on the wall and then just connecting them with yarn. But because they've only been getting like 2 hours of sleep for the last month and a half, they've just started to go completely insane, and like no one knows what the hell they're fucking talking about or what the hell they're doing. Like that's essentially like what you're doing right now, Nobody understands what you're saying. Nobody understands what point you're trying to get at. You're literally just saying words, hope that they align in a sentence in which would be understood by myself and the viewers. It's fucking embarrassing. A second analogy that would really be good here is if anybody else had this experience growing up. I know that I did. I didn't play a lot of Mortal Kombat, but a lot of my friends did. So when I would go over to their houses and like play multiplayer Mortal Kombat against them, I would just fucking button mash because they knew how to play the game. I didn't know how to play the game. And I was like hoping in button mashing that it like just so happened to hit the right button at the right time to like land the KO. And that's essentially what he's doing with his words. He's word mashing right now. He's spamming fucking random words like metal detector, debating inside, roof over your head, random or million. Like nobody knows what your point is. Stop word mashing, buddy. You're spamming. Okay, you're cortisol maxing. It's embarrassing. Let's get back to the point. Why is Trump a good president?
Trump is a good president because you have never seen such a president say and do things like what he's doing. And second of all,
say and do things like what he's doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we agree that because you are different, that doesn't mean that you're good?
Yeah. I mean,
so because we could agree that just because a person is different doesn't mean they're better. Now I want you to justify the fact that well, his differences make him better.
What difference make him better? First of all, when you have a president that can say and does whatever the hell he wants in a way that's illegal, that's legal. I'm sorry. I think that's great because we have never had a president that talks like him. We have never had a president that does things like him, and we have never had a president that
you're no longer describing Trump. The moment you said when we have a president that does what they want if it's legal, you're no longer describing Trump because Donald Trump does what he wants regardless of the fact if it's legal or illegal. This is why I could like name 7 different constitutional violations of the amendments, 2 proposed violations of the
you're manipulating me, bro. Get the hell out
violations of federal law, and of course he left because he's a little scared boy. That doesn't know how to keep up in real conversation with somebody much more intelligent than he is. That's okay. That's okay. Whatever. Let's go ahead and get that next guest up here. We have quite a few people to thank over on Venmo, PayPal. I do appreciate you guys so much for the love. If you do want to support me, folks, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok, as well as it's.
You ready to shut that shit up, Dean?
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh hell yeah, man.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to take a moment here, just thank a couple people.
That
is THA. Thank you so much for the $10 over on the chat. Super. I appreciate you, who says, we need the mask that is smiling but covering the angry face meme for this guy. Biggest huffs of copium I've seen today. Bro, you're dude. Just like, stay tuned into the stream. We're going to see much more copium of much greater degrees. You know, just stay tuned in. I swear, it's crazy. Forgotten Studios, thank you so much for the $20 over on chat. Super. Thank you so much for the love, Forgotten Studios. I appreciate you. Thank you. In response to your message, Forgotten Studios, I do have an email. It's in the link tree, so check it out. Thank you so much. As well as DK, thank you for the $20 as well over in chat, Super, who says, by that first caller's own logic, Saddam Hussein was a quote-unquote good for the world up until Kuwait, since he was useful for U.S. interests. By the same logic applies to the contrast. If helping the U.S. makes you good, then they were good too. Dang, really good point. I'm going to have to run that the next time that somebody tries to make that argument, because so many people try to make that argument. And it is a fact that, the U.S. has just let really bad things slide because they were in the U.S.'s self-interests. Saddam Hussein would be a really good example of that occurring. So thank you so much for bringing that up. I'll make sure that I mention that. Thank you so much for the love and support, TK. Make sure to show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. A couple people over on PayPal real quick. Thank you so much, Charisse, for the $5, who says that guy was insufferable. So true, Charisse. Thank you. Lillian, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Let's get 100 Lillian W's. And then Kai, thank you for the 3, and Joseph for the 2. Then Rin, thank you so much for the $10, and Fassi, thank you for the $5. Who says happy Easter to yourself, Fassi. Very, very kind of you. Please make sure to show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. A couple of people to thank here on Venmo real quick, then we will hop back into those debates. Thank you so much I'm going to call you Tash with the $10 on Venmo, who says, I don't know how you do it. Thank you. I'm in a good mood today. I'm feeling like ready. I'm feeling prepared to shoot this shit down. Bud. Thank you so much, Tash, for the $10. What's that?
I said hurry that shit up, man.
Okay, somebody's already raging.
No, man, just hurry that shit up.
The debate hasn't even started.
Go ahead and thank him, man.
Helena, that is Halina. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Helena, that is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much for supporting me in what we do here. Let's get 250 Helena W's. Same thing to you, Beth. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. And Lindsay, thank you for the $50. Beth and Lindsay. You know what? Let's add another one on top of that. Carissa with the $50. Beth, Lindsay, and Carissa. Thank you three so very much for the $50 donations. That is beyond kind of you. You three are beyond fucking awesome. Thank you so much. That is so much fucking money.
Hey,
Happy Easter to all three of you guys. Beth with a $50 says, hey, Dean, I gave up social media for Lent, but I just really missed your lives. Here's $50 because I'm happy to be back. Welcome back, Beth. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. I remember you. You used to like tune in every fucking day, so it's good to see you back. Lindsay with the $50 says, it's interesting how Trump stopped all of the USAID support to help in foreign countries and supporters screamed about America first. We don't care about foreigners, but now we're at war. They care about all the people in repressive regimes. Yeah, it's just a fucking virtue signal, dude. It's a literal LARP, man. Thank you for the $50 and the absolute
Kind of like
truth,
you,
man.
man.
And then Carissa with a $50 says, my support for all that you do. Thank you so much. I love how hard you fight to help people see the truth. You do great things. Thank you, Carissa. You've been here for the last couple days, dropping incredibly kind donations. Just know I appreciate the ever-living hell out of you. Then, of course, I says, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Melissa, thank you so much for the $5. Fasi, thank you so much for the $15. Shout out to you, man. Thank you so much for the love and support. And then Lewis, thank you for the $10. And I'll make sure to pull up that clip, Lewis. And then Joel, thank you for the $1.
I
Phil,
think
thank
we
you for the
really need
$5.
to pacify
And then here's the
everybody.
last one. Jonathan, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250. Jonathan W's, who says, I'm a long-time watcher and lifelong Christian who left the faith because of MAGA evangelicals and will never turn back. You are doing great work, Dean. Well, thank you, Jonathan, not only for the support, but for the incredibly kind message. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some massive love to Jonathan down below in the chat. Thank you.
Dean, wow. I mean, I gotta say, that was one productive day.
Wait,
Like,
one moment.
I mean, we weren't
Stefan,
even-
thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Holy fuck.
no, we're not.
Shut
We're
up,
not
buddy.
finished with that.
Stefan, that is Stefan. I want to see 1,000 Stefan W's down below in that chat. That is fucking nuts. That is so much money. I do not deserve a penny of that. Not a bone in my body does. Dude, from the bottom of my heart to you, Stefan, thank
know.
you so much for your
We know.
incredibly kind generosity and love. Stefan with the $100. Says, hey Dean, been watching your videos for a while and recently been jumping on your lives. Thank you for what you do with patience and grace and helping to educate our current and future voters to make the best decisions for our country. Stefan, that is beyond kind of you, as I just said. Thank you so much, so very much for the massive, massive love and support. Show some love to Stefan.
Stefan, that was
down
such a kind
below.
message. I feel very bad that you're so deluded and you think that this man is worth that much money. You know, he was damn right. And I love how you get it on the mark every time when you're like, I don't deserve a penny of this. All that shit. Like, you know, you're right. And I'm surprised they haven't caught on yet. You put it out in like the open. They know you're grifting. And I think it's just more so masochism now because I like the blonde white boy on the screen.
Annie,
What do you
thank you so
think?
much for the unicorn fantasy. I appreciate you so much.
What the hell
for the
is
unicorn
that?
fantasy, Annie. It was a TikTok gif. So, I don't really want to deal with like the whining and the coping of like the grift allegations.
No.
The first point I'll make is that you're like very clearly upset. The second point that I'll make here is I think that it would do a lot of good for you to calm down and to stop cortisol maxing.
I think you need to breathe.
And then
No
the
one's
third point
cortisol
that I'll make
maxing.
here is to just to ask you insofar as why you support Trump.
Because, you know, like, he's pretty strong with Iran. He disavows Harry Sisson, unlike you. And your homeboy, Parker. Whoa! But pull back. How big of a... I can't say it on here, but damn, you need that much inside?
Can we get an argument?
No, can you answer that? And I already gave you the argument, bro. Be strong,
Of
be
the
strong
war in
standing
Iran?
with the Iran war, yes.
Why is that a good thing?
Because they're a threat.
Why?
They're a threat. An
Or
imminent
are they an
one.
imminent nuclear threat, like the White House said?
I don't know about nuclear. I wouldn't say nuclear.
So then you accept that Donald Trump lied in starting this war because he said the reason why we're starting this war is because
I
Iran is
said an imminent
nuclear
threat. Nope, I said imminent threat. Go ahead and clip it. Go ahead and clip it.
I'm confused of
Imminent threat.
We're talking about what the White House said. So the White House said the reason why we're starting this war is because Iran is an imminent nuclear threat.
Well, I mean, it's a possibility. Yes, they can re-enrich their uranium.
Okay, so point number one, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, said that we completely destroyed all of their nuclear programs months ago. Point number two, Tulsi Gabbard also said that they haven't even made an attempt to start rebuilding their nuclear program. So conclusion, they are not an imminent nuclear threat. Secondary conclusion.
What's her
Donald
source of
Trump lied.
information? What is
All
her
of US
source of
intelligence.
information? U.S. I don't. So we're just gonna accept that. We're just gonna accept her words. Do you know her? Have you heard of her before any of this?
She
is this your first time hearing
literally
of her?
the director of national intelligence appointed by Trump as a pro-Trump MAGA lunatic that testified in front of Congress, knowing every word that left her mouth would be fact-checked and verified by Congress under penalty of perjury, which meant if she lied, she'd go to jail.
She got paid hush money.
By who?
You know who.
No, I don't.
I think you know who.
I think I don't know who.
Do I have to say his name?
Yes.
Do I have to spell it out? Do I just say his name?
You could say it.
DJT. That's the hush money. That's where it's coming from.
So Donald
told
Trump,
her to keep
Donald
her mouth
Trump
shut.
gave money to Tulsi Gabbard to lie in a way in which makes him look bad?
Yeah. It's called controlled opposition, just like you engage. It's just like you engage in. Stop laughing.
What is the point of the controlled opposition?
What's the point of your controlled opposition? Because it benefits you.
How does Tulsi
You profit.
Gabbard,
You profit off
contradicting
the
what Trump
outrage.
says, benefit Trump?
She was just saying that because she had to in the moment. She's not going to speak for you. You think Dean Withers is going to get the information from Tulsi Gabbard? Who are you?
Are you okay?
Are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay?
Yeah?
It doesn't seem like it.
What do you mean?
seem like you're not okay.
Elaborate.
What you're saying is incoherent?
Open your ears, Dean.
Dude, your voice is literally being piped directly into my fucking eardrum.
Dean.
I'm not even joking. That's literally how in-ear monitor works.
So then
the
there's
tip
some
of the
earwax
in-ear monitor
blockage going on
is like
in your
literally
mind. There's some
at,
genuine earwax blockage.
at my fucking eardrum. It's
Clearly
all
you
the
can't
way-
hear me.
This
Clearly you're
thing
closing your mind
Let me
and
show
your
you this
ears,
thing.
bud.
Let me show you this thing. This thing goes all the way inside of my ear.
Oh, you got
Do
you
you
some
see
new
all of
comfy
that?
earphones, bud?
All of that goes all
New
like
comfy
dude, to my.
earphones 'cause your ears
I'm
were
pretty
hurting?
sure. I'm pretty sure that my ears are open.
Because your
What's
ears
the-
were hurting
like-
because you're a soft liberal!
Okay. I'm pretty sure that this guy's not okay. So because of that, we are going to go ahead and remove him and move on to the next guest. By the way, guys, we did get a restriction on the stream for something to do with talking about drugs. Have we talked about drugs at all today? Or is that just another false flag from TikTok? Because when the stream isn't restricted, we get upwards of like 16 to 20,000 people in here. But then when the stream is restricted and then I force a restart, our viewership is inevitably cut by like a quarter to a half. Dude, this is happening every single day. TikTok hates the fact that people listen to what I have to say. And it weirds me the fuck out. It weirds me the fuck out. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. It weirds me out. It weirds me out, man. Like, unfortunately, here in a little bit, we're going to have to do a restart. Once we do a restart, the algorithm of the stream is going to be limited, and then we'll have lower push than we would otherwise. So then ultimately the message will reach a less people than it would otherwise. And, you know, like, I don't care in the sense of like arguing that like TikTok is destroying my platform, because that's clearly not the case. We still have like 14,000 people in here, but I do care in the sense that it seems like intentional suppression of the message because it's something that they may or may not disagree with.
Stop grifting.
Okay, how old are you?
183408.
And why do you think I'm a grifter?
Because you are always trying to make people donate by always talking about how you have the PayPal and shit.
So by pointing out the fact that if somebody wants to support the stream, they can through the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on the elsewhere, as well as, it's at the top of the screen under the VMP, is not me grifting. That's just me simply pointing out the way that people can support the stream if they want to, given the fact that the streams amount to supporting my livelihood, as this is my full-time job.
No, but you do it too much. Too much. Way too much.
I don't think that you're actually 18. I think that you're maybe 14. So I'm going to kick you. let's go to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up inside of the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you were MAGA, please and thank you. Yo, Taylor, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, stop forcing me to donate, Dean. That's right. It's mass mob mind control. Mass mob mind control. Thank you, Taylor. Drew, thank you for the $5 on Venmo just to piss the last guy off. Caitlin with the 40 cents. Thank you so much for the love and support. And then, of course, Taylor with the $10. Over on PayPal, thank you so much. Janaea, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. Let's get to it. Janaea W's. That is Janeya. Janaea with the $20 says, my name is pronounced Janaea. Thank you for that, by the way. Dean, I pray for you, not because I want you to win, but because I want these motherfuckers to lose. Here's some money to show you how committed to spite I am. I love it. Thank you so much for that support, Janaea. As well as Faith with a $14 donation on PayPal. He says to support the blonde white boy and his grifting. We are grifted so unbelievably hard. Thank you for supporting the grift, Faith. Skylar, thank you for the $1. And then Cynthia, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, you've had some nut jobs today. It's very entertaining. Dude, and the craziest part is we're essentially only an hour into the stream. It's crazy. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in. Okay, Braden is not connecting into the live. By the way, guys, make sure if you are inside of the queue that you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're not going to have this guy for too long. Not even going to debate him. Liam, I know that you are so fucking thirsty for my attention and for a platform on my live that you are now spamming the comment section, calling me an IRGC sympathizer just to get my attention.
Yeah, that's what you just said to the last. That's what you just said to the last.
I just want to let you know that regardless of how much you spam in the comment section,
no.
I'm not going to have you up to debate.
Play back the clip, bro.
No.
Play back the clip. You just said that out of your own words, out of your own mouth. Only reason I'm bringing it up because the guest that you kicked that said he was Canadian, which he was not, because he was kicking your rear end in the debate. It was really looking bad for you. Okay, and you said, oh, Donald Trump is threatening to target civilians in Iran. He said, no, he's threatening to target the IRGC and their location.
And why are there 2,200 dead civilians? Let's go to move on to the next guest. Also, that guy thinks that everything looks bad for me. I destroyed him in a push-up competition. He did 25. I did 87. He said, oh, dude, that looks bad for you. You didn't win jack shit, bro. He's just crazy. Liam, find some friends. Stop scrolling on TikTok in the middle of Easter, buddy.
Goodbye.
10 out of 10! 10 out of 10! No, I loved it. Absolutely loved it. You completely killed it. Good job, man. Good job. I didn't think that you were gonna start singing, and you did. You did great. Completely killed it. 10 out of 10, my friend. 10 out of 10, dude. Show some love to that guy. Show some love to that guy. I thought that was pretty good. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Ron.
Yeah, what up, Dean? I am a Trump supporter times 1,000.
Rob, why is that?
Well, I believe in everything he's done since he's been in office, especially attacking Iran.
Are you in the bath?
They're the bad motherfuckers that we don't want to have nuclear weapons.
Are you in the bath?
No, I'm watching the Braves game in my living room, to be honest.
But I heard some like water in the background. Like
That
splish
was
splash.
me pouring a shot.
Oh, I was gonna ask you to wait to take it because you're already incoherent as
It's cool though. Yeah, we're all good. So, do you want to debate me?
I'd argue
And,
that we maybe have like 90 seconds of debate time before you are too incoherent to stand a chance in the slightest.
No, I will drink
Rob,
you under the table, and we'll debate for 2 hours.
I don't think so, buddy.
Yes, in my Cash App is in my bio, but I don't take food stamps. Just saying.
I don't take food stamps. Are you one of those people that believes that even if you were in a position where food stamps would like make your life better or any social safety net, that you would refuse to accept it because you're a strong, independent man?
Yes, you could drop me off in the woods.
Right, like
and
if
I
you
would
lost your
survive.
job, if you lost your job tomorrow and somebody stole your life, your life possessions, and for whatever reason you didn't have any money in the bank, so the FCID like was not insuring you, and you just lost everything, then you were homeless. Like you wouldn't sign up for food stamps. You wouldn't sign up for Medicare, right? Sorry, Medicare.
I have lost everything. Yes, and I am still surviving.
Right, but you're one of those people that would just never sign up for government assistance. Why is that?
Because I believe in less government. I think more government is not good for the people. I think that people should be self-reliant.
Can you explain to me why food stamps aren't good for people who are hungry?
Well, because they could always fish for their food. You feed a man a fish, you give him one meal, you teach him to fish, and he lives for the rest of his life.
So the goal of food stamps is not to teach people how to grow or catch food. The goal of food stamps is to prevent people from dying from starvation.
Yeah, but people buy all kinds of bad shit with food stamps.
Well, we're actually specifically talking about...
They don't use it just to survive.
We're actually specifically talking about you. Like, if you were homeless, would you get food stamps? You said no. So are you arguing that if you were homeless and you got food stamps that you just want to spend it all on Twinkies?
No, if I had food stamps, I would give them to somebody that needed them because I could fish for my own food.
Wait. So you just admitted that some people need food stamps? Because you just said that if you had food stamps, you'd give them to somebody that needs them. So you just acknowledged that some people need food stamps.
Outside on the street that doesn't even have a computer, have the means to get food stamps. That's the person I would give it to.
Okay,
Not
Rob.
somebody that's abusing the system.
What does it mean to abuse the system?
It means to live off food stamps and live off, steal someone's social security number when you're not even a citizen.
So stealing somebody's social security number is not abusing the system of food stamps. Stealing somebody's social security is just literally identity fraud.
Yes, that's what's been happening until Trump got in office and I started deporting the bad motherfuckers.
Really? Well, did you know that the Trump administration actually has a lower... What the fuck? We just got the consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health flag. Why did we get that? Every time I've hit the pin, I've gone off to the side of the screen. This is what I'm talking about, bro. I think that TikTok's trying to take me down. Like, I literally, changed the way in which I even hit the Benjamin. Oh, he turned his... That's it. He turned his camera on and he took a shot. I didn't catch that. He literally said so, too, bro. He literally said so, too. Yeah. Fair call out. Okay. I can't blame TikTok for that. He literally turned his camera on, said he was going to take a shot of alcohol, and then took a shot of alcohol. That's about as clear cut and dry as it gets for warranting this violation. So, all right, can't blame it on TikTok suppressing me because of my politics this time. Unfortunate. I guess we got to do a restart for the 12.7 thousand people that are tuned into the live stream. I really hope that you guys come back. Unfortunately, sometimes we just have to hit these restarts, not because I want to, but because TikTok makes us with violations and warnings such as the one on your phone screen right now. The first point that I want to make here is that it's very easy to come back. The second point that I like to make here is that if you come back, you'll be very satisfied because you'll get to see a bunch of debates, maybe learn something new, and we still have 2.5 hours left. And then the third point that I'll make is, I'm very sorry that we have to hit the restart, but I hope that you will be back. I've kind of noticed that when we do these restarts, maybe 50% of the people watching the stream come back. So this is me making my case to the other 50%, if that makes any sense. For the other 50% of people that don't necessarily plan on coming back, listen to these instructions. You could come back in less than 10 seconds because that's how long it takes to hit one of these restarts by hitting that follow button in the top left-hand corner. You'll then see me on your following list In 10 seconds in a new live. Even if you want to unfollow me afterwards, that's fine. That's the best way to come back. The second best way to come back is once the live stream ends, it'll say live has ended. It will show you my profile picture in the middle of the phone screen. You'll be able to click on my account page, count to 10 or 15, refresh the account page, and then click into the new live. It's the second way to come back. But everybody, you should come back. I do need to go pee. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit this restart, and I'm just going to run off to the bathroom. So when you come back, the chair is going to be empty. Don't fret. It's just me using the bathroom. And of course, if you're on YouTube, none of this will impact you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and restart right now. I'm going to start counting down from 10. By the time I'm at 5, we will already be back on live. 10, 9, 8, 7. We're back on by 7. That's crazy. All right, folks, I'm going to go pee. Welcome back into the live stream, everybody. For everybody tuning back in on TikTok, folks, let's try to make this restart a success. Make sure that you are double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Happy Easter to everybody who's tuning into that live stream, and thank you so much for being here. I also would highly recommend reposting the live stream. That's a good way to make sure that it lands on your friend's FYP without sending it to them directly. So you could repost that live stream by hitting the share button and then hitting the repost button. I'm actually just going to take a minute to say hey to a couple people that are tuning back in from the restart. What is going on, Savannah? Appreciate you for being here. Desiree, you as well. Miliana, happy Easter. What's up, Violet? How we doing, Brooke? What is up, everybody? What's up, Valak as well? Appreciate you for being here. Logan and Eva, thank you guys so much for tuning in. EJ and S, thank you so much for tuning in. As I just suggested. Same thing to you, Self and Zoe. Now, folks, let's try to break through the possible restriction that we have because of this. Because of that restart, by just spamming those likes, spamming those comments, spamming the engagement, it really helps. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. We're going to try to hop back into those debates as we speak. Once again, for everybody tuning in, as always, happy Easter. Hope that you've had a great Sunday, guys. We got Jared loaded up, but Jared actually turned around and left, so let's go to try to get that next guest, Wayne Dog, loaded in. Sammy, thank you so much for the egg hunt. I appreciate you. Wayne Dog didn't load in either. Okay. Oh, wait, no, he did. Hi, Wayne Dog.
How are you, buddy?
Doing all right. Do you support Trump?
I do. Maybe you can
Wayne.
change my mind.
Man, yeah, hopefully I could change your mind, dude, because you really shouldn't. Tell us all, man. Why do you support Trump?
Mainly because of the illegal immigration. The war in Iran, I'm not too... I mean, I don't want a country to have nuclear weapons and stuff like that go against us, but I'm not in support of killing innocent people either.
Right. Well, if you're not in support of killing innocent people, then I don't think that you should support Donald Trump's mass deportation because it's resulted in the killing of innocent people like Keith Porter, Alex Preddy, or Renee Good, which in turn was actually defended by the Trump administration.
As far as the Renee Good, I mean, I have a different view on that. I was in law enforcement at one time, and the videos that I've seen, I think she was trying to get away, but at the same time, in an officer's eyes, looking at forward, seeing a car coming at you and you draw your weapon. Unfortunately, she did pass away, and it was an unfortunate event, but you have to look at it through a different set of eyes.
Well, yeah, even if we look at it through the officer's eyes, he knew that he wasn't going to be hit. And we could prove that because the video recorded off of his cell phone, which demonstrated that Renee Good had turned her wheel to a hard right to escape, evade, and move in the opposite direction from the agent. Not to mention that by the time he fired his first bullet, he was already off to the side of the vehicle. And by the time that he fired his third bullet, he was literally chasing the vehicle. Yet the report from the office of the people who looked at her dead body to determine cause and time of death, I forget what they're called, that's a little bit of blender on my end, no worries, determined that it was actually the third shot that killed her. So in Renee Good's situation...
they said it was the third shot that killed her?
Yeah, so it seems to be clearly a case of murder.
Okay. Now, as far as the illegal immigration, I heard somebody say, I forget what it was, a star's name. She had said something about how we're living on stolen land. I think it was Billie Eilish.
Okay.
She was on TV and said something like that. And then I heard somebody say something else, and it kind of made sense to me. Like, if you have one of those rich stars...
Is that background audio coming from you?
Yeah, let me get that real quick. Sorry about that. I'm watching Game of Thrones.
I didn't know if that was like coming from like you.
No, that was mine. But I think it was her that said it. But I heard somebody else say, like, if somebody was to jump over your fence and live in your yard, I mean, would that be okay, or would you call the police and get them removed?
I'd call the police and get them removed. Now, I don't think that private property, such as the home that you own, would be equivalent to the public property, and which would comprise the United States of America as a whole. The reason why I'd argue
that would be our land. No, sorry for interrupting, but that's our land.
I don't think
like,
that's the way that we
treat
treat it.
Illegal. Okay.
Do you think that American citizens should be able to freely move in between and out of the country?
Yes.
Does this mean that you think that U.S. citizens should be able to freely move in and out of your house?
If there's a way to get in, like, I mean, the legal way to get into the country, I agree with. And I heard Parker say something about the Democrats were trying to make it faster to be a legal immigrant. And I agree, if you can make it faster, so be it. But if you're here illegally, there's a reason why it's illegal immigration. It's like the word illegal. There's a lot of things that we do illegally, and like speeding and stuff like that. And, we'll get a ticket or whatever. But I don't believe you should be killing people either, because they're here illegally, but they should be deported if they're here illegally.
Okay. So in that statement, you didn't answer the question.
I'll answer the question. I'm not a debater or nothing like that. So I don't know. You're a lot more better at this than I am.
Do you have a daughter?
I do.
Is her hair straight or curly?
Straight.
Okay, so that's not your daughter. Man, you are liking videos of little girls, dude. In fact, you're the only like on the video. It's gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Sir and Daniel loading up into the box. Welcome into eSport Trump. Listen, guys. Listen. Here's what I'll say. In those circumstances, we just boot them and move on. The reason why I say that is because we technically don't know if that's like maybe like a family friend. We don't know if that's like I don't know, like a family member. We don't know if that's like, the kid of the best friend because the account's managed by mom. We don't know those things. So because we don't technically know those things, we just move on. I just want to let you guys know we just move on. That's what we do. That's what we should do. Just move on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. We got Devin Denny loading up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Hi, welcome into eSport Trump. Okay. Someone in the chat said, no, don't give them that's not me giving them the benefit of the doubt. That's moving on and kicking them is not me giving them the benefit of the doubt. That's just me simply like doing what I think is appropriate in the scenario, in the situation, is just to move on. There's a bunch of like unanswered questions like surrounding like the nature of the engagement with the video and like the potential relation of the child to the adults, if there is one, or if there isn't one. Because all those questions aren't answered, we just simply move on. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Samantha joining, only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, what are your pronouns?
Sure.
How old are you?
18.
Yeah, I don't believe you. We're gonna go ahead and put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen, everybody. You gotta be American, you gotta be 18 plus, and you gotta be MAGA. You have to follow every single rule. If you break the rules, then you will be getting a ban. Make sure that you're doing your very best to follow them. Oh, look at, guys, she's back. This is from earlier. Yeah, can you concede that you were wrong about the nature of the observation of Allah in relation to the Islamic, in relation to Islam?
Hi, sweetie. Do you remember you said that Allah didn't appear to, they don't look at him as a man? Well, I sent you proof, and I bet you won't show all your little gollies in your chat. Will you, Dean? Will you, baby doll? Here, let me show them. Will you give me the big screen?
I won't give you the
this
big
is the
screen, but
next
you're welcome to show
Muslim.
us the quote-unquote proof.
This is the next Muslim. How they said Allah appeared as a man to Muhammad, and this is from the Quran. I thought you said you read it, honey. I thought you said you read it.
So
baby.
what you're talking about would be a divinely inspired aberration, okay, not a god that is a man. And that's the confusion of the point in which you're making. You are arguing that in accordance with Islam, Allah is not a god, Allah is just a man, okay?
He's just a
but in
man.
accordance with Islam, Allah was never a man. And that's actually exactly why inside of the scripture, or whatever they call it in what you just read, okay, there's an aberration that would appear to be a man, which in all reality is just a description of what we would most likely refer to as divine revelation. So there's a difference between an aberration. There's a difference in between an aberration that would amount to divine revelation and then being like literally a man.
Oh my God. You guys know how to twist the freaking crap out of the truth, don't you, buddy?
No, that's just what it is. That's just what it is.
I sent you in the Quran, buddy. I
this
sent
is-
you in ex-Muslims where they said, they said there no Allah is God. They have an encounter with Jesus and they're leaving by the drones. They've had to shut down over 50,000 mosques. Look it up here. But you want me to look at it for you too, buddy? What kind of excuse are you going to say for all the mosques being closed? Huh?
The fastest growing religion in the world is Islam.
Oh, but no. Hold up there, Bubs. Hold up, Bubs. Bring up your proof, and then I want to bring up proof where they had to close down 50,000 mosques. That was the last count. Let me see.
Yes.
Hold up.
So many religious institutions, such as mosques or even Christian churches, will often shut down when they exist in areas where they cannot stay afloat. This does not mean that overall the religion is not growing. If anything, it just means that it's also moving. And by the way, my source that Islam is the world's fastest growing religion. So it's not a contradiction. My evidence that Islam is the world's fastest growing religion is Pew Research Center.
Okay, if it is, then why would they have to close all the mosques down? You're not making any sense, honey.
Because likely in the locations in which they were closing the mosques down, like the Muslim population had either reduced in size or moved.
Oh, wait, reduced in size? Oh, God. No, the faith is going under. That's why they're coming to America and trying to take America
As a whole, that's not true. Once again, Pew Research Center would dispute you. You also said that they're trying to come into America and take it over. So this is a very vapidly xenophobic,
Would you like
in
to
many
see
senses racist, and Islamophobic belief
see the plaza
that is
in
just
New York
rooted within
City
discrimination.
When they took it over, when Muhammad Dam Rani,
Nick, thank you so much for the Leon McKinn. I appreciate you. Did you just call Zohran Mamdani Mohammed Damrami?
No,
Okay.
whatever his name is.
You just called Zohran Mamdani Mohammed Damrani.
You're dumb. I did not. I said
That's what you just said. You just called Zohran Mamdani Mohammed Damami.
You're dumb. whatever his name is, the mayor.
Rum Dum
You know who the
Dummy.
mayor is?
Yes,
Listen.
let's say his name together. Zoran?
Zoran Mom Domby.
No, Mom
Zoran
Donnie.
Domby.
No, Jill. I understand that you struggle with pronouncing words because you're not that smart, but let's try your best here. Say mom.
Oh hell
Say-
no, he ain't.
Say mom.
Mom.
Okay. All right. Now I gotta kick you. Yeah, it totally makes sense why TikTok banned you. It totally makes sense. She just got a flag for hate speech and bullying. Like, totally makes sense. Can't cap. Can't cap. Let's go to move on to the next guest, you guys. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I mean, most like deserved ban ever. Most like deserved ban ever. Like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, clearly, I understand why she got that ban. Okay. Jay Blade, thank you so much for the $20 over on Chat Super. I really appreciate you so much, Jay Blade. While we're trying to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box, show some love to Jay Blade down below. Jay Blade with the 20 says, Happy Easter, Dean. I hope that you're doing better today after the rough stream yesterday. I am doing much better today. Thank you so much. And yeah, dude, the stream yesterday, admittedly, was pretty bad. Admittedly, it was pretty bad. That was a hard stream to get through. I remember once I ended, I just kind of like sat on the couch in solace with a cat for like 45 minutes because I legitimately needed a breather. Welcome into eSport Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, you're also like 5, so we got to kick you. You have to be 18 plus if you're inside of that queue. Thank you. Let's see here. Thomas, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal. Thomas, that is a very kind contribution. Thank you so much for the love and happy Easter, Thomas. Thomas with the 12 says, don't agree with everything that you say, but love watching the debates you have. Love from the UK. Will love to you, man. As well as Paris, thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal. Let's get 250 Paris W's. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support and love, Paris. You are awesome. You are awesome. Paris with the 25 says, thank you for everything that you do. As somebody who just moved to Kentucky from Seattle, please keep up the hard work. Oh, man, you see the people that I debate on a daily basis. In person every day. Yikes, dude. I feel bad for you, but hopefully you like it down there. Show some love to Paris down below in that chat. Same thing to you, Lauren. Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Now, guys, we're going to invite somebody very special up to the live stream. Their name is Kai. Kai has been in the comment section since the start of the first stream, which was an hour and 45 minutes ago, spamming unfollow Dean, you guys. And they've just been copy and pasting it day in, day out since then. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to give a platform to Kai to come up here and plead their case to all of the viewers. So Kai, I'm going to go ahead and hit this button. This is going to allow you to come up here and plead the case to all of the viewers insofar as why they should all unfollow me. I just sent the invitation. You should hit that button. You should join the stream. Unless you don't actually have any reason, you're just a little mad. You're just a little mad, Kai. You're just a little mad. I think that he's just a little mad. Okay, he's not gonna join. Very, very scared. I get it. I'd be scared of me too. Hi, welcome in. eSport Trump.
We are Charlie.
Okay, she was about to start playing the piano. I bet that you're gonna kill it, low key. All right, just kind of sick and tired of hearing that. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. This person started spamming unfollow Dean once I invited Kai up. Let's see if they even join. Their name is like, what? Cerise? Cerise? Oh, that activated Siri on my phone. Funny. Okay, it looks like they're not joining. Moving on to the next guest, Cypher. Only up inside of that queue if you're a MAGA. Please do make sure that you're following the rules here. Jackie, thank you for the $10 over in chat. Super Yeah, says that please do last make sure caller that was you're literally following like the one of rules the here. old witches Jackie, from the thank Black you for the Cauldron. I haven't watched, but thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Hi, welcome in. eSport Trump.
Yep.
Audio.
41.
Sounds good. Do you mind if I just take a moment here to thank a couple people?
Sure.
Awesome. Dude, 2 people in particular. You guys are... Oh my goodness. Dude. Holy crap. Krista and Betsy. Krista and Betsy. You two are fucking beyond kind. I am like genuinely lost for words at the kindness of you two. Betsy, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo, and Krista with the $125 donation on Venmo. Krista and Betsy, my God. That is Krista spelled Krista, Betsy spelled Betsy. I want everybody to please show some love to Krista and Betsy down below. That is so much fucking money. That is an unfathomable amount of money. I don't even know what to say. I clearly, I say this every time, I'll say it again. I don't fucking deserve it. I appreciate the two of you guys so much for your generosity. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do here. Krista with a 125 says, thank you so much for putting yourself out there. The amount of bullshit that you put up with is unbelievable. Krista, I do what I do because I think that it changes minds and it pushes our country in the right direction. Thank you so much for supporting me and watching the stream and taking something positive away from it. Thank you so much, Krista. Show some love to Krista down below. Same thing to Betsy with the $100 donation. Betsy says, thank you so much for what you do. Our 16-year-old daughter started watching your lives during the last election, and she really looks up to you. She is very smart and looks for opportunities to debate people on political topics. We recognize that what you do is not easy. Thank you for educating. Well, thank you so much for being a supporting mom. You sound like a great mom, Betsy. You sound like a great mother. Please show some love to Betsy down below. Show some love to Krista down below. You guys both sound just so very kind. Thank you so much for the massive donations and the very, very kind words. As well as Kisper, that is Kisber. Thank you so much for the $25 donation, who says thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you, Kisper. Keely, that is Keelie. Thank you for the $25 donation as well, who says, Dean, you deserve our support for all of your hard work. Thank you for educating the clues. Well, I try my best, Keely. Thank you for the kind words and the 25. And then Ian, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Nicole, thank you for the $5. Thank you guys so very much for the love. Thank you. Show some love to all the donors down below in that chat. If you want to support me and what we do here, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link to the bio on TikTok, pin message over on the elsewhere, as well as the thingies at the top of the phone screen. And that's about as descriptive as I could get. So, Cypher, tell us, first and foremost, could you please say praise be to Allah?
No.
Why not?
Well, I myself am Christian, so I'm not going to praise a different God.
Okay. So
That's
only
kind of the first
non-Christians
commandment,
would,
you know?
Okay, so only non-Christians would praise a different God, right?
Right. Yeah. I don't. If you're
so Trump
referring
isn't a
to
Christian?
his latest tweet, I couldn't tell you.
Oh, that's not his latest tweet. I thought I was, but
Right.
it's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
I thought the
read
picture
it.
that I was putting up on the phone screen was a tweet, but it's actually
Right. I figured. I mean, the best case scenario is he was trying to be like funny or satirical, but who knows?
Oh, so the best case scenario is that he was just trying to be funny when he said that he was going to go commit a bunch of war crimes in Iran, make their lives living hells, and then praise be to Allah.
How are they war crimes?
Well, when you destroy civilian infrastructure, A, with disproportionate force, and B, not with any military objectives in mind insofar as destroying the military that is actively using said infrastructure in a proportionate way, it would amount to a war crime given the Geneva Convention and the ICC. And that's what I believe he's calling for here.
So, right,
because he's
but
just
so
like
according
indiscriminately
to who?
bombing like all these. I just told you, according to the Second
Right.
Geneva Convention and the ICC.
Right. So what exactly is the ICC relative to American governance?
Well, the ICC is relative to American governance insofar as informing American governance when they've committed a war crime.
Right, but the point is hopefully you would agree, America is still a sovereign nation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so are we governed
Sovereign
by
nations-
the ICC?
No, we're not. But neither was Nazi
Okay.
Germany. But yet they're still found guilty of war crimes in conjunction with the ICC.
Right. My point is it doesn't matter what the ICC thinks.
Okay, so then you're just arguing that it doesn't matter when we're guilty of war crimes. Jesus.
According to the ICC.
Yes, according to the ICC, we should very clearly care about international law.
Not really. I mean, I don't even recognize international law. We don't live under an international government.
If you don't care about international law, then you don't care about human rights, because ultimately the objective of international
Well,
law
that's
is
a
to uphold
stretch.
respect to human rights. No, the goal of international law is to uphold human rights in
What
sovereign
is a right?
nations. What is a right? An entitlement or an obligation?
It really okay. Free of what though? It's a entitlement free of a duty, right? It's just something that you get, right?
Well, it depends. So a negative right would be an entitlement free of a duty. A positive right would be an obligation or duty free of an entitlement.
Why is your chat insane?
They are kind of going a little bit crazy right now. I mean, it looks like there's a little bit of a war going on. 50% of the people are spamming unfollowing. The other 50% are spamming following. Yeah, I can agree that, the crazies are spamming unfollowing. Everybody else that's just saying follow me is just like objectively based. I have a lot of appreciation and love for them in my heart.
Objectively.
But I guess let's just stick to the argument here. Why do you support Trump?
Sure. Are you familiar with the speech that he gave at Davos earlier this year in January?
I might be. I don't really
Have
like
you
keep
had a
track of
chance
the
to watch
speeches
it?
by where they occur. There's a chance that I've watched it. There's a chance that I haven't.
Okay. Well, him as well as the Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of Commerce all went to Davos this year, and it was kind of a repeat of every other time he's gone to Davos, but he was staunchly expressing his opposition to globalism in general, but specifically, and in my opinion, most importantly, CBDCs, which, are you familiar with what CBDCs are?
I remember some like crypto bro bringing it up.
And they get confused a lot with crypto, but they're not. CBDCs are actually on a centralized blockchain that's managed by central banks.
Okay.
And the
Well,
idea
then it's crypto. It's just not DeFi.
Correct, right. But it's important who's managing it and who's also tracking all of the transactions on the ledger, because the whole idea behind CBDCs is that they're issued in a manner that's tokenized, which means that they can see what you are transacting at any given time, like what you're buying and selling. And they can also shut down your access to that currency with the flip of a
Yes.
switch. So
I
if like you were,
just want to inform you so far, everything that you said is something that like no one watching the stream really thinks is that important.
well, I don't care what people watching this stream think is important. You asked me why I'm supporting Trump.
Okay. I guess land the plane.
Well, okay, the idea is that I'm against currency that violates privacy principles, and I see it as a like gross movement towards a totalitarian global regime.
Okay, so you support Trump because you think that he's good for crypto. In a nutshell, right?
No, that's what you got from that? I don't know if
Yes.
you're actually paying attention at this point or if you're occupied with things going on your stream.
I mean, that's what I got from that. I mean, I don't know. You brought up CBDCs, you talked about them for like 30 seconds, and then you wrapped it up putting a bow on top of arguing that you don't support forms of currency that like infringe on privacy. So like all in all, seems like you're essentially saying that you support Trump because you think that he's good for crypto. Now,
It
if you
has
want to
nothing to do with
revise,
crypto.
okay, so then just revise that statement in a way in which is accurate.
CBDCs.
In a sentence or less, please. In a sentence or
Sure.
less.
Sure. CBDCs managed by a central bank that can be tracked, traced, and tokenized are a violation of privacy principles. And it's a march towards a totalitarian global regime that I stand
What does
against.
this have to do with Trump?
Because he goes to Davos talking to the World Economic Forum and saying exactly what I just said, that he's
Okay.
against all of it.
Okay, so you're arguing here that you support Trump because he says that he is against CBDCs.
Well, and through action, he has demonstrated it as well.
What action?
Well, for one, not allowing for the central bank to start issuing them.
Okay, so he's prevented the Federal Reserve from starting a CBDC?
The central bank, but
What's the
they're
central bank?
kind of the same.
If
They're,
you're not referring to the Federal Reserve, I don't know what you're referring to.
yeah, so the Federal Reserve is responsible for setting interest rates. Central banks are responsible for issuing currency.
Are you
There's-
talking about
there's
the banks of the Federal Reserve, like Fred?
Yeah, there's delineations between the two, though. Honestly, it's kind of splitting hairs, to be completely honest.
Okay, so could you please
but
give me
they're not
evidence
allowed
that they wanted to issue CBDCs and Trump stopped them?
Correct, along with Howard Lutnick.
Can you give me
and
evidence
Steve-
of that?
I have this entire time. This is what his policy is
Okay,
on
what policy?
CBDCs.
What policy?
This is stated on the White House agenda.
Yeah, but stating
Like,
something doesn't
go
stop
in-
something. In order to stop something in American government, you have to I don't know, pass a policy to make it illegal. To
Is the president
influence it.
responsible for passing bills?
President is responsible for influencing the bills that are passed. Yeah.
Okay, so there are executive orders to the effect. I don't have the number of the executive order off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, I think that'd be important for the debate. This is a very niche topic. And you are going to have to come with a lot of evidence and corroboration of your support for the niche topic, since I don't know much about it.
I mean,
like
okay,
you're like essentially you're
he's
just going to
in
have to
favor
lay
of
out like every
CBDCs?
single data point and building the cumulative conclusion that what you're saying is true, because I'm so unfamiliar with the evidence that exists to demonstrate the data point. So yeah, I will be asking you in about every statement that you make, what is your evidence to prove it to be the case? And if you can't come with that evidence, then I don't.
So is
then
your
it's just an
position that he's in
irrelevant
favor of
position.
CBDCs?
It's my position that I don't have sufficient evidence to believe that he's prevented the centralized banking system in America from the creation of CBDCs.
Do we have CBDCs?
Do we have CBDCs? No.
Okay. So I mean, you can at least surmise.
That doesn't prove that the central banks tried to make them and he stopped them, though.
Well, they have been trying to move toward, like, this is all part of the World Economic Forum, like, theme.
Okay. Yeah, once again,
Like,
evidence.
I'm
What is the
actually
evidence that they tried to
disappointed
make
that you're not more
CBDCs?
educated about this.
Oh, yeah, you're really disappointed that I'm not educated on the thing that doesn't really
No,
matter.
'cause I
because
think
if you
you
don't want to
should
trade in
be. I really
CBDCs,
do
then just
think
don't
you
trade in
should know
CBDCs
about
and
it.
stick to the and then stick to DeFi. Well, the reason why I don't know much about this, the
I
reason
didn't
why
say anything about DeFi.
well,
You're
I
the
mean-
one that keeps bringing up crypto and DeFi.
Wait, that's like the alternative. Like you're arguing here that you don't want CBDCs, so then everybody who does trade is trading in DeFi, right?
Or existing monetary systems that we have.
The existing monetary
Like, you
systems
do
that are controlled by
realize we
whom?
have cash, right?
Yeah, who's cash controlled by?
It's fiat currency issued by the Fed.
Yes, it's controlled by a centralized governance. Do you think
Is
that's
it
a
the same as
violation of
the
our privacy?
CBDC, like I described earlier?
Well, I mean, does it possess the same relevant
it's like you're
characteristics that will
losing
lead
the
you to the
plot.
conclusion that it's a violation of our privacy rights? Do you think that fiat currency managed by a central bank in America is a violation of your individualistic privacy rights?
No.
Then why do you think that CBDCs
you?
are a violation of your individualistic privacy rights?
Again, it's disappointing that you don't know enough about CBDCs.
Well, then inform me. What's the
Because
difference
CBDC
between fiat currency and CBDCs insofar as why one
you
does
want to
infringe
know,
upon your
I'll tell you.
individualistic privacy rights and the other doesn't?
I'm not actually convinced that you do want to know at this point, but they are on a blockchain ledger, which means that every transaction you post is tracked and traced and goes back to that central source. And if you in the future, you especially, Dean, should be concerned about this, because if you don't think that in the future you are going to be identified as a political dissident and have your money turned off,
Wait. The same
crazy.
the same thing is absolutely true for fiat currency, by the way. Like all digital transactions.
Sure, you could be
okay,
debanked. It's a lot more difficult. You can ship your money
absolutely.
away.
One moment. All digital transactions are absolutely tracked and could be traced back to you and then identified to the IRS and the Federal Reserve and the centralized banking system. Like everything that you just said is absolutely true for fiat currency. 110%.
Not in the same manner.
Well, what is the
It's
difference in the manner in
absolutely
which
not.
makes one a violation of your privacy rights and the other not?
If you think that the way fiat currency transacts today is the same thing as what we're talking about under CBDCs, you've got another thing coming.
Yeah, I
But
don't,
it's
I don't,
cool.
I,
Like,
I don't,
we're
I don't
moving
think that
that
there's any
direction,
relevant
Dean. If
difference
that's the
between
direction
digital
you want the
transactions
world
with
to move
fiat
in, cool.
currencies and CBDCs. In fact, the difference is I'd argue that CBDCs are less in violation of your personal privacy rights because if you don't want to use the CBDC,
Well, now it's sus.
Listen, I'm
Now
trying to,
this
I'm
is
trying to
sus.
speak and you're interrupting me because you know that you're about to get cooked. CBDCs are in a significantly lower level of violation in accordance with your personal privacy rights because if you don't want to use the CBDC, you don't have to because there are
For now.
mediums of transactions in which could be used outside of CBDCs like fiat
For
currency
now.
or for some businesses like the blockchain. And you're saying for now, so you're agreeing for now, CBDCs actually infringe upon your personal liberties and freedoms to a lower level than fiat currency, right?
No, absolutely not. The way we are moving,
But you don't have to use it if you don't want to.
You will have to.
Oh,
That's
says
the whole
who?
point.
Says who?
Again, the people that Trump stands in opposition to. Do you know who Klaus Schwab is?
How do you know that the
who
people?
runs
How do you know that the
World
people who
Economic
say
Forum?
that we're going to completely eradicate the fiat currency system and move to CBDCs actually mean it, or actually going to achieve that goal?
Again, I'm disappointed.
Like
that
you'd have
you're
to
not
argue
more
here in
familiar-
order for your position to be followed, you essentially have to suggest that all mediums of like transaction in accordance with fiat currencies will be completely eradicated and 110% replaced with CBDCs, which you
They
cannot
will
prove.
definitely be pushed underground.
I want you to
can
prove that.
guarantee
Okay, prove that to me.
What exactly do you want me to prove?
I want you to
acting
prove
like
that
this
fiat
isn't
currencies will be
broadcast on the main
eradicated and
stage.
completely replaced with CBDCs if it wasn't for Trump.
You're acting as though you are like none of this is broadcast on main stage of the World Economic Forum every year in Davos. Like
Okay,
they don't openly
then it should be
talk
really
about
easy
this.
to give me evidence. It should be really easy to give me evidence then. I want you to
Sure,
prove
you're on
that if it
YouTube,
wasn't for
right?
Trump, I want you to prove that if it wasn't for Trump, okay, all fiat currencies would be completely eradicated and replaced with CBDCs.
Cool. Are you on YouTube?
Yeah.
Cool. Search for Davos meeting World Economic Forum 2026 CBDC.
No, you're gonna have to point me towards a very specific clip that you already know the title and the link to.
I just
okay,
did.
I'm not gonna scrub who's it posted by.
The World Economic Forum itself, WEF.
Okay,
It's
so
on their
WEF
account.
CBDC.
I said
okay.
World Economic Forum 2026 Davos CBDC.
Okay, there's about a billion different videos on this. Which one do you want me to click on?
Well, there's not actually. I mean, you can get it from the highlights video that was posted 2 months ago.
What is the
50,000
title of the
views on
video? What is the title of the video and who posted it?
it. Again, the World Economic Forum.
Okay,
is
perfect.
The
Who
channel
posted
that
it?
Posted it.
What is it called?
The World Economic Forum.
I'm asking you for the title of the video posted by the World
Davos
Economic Forum.
2026 highlights. You can see Ursula von Bruckenhauer or whatever the hell her name is, the EU gal.
Okay, so it's a 4-minute video.
Very good morning to
Is this what you're talking about?
By an incredible panel.
I can listen to it.
Okay, so what point in this? So it's a 4-minute video. What timestamp in the video?
No idea yet.
Okay, well I'm not gonna sit here and just watch an entire 4-minute video.
Okay.
So at what point in this video do I have to skip to?
I have no. I just told you.
Okay,
I
could scrub. Wait, if you haven't watched it, then how do you know that it has the evidence that you're looking for in
Listen,
order to
Dean,
prove that if it wasn't for
I-
Trump, fiat currencies would be
you're
eliminated and
spurging.
replaced with CBDCs?
Dean, you're spurging.
Okay, so
Okay,
first and foremost,
calm
the
down.
term spurging as a playoff of the phrase Asperger's that was coined
Which
by a
you
Nazi
seem to
during
have.
World War II is a way to refer to people with autism to then turn around and kill them. So not only is it in reference to a term coined by a Nazi, but it is also a phrase used to denote, it is also very derogatory for the reason they are attempting to say that, oh, I have Asperger's and therefore quote unquote spurging, very derogatory.
Hit the vape pen, bud.
And it's honestly very embarrassing for you. So, like, if you could acknowledge that it's wrong to say
Hit
that
the
people
pen,
are...
bud.
And if anybody needs to hit the pen, it's you, because I need you to calm down and stop interrupting me. If you could acknowledge that it's wrong to say that people are quote-unquote spurging, and then to accuse
Oh, I'm
them
not.
of having...
I'm not going to be tone policed. That's
Okay.
a nice try.
Okay, so then I'm just going to kick you from the live stream. And this is you actively
Cool,
running
please,
away.
bro.
This is something that you and every other Trump supporter will do when you
Wrong.
ultimately find yourself in a position where you have
Wrong.
lost the debate. Is you
You
will
mute-
slur, you will engage in the use of
You're
derogatory
muting.
language that I do not allow on my live stream because I'm above you, because
Wait
I'm
a
a
minute,
better
remember-
person, and then you get me
Remember
to
when
kick
you
you.
called people
So
fags?
thank you so much for running away. That's very kind of you to just completely run away because you knew that you were gonna get fucking cooked, and you had lost the debate on the random niche subtopic that I admittedly know nothing about. How embarrassing is that, everybody? She brought up quote unquote CBDCs. What the fuck are CBDCs? The only information that I know about CBDCs is a general information about crypto, fiat currency, and the blockchain, and then B, what she shared with me in that conversation. And I still fucking destroyed her to the extent where she had to start dropping derogatory terminology. At the end, she even used the F slur, accusing me of having Asperger's, all just to get me to kick her so she could run, because I've repeated time and time again that I will not allow people to engage in the use of derogatory language and slurs on the stream. So, and I even threw her a lifeline there. It's like, if you could acknowledge that that's wrong to say and apologize for it, then I will allow you to continue this debate, because many people don't understand just how derogatory like spurging quote unquote is, where it comes from, what it means, so on and so forth. They just hear Andrew Wilson say it and then they regurgitate it. But then she said, no, I'm actually not going to do the thing that would allow me to continue to stay on the live stream because I really want to run away. Super embarrassing for her. Another loss for MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Looking at your account, I think that you're a troll. Take care. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Just make sure that you're at least 18 years old and you're here for the debate. Here we go. All right, we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Dude, oh my God, yeah. Look at the Trump supporters in the chat. Using derogatory language to own the libs. No, that's exactly why the Democrats are winning special elections across the country. That's exactly why the Democrats have a viable path to victory in both the House and the Senate. That's exactly why Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating at this point in their term that any president in American history ever has. It's because MAGA stands with no substance. You point out that they're wrong, you give counter arguments against their delusions, and then all that they have in response is like derogatory terms, misguided lies, misinformation, and slurs, and that's like it. That's it. And that's why they're so unpopular.
You've been listening too much TikTok and regular news. And you said this morning that Trump said something about Christians and Catholics. He did not say it. I listened to the whole speech. He did not say one word of that. I'm 75 years old.
Hi, nice to meet you, Ronald.
I mean, I just don't agree with some of the words you're saying about Trump, because the man is doing what he can for this country. And a lot of other countries appreciate that now because he's getting rid of all that evil over there in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah. Getting rid of evil means killing innocent girls. I couldn't agree with you more, Ronald. America.
Hey, any war is going to have casualties. I was in Vietnam.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd actually argue that Vietnam was another atrocity that we shouldn't have started, that we shouldn't have engaged in. And it was ultimately wrong because of its atrocities.
We didn't start it. The French started it. We just took over where the French left off.
Right. Why?
Because we're part of the UN.
No, because of what? Because of the communism, the Red Scare.
And do you know that was started by a Democrat?
Wait, what? Are you talking about Vietnam?
Started by a Democrat.
Oh, yeah, and I condemn the hell out of them. I don't support everything that everybody on my side does. Hell no.
But I mean, you seem to turn everything around. That's not really true. You're listening to CNN, ABC, ABC.
Can I be honest with you?
What?
I am a communist. And that's why I believe in all of the lies. Because I want to take all of your liberties away.
Communism is not the best thing to have in this country.
Do you think that the Democrats are communists?
I think they're a socialist.
Really? Okay. What's socialism? Can you tell me?
It's one step from being total communist. They want to take the religion away from the people. They want to take anything the Americans have. They didn't even want people to say Merry Christmas.
Do you think that, therefore, Donald Trump is socialist because he ran on banning all Muslims from being able to immigrate into America, which is taking freedom of religion away from the people?
Do you know most Muslims are a group of people that believe kill Americans?
So I absolutely dispute that claim.
You don't know the people like I do.
I don't think that you know most Muslims, Ronald. That'd be a little bit insane to
really?
suggest that
we
you
had
know most Muslims.
Over in Vietnam. And all they knew how to do was unalive people all day long.
Oh, wait. So you're saying that the people that you shot at, that shot back at you, were Muslims. Therefore, a vast majority of Muslims want to unalive Americans.
That's
so
most of
wait.
them.
So because they're so wild, would you ever vote for somebody who thinks that praise should be given to Allah?
Would I vote for somebody who would what?
Thinks that praise should be given to Allah.
No. And
boom! Read that for us. Read that for us. Read it to us. Read it to us, Ronald. Read it to us.
I ain't gonna read your bunch of bull crap.
No, this was posted on Truth Social by Trump hours ago. It says, and I quote, "Praise be to Allah." Donald Trump wants to kill Americans.
You believe in anything they say.
Donald Trump wants to give praise to Allah and kill all Americans.
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Well, that's what he said. This is his words, man, not mine. This is what he said, dude.
That's what CNN and all ABC, Fox, and all news said.
No, it's from his Truth Social account.
It is not. It is not.
Yes, it is.
Just like these stations say certain people are unalive that are movie stars, and they're not.
Ronald, I'm going to be honest. I didn't even track that one, buddy.
You've never been in a war. You don't know what a war is about. You know, if you have a child coming towards you, he's got grenades around his waist. Are you going to let him come up to you and hug you? He'll blow your ass away.
Ronald, we don't need to be talking about your PTSD. We should probably just stay talking about
PTSD.
Trump.
I'm talking about the truth.
What does a child with grenades in war have to do with why you support Trump?
It's got everything to do with this whole country.
Okay. Could you specify what the connection is?
The connection is if you let people in this country that are illegal, you're going to end up regretting it later on. My sister-in-law got unalived by an illegal in this country. She got hit on the back of my uncle's head.
Okay.
On a motorcycle, and it killed her. And I'll tell you what, the police or nobody did a damn thing about it because the Democrats were protecting them.
Okay, so check this out. I actually also know somebody whose mother was unalived in a car accident by an undocumented immigrant. But both me and that somebody agree that mass deportation is wrong, and here's why. Just because we could identify some crimes that are committed by undocumented immigrants, this does not mean that undocumented immigrants are more likely than natural U.S.-born citizens to A, commit crimes, or if we were to remove them from the country, B, we would see a lower amount of crimes.
You would.
The reason why we wouldn't is because a lot of crime is derivative of poverty, and mass deportation onsets economic instability, reduces GDP growth, taxable revenue, and destabilizes our manufacturers, reduces jobs by killing jobs.
No, that's not it. The reason why it is because these people in these other countries are releasing all these criminals out on the street to go to America and say that they're being treated wrong on their country. Yeah, they're being treated wrong because they were put in prison and they've been letting them out so they clean their prisons out. So ours is full.
Okay. The way that
I used to be a police officer, I know.
So the evidence that you're wrong is the fact that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit crimes on American soil than natural U.S.-born citizens.
Then how come they're being let out of prison over there in their countries to come over here?
The thing is that's not actually happening at as high of a rate as you would suggest.
Yes, there is.
What, once again, proves that wrong is the fact that a criminal, somebody who has already committed a crime, is much more likely than somebody who hasn't already committed a crime to commit another crime. So the fact that we see undocumented immigrants to be 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil would demonstrate that A, they have a lower proclivity to commit crimes here, and therefore B, that they're at a lower likelihood to have committed crimes in their history because of that previously denoted relationship between a person's criminal history and a person's likelihood to commit again. So because they're significantly less likely to commit compared to citizens.
To begin with.
Ronald, think about how insane that claim is. You just said that most of the 13 million undocumented immigrants that are in this country have literally murdered somebody. Ronald, what is the evidence for that claim? And Layla, thank you for the well diving.
Man, they're not going to give us all that information from them other countries. They're just sending them over here by the bunches, and Trump ain't allowing it anymore.
So if there's no evidence for it, you shouldn't believe it. That's kind of how reason and logic works, Ronald?
No, it does not.
Okay, then you explain to me how it works. Explain to me why it's okay for you to believe that most of them are murderers when you don't have evidence that most of them are murderers.
That's because they don't, we can't get the information.
Because they're brown? Is it because they're brown?
And do you realize if they commit a crime,
can you just answer the question? Is it because they're brown?
Back to their country.
Is it because they speak Spanish?
We don't put them in prison. We don't keep them. We send them back.
The question that I asked you is, why do you think it's okay to believe that most of them are murderers when you don't have evidence that most of them are murderers? Can you answer that question?
If they come out of prison and they committed that murder over there, they're going to do it again over here.
That's also not an answer to the question that I'm asking. I'm asking you why it's okay to believe that they came out of prison for murder over there than came over here when you don't have any evidence that most of them came out of prison for murder over there than came over here.
Why would they be in prison for life if they didn't?
Once again, You don't have evidence that most of them were in
We
prison
do
for
not
life.
put a
escaped
person
and
in
came here.
prison forever if they didn't commit a crime like that.
What is your evidence that most undocumented immigrants were in prison for life in another country?
They say they have been.
What is the
They
evidence
laughed. When they
that
came
over
over in this
50%
country,
of undocumented immigrants
they went
have
up there
said
and
that they
told
were in
Americans
prison
to
for
go
life in
hell.
another country?
We don't have to be leaving this country. And that was up in New York.
What is your evidence that over 50% of undocumented immigrants have said that they were in prison for life in another country, Ronald?
There is no real documented proof, but that's 99% proof. Because I'll tell you what, I was a police officer for years, and I know that kind of crimes being committed by these illegals.
Okay, so you just
I
admitted
don't want
that
these
there's no
illegals
real
in this
documented
country
proof.
at all. I want them to be sent back to their country. If they want to come over here illegally, get brought in this country illegally, and if they don't like it, they can stay over in their damn country.
So would you argue that people that have committed really violent crimes shouldn't be here?
I don't think anybody that's illegal. That's a crime right there by coming to this country illegally.
Right, but just more generally, would you argue that people who are guilty of violent crimes should be kicked out of the country?
The illegal ones, yes. American people, they go to jail.
Okay, so Trump should be in jail because he's guilty of multiple violent crimes?
Trump has done nothing.
So
he was taking everything he said. They said he did. They dropped it. Everything.
So that's actually not true. I'm about to prove you wrong by on screen showing you the jury verdict form of a court concluding that he sexually abused a woman, while simultaneously
you're
playing
talking
you
about
a
that
clip.
whore in New York.
Okay, so do you
And
typically
he
call
didn't
victims of
sexually
rape
abuse
whores?
her. She got money for doing that.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and kick you from the live stream now, Ronald. Because not only does that violate TikTok terms of service, meaning that you're going to get banned, but it's also just very insane. But yeah, I think that we've reasonably concluded that you're just a very insane person. So we're better off by just moving on. Because what the hell are we going to do with you? We're not going to change your mind. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. What a nutso. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Some of the chat just said he's sleepy now. Like less than 3 seconds. That was funny as hell. Whoever commented that in the comment section, you're funny as fuck. I'm not even joking. That's actually hilarious. 3 seconds after I kicked him, they said he's sleepy now. Yeah, he probably just fell automatically right back to sleep. That's his schedule. Sleep, Fox News, call women WHORESs after they get raped, back to sleep. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Michael connecting. Okay. Thank you so much, Tori, for the $10 over on Chat Super. Tori, I didn't even need to click on your donation to know it's you. You've been so supportive of the stream and what we do here. I knew it was you literally from your profile picture. Show some love to Tori down below in that chat. I hope that you're having a great day. Tori with a 10 says, once again, MAGA's response is nuh-uh or yeah-huh with no evidence. Dude admitted that he didn't have any evidence. My God. DK, thank you so much for the 20 over on Chat Super as well. DK, I'm going to thank you here in a minute. Tina, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I appreciate you. Show some love to Tori and DK down below, folks, while we're trying to find that next Trump supporter. DK with the 20 says, quote, whoever kills a soul unless for a soul or for corruption in the land, it is as he had slain mankind entirely. Whoever saves one as he had saved mankind entirely from the Quran. Oh, I like that. That's good. Thank you so much, DK. And then, of course, Maya, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Samira, if I'm mispronouncing your name, please feel free to tell me. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump. I'm actually a Democratic, but I have a quick question. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I kind of support ICE, but don't support it at the same time because I think they're I'm 15.
Okay. All right. So you have to be at least 18 to join the stream. You should support ICE though. They're really bad. Let's go to get that next guest, Molly, loading up in the box. And Layla, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only off inside of the queue of viewer MAGA, please, and thank you. We got the next guest, Bryce, connecting into the box right now. Thank you so much for the $31 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, let's get 300
Hello?
W's. Hi, welcome in one moment, Bryce. In with the $31 says, just to add to the proof that poverty is linked to crime rates, new data from the NYC since Mamdani got into office is a 5.3% decline in major crime within the first quarter of this year. Lowest in history. Love your work, Dean, as always. Thank you so much, and you are awesome, awesome, awesome. And then Marcelo, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, Marcelo. That is Marcelo. That is beyond kind of you, dude. 500 Marcelo W's. Marcelo says, it's hard to see some first and second generation Hispanics feel divided or put others down during this presidency. The truth is, no matter how we try to fit in, we're still seen as the same. Our roots don't change. We should support each other and not forget where we come from. That is a great message, Marcelo. Thank you so much for the $50, my friend. As well as Darius, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Jay, thank you for the 5. Grace with a 5. Lauren with a 3. Lara, thank you so much for the 5. And then Jessica with a 1 penny. Appreciate you. All right, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support what he does. Like, I'm 18, by the way, also, I promise. But I support what he does with business. Like, I feel like he knows what to do with the economy. Like,
if Trump knows what to do with the economy, then why has the economy only gotten worse under him? Ranging from GDP growth being cut by 1% to reductions in business investments after booms under Biden, to the worst jobs report since 2003 ignoring recessions, to losing 92,000 jobs in February alone, to prices rising by 3.4% in February alone, the worst of the worst per economist, not to mention higher prices of gas upwards by $1 a gallon in less than a month, onset by his invasion of Iran, which he actually doesn't recognize as a cause because he says that we're not relying on oil from Iran. He says that we have enough oil here to support the people, but clearly if you understand the basics,
yeah, I don't support the war and nothing like that. I don't support that shit.
So in consideration of all those facts, how could you argue that he's good for the economy?
Because he's a billionaire and he's done like a lot of stuff for the economy except for make it bad, but I don't know.
Do you think that all billionaires are necessarily good with the economy?
No, I wouldn't say so. No.
So then how do you know he's one of the billionaires that is good with the economy, considering the fact that his economic policies only hurt us?
Because he got put in a political position to he had enough trust by multiple people to get put in that position as president, and they trusted him.
Okay, so you're saying that because the people who voted for him thought he was good for the economy, he is good for the economy, even though the economy under him has been terrible because of his policy.
Okay, I understand. My fault. I understand now. Thank you for this.
Yeah, is that all?
Yeah, that's all I needed to hear.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, Angela, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. It says, what is a VMP next to your name on screen? That stands for Venmo and PayPal. If you want to support me, you can. Thank you so much for the love. Ari, thank you for the 33 cents. Jessica, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jessica. Let's get 1,000 Jessica W's down below. Vlog it out. It's great to see you today, Jessica. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you. Jessica with $100 says, Dean, thank you for helping me distract myself from the breakup I'm going through right now. Happy Easter and love and support you always. Jessica, I'm really sorry to hear that you're going through a breakup. And I'm happy that the live stream served as a distraction. You know, fun fact over here, I actually started doing these live streams every day because I was going through a breakup and they served as a really good distraction. So I get it. I personally have firsthand experience to corroborate the fact that sometimes these live streams can be a good distraction. Thank you so much for the love and support, Jessica. Like I said, sorry to hear that you're going through that. And thank you so much for the crazy $100 donation. That is beyond kind of you. Let's get 1,000 W's for Jessica. Show her some love down below. Welcome in, Wyatt. Do you support Trump?
I used to support Trump. My only question for you would be if I no longer or other people no longer support Trump, what would your views on someone like that be?
Well, actually, you've probably heard me tell this to every person who's joined today that I am automatically kicking people who are not Trump supporters because we're just looking to debate MAGA. I'll actually answer this question though. My view on you would be is that you actually are in a position where you could really help us win our country back. We live under a two-party system, the GOP and the Democrats. The GOP is completely compromised by Trump, his regime, his administration, who are acting unchecked with no accountability, trying to do whatever the hell they want
Most
to.
definitely.
All right? And unfortunately, because we live in a two-party system, this means the only party that is wanting and advocating to hold Trump accountable is going to be who? The Democrats. So even if you don't necessarily agree with progressive or Democratic policy, come the midterms, I think that you have an obligation to vote Democrat, given not that you think they have good policy, but rather that they're the only option insofar as the people that could win a seat in Congress and try to hold Trump accountable for his wrongdoings.
Okay. I guess my last question would be, what if, and this is the problem that just like you said with the two-party system, I hate it. What if there were to be an independent?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that independent candidates could really serve an important role in American politics. But I think in order for us to get to a place where independent candidates are viable, we're going to have to pass ranked choice voting. Okay? Because as it stands, there's not enough support for independent movements to get them off the ground. They're not going to win. The only way that they could possibly win or get enough support to get their movements off the ground is to pass ranked choice voting on the federal level to ensure that your vote's not a throwaway if you put an independent candidate at the top of the ballot.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Good questions, Wyatt. You take care. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in the box. Real good questions. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if we could just try to keep alive the debates for right now. And over on Chat Super, thank you so much, Thomas, for the $20, and Petrus, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Petrus with the $20 says, thank you for everything that you're doing. I'm a liberal in West Virginia where democracy goes to die. Well, I appreciate you for tuning into the stream. Shout out to you in West Virginia, and I hope that you're enjoying the debate. Same thing to Thomas with the 20 who says, I work at a retail store that sells donated items. They were selling a Trump 2020 no bullshit on it. I taped a piece of receipt paper to it and it says, and wrote all bullshit. He lost 2020. Get over it. Love that, Thomas. Hell yeah. Don't tell your employer, but we love it. Hell yeah. Let's go to get that next guest, Jesse, up in the box. Thank you so much, Thomas and Petrus, for the love and support. Y'all are awesome. Hi, welcome to Do You Support Trump? Apparently not. Can you guys let me know in that chat if you're in the queue and like you're a Trump supporter who's ready to debate? Low key, I'll just let you skip the line. Just let me know. Let me know in that chat because we got a bunch of bots in the queue. Got a bunch of bots, quite frankly. Let me know in that chat. Let me know in that chat. Burger Bro says, I'm MAGA. Okay, Burger Bro. What's up? Do you support Trump? Daphne. Oh, she's not loaded in yet. While we're loading her in, we're also going to try to get somebody else up from that chat. Let me know if you're MAGA down below, folks. We're looking for anybody here. We have over 15,000 viewers. Yet I can't find a single soul to come up here to give a debate. Alyssa, do you support Trump? Alyssa, are you MAGA?
My color is blue. My neck is red.
Okay. All right, so you're breaking the rules, so I'm going to ban you, Alyssa. So now you're banned, so that's awesome. Trying to find the next guest.
Now you're banned, so that's awesome.
Carrie, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
32.
Okay. Sounds good, Carrie. I'm going to thank a couple people, then that mic will be yours. Mary, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, Happy Easter. Happy Easter, Mary. Happy Easter. Craig, thank you for the $5. Nicole, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And then Emmy, thank you for the $1. And Chloe, thank you so much for the $2. Michaela, thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Michaela W's. Thank you. Michaela with the 20 says, I've been watching your lives for a while and I want to tell you that I appreciate what you do. I have some MAGA grandparents and it can be so draining to talk to them. I genuinely don't know how you do it with random people every day and not want to pull your hair out. Because I've been doing it for so long. For the first 6 months of me doing it, admittedly, it really fucked up my mental health, but I've just kind of gotten over that hump now. Thank you so much for that love, Michaela. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you like what we do, and you want to support what we do, just get a message across also. You can find the Venmo, PayPal, link to in the bio on TikTok, pin a message over on the elsewhere, as well as this, somewhere at the top of the phone screen with the DEA and WITHRS. But anyways, Carrie, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I don't know why people are saying that I'm not 32. I was born on January 25th, 19.
I think what they're trying to say is that you sound much older than 32, but, whatever.
Well, that's the first time I've heard that. Anyways, but yeah, I do support Trump because of the economy.
Okay, here's a question. What is one macroeconomic variable that is in the economy today that's better off than it was when Biden left office?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't have one. The way that I'm basing that off is just that my business has done better under Trump than it has under Biden.
How do you know that's because of Trump?
because okay, so my business is I own a boot store. So because all of these bootlicking fascists exist now and they do everything Trump says,
Okay.
now
Yeah, Carrie's a troll. Carrie's a troll. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Somebody over on the chat says, what's Dean's Venmo? Is it the one with the flexing profile picture or the cigar profile picture? I just try to reference like the link in the link tree or like the pinned comment with it spelled out. There's a lot of fake accounts that will have like a slightly different spelling. Just compare it to the spelling on like the top of the phone screen, the pinned comment or the link tree. Yeah, there's a bunch of fake accounts out there, man. Welcome in, Eric. Do you support Trump?
I support Trump because because my family does.
How old are you?
So I was wondering, like, what makes you not support Trump?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2007, March 7th. I was born March 7th, 2007.
Okay. I'm sorry, Eric. You could totally be telling the truth. I have this gut feeling that's leading me to not believe you. But you still ask a good question, like what are the good reasons to not support Trump? I would highly recommend watching the stream because that's what we try to go over
Guess what?
every
Guess what?
single.
Guess what?
Shut
I sent
the
my daily
fuck
heart meet.
up. Because that's what we try to go over on a daily basis. Like those are the reasons that we talk about. So just tune into the live stream and hear me out for what I have to say,
I sent my daily heart me.
Okay, good. Thank you for your penny. Can
I
you
sent
leave now?
my daily heart me. What'd you say?
Good. Thank you for the penny. Can you leave now?
Wait, what do you mean? I leave. I just got in here. I was busy. I didn't get to.
You think I'm talking about this? I mean, like the app. Can you leave the app? Can you?
Oh, you want me to leave the app? Do you want to talk about how I caught you in the wild like 2 nights ago saying you support Russia? And you were like, oh, I'm supposed to be MAGA. I gave up the bit. Yeah, you gave up what bit? I caught you in the wild. Yes, Dean, I saw you on that guy's live stream saying you supported Russia.
She's delusional. And
No, I saw you. I did. Stop. Do not gaslight me. Seriously, I saw you.
You saw me like
I
punch
saw
a
you.
grandma. The same way
No,
that you saw
no,
me like
stop,
rip
stop.
up
No, I'm not.
a Palestinian
Dude, no.
flag.
No. Stop.
The same
I'm,
way
like,
that
being
you
dead
saw
serious.
me rip up
Stop.
an American flag.
Do not gaslight me into this,
the
bro.
same way that you saw me like at a Trump rally.
I watched you.
You
No,
know.
stop. No, I saw you on a live stream saying you support Russia.
I know the same way you quote unquote saw me do all those other things too. So which account of it?
I have it clipped, Dean.
One moment. Which account of it? Where do you have like all these AI clips of me doing
Which
all these
account?
other things too?
Well,
don't you also
people-
have a quote unquote clip of me punching a grandma?
No, that was just a picture. I don't like have a clip of that. But I saw you. I saw you on some guy's live stream, and you said that you support Russia, and you forgot to give up the bit. You did. I literally.
Listen.
I have it clipped.
You're
not gonna gaslight me.
You're
You're not
make,
gonna gaslight me.
Go
into
make
this,
the AI clip and
dude.
you
No,
know, make
stop,
it run
bro.
its
You're not
runs.
gonna
You're good.
gaslight me on this one. Like dude.
Oh my god, you are so
Bro.
dedicated to the bit.
Bro, no, I literally watched you.
You're so fucking dedicated.
You went.
Oh my
you
god.
went on. You turned your camera on too, and you were like, "Oh, just had to apologize to Izzy real quick because you got caught. You are fake
dude,
liberal.
You were like
dude,
literally
no,
like
stop
so
gaslighting me,
fucking
bro.
dedicated.
Stop
to
gaslighting me. Stop.
Yeah, the same way
Stop
like I'm
gaslighting me.
gaslighting
Stop.
you into
No,
thinking that
no,
I didn't punch your
seriously,
grandma
like,
or
stop
tear up a
gaslighting
Palestinian
me.
flag,
I
right?
watched you on a live stream, Dean.
Would
you
you
were
tell
trying
me?
to gaslight me.
Would you tell me?
Stop.
Would you tell me that like I'd be gaslighting you if I were to tell you that I didn't actually punch a grandma because you quote unquote have a picture of it that you just generated through AI and ChatGPT?
It's not the situation. I saw you on a live
But would you
stream
tell me in
last
that
night.
situation that like I'd be gaslighting?
Dean,
you?
I can pull up evidence.
Just answer the the same way you have the evidence of me ripping up the LGBTQ plus flag, right?
I can pull up evidence of you saying that.
Yeah,
you
the same way you have
support
evidence of me ripping up the
Russia.
Palestinian flag, right?
You support Russia, Dean.
Right, yeah,
I literally
alright.
have like
I'm
you
over it.
you
I'm
can't
over
tell
it.
me
She's
you
so
didn't do that.
crazy.
Do not
She's
gaslight.
actually insane, dude. Let's go to get that X guest loaded up into the box right now. That's what. Let's go to get that next guest Amanda loading up into the box right now. It's funny because I actually was gaslighting her. I did join a liberal stream on my Anthony account, and I was trolling him saying, I support Trump because he's a great Christian following the Bible. And then they said, oh, I'm a communist. I said, oh, you're a dirty communist. I was like, I bet you support Russia, don't you? And they were like, yes, I support Russia. And I was like, oh, fuck you, Russia sucks. And then I gave up the bit, and I was like, Oh shit! I just said I didn't support Russia. I gave up the bit. Trump supporters are supposed to say that they support Russia. So what you say was actually half true. I was just gaslighting her to terrorize her the same way she terrorizes me for 4 hours a day every day. Get a fucking life. Amanda, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, Amanda. How old are you?
32.
Okay, all right. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's the president in office right now, and there's not really a better option. So.
Oh Jesus, dude. Do you have kids, Amanda?
I do.
Your kids would be a better option.
Well, yeah, but they're not old enough to run, so.
my point that I'm
I
making
tell them
here.
they can be presidents one day, though, and I try to, push them forward too.
If the election was held tomorrow between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, who do you vote for?
Donald Trump, not Kamala.
Why's that?
Because Kamala freaking pretended to be black to get president.
Oh my God. Okay,
and you think that's a better option?
Why do you think she pretended to be black, Amanda?
Well, she put out a book with a picture of a black nanny and said that was her grandma.
Okay.
It was help. It was help.
So why do you think that wasn't actually her grandma?
I just don't believe it was. Do you believe she's black? I mean,
Yes.
her ethnicity doesn't really matter, but pretending to be a different ethnicity for an election is kind of...
So being black is not an ethnicity. It is a race, first of all.
Well, race,
Second of
yes,
all,
thank you.
there's no reason to not believe that she's black. And there's a bunch of reason to believe that she's black. Most, notably, the fact that her father, Donald Harris, is black. Her biological father's black. That's a really good reason to believe that she's black. She left. Okay. Let's go. Let's go ahead and get that next guest letter up into the box. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be Mac.
Hello?
Hi. Do you support
George Floyd will be resurrected in April 2026, 27th. Mark the fuck.
Only up inside of that queue if you were a Trump supporter, you guys were just looking for MAGA. That guy was crazy. Yeah, also, another good question is why would anybody want to fake being black running for president? I think that it's being understated here just how large of an issue racism is. Many people would be influenced not to vote for that person because they're black. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, Brett, you have an echo of my voice. Never mind, it went away. How old are you?
41.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for being here, Brett. Before we hop into the debates, I am just going to quickly thank a couple people for their love, and then I'll pass the mic off to you. J-Blade, okay, never mind. Brett didn't want to stick around. Bye, Brett. J-Blade, thank you so much for the $10 over on Chat Super, who says, bro, debating MAGA has affected my mental health so much that now instead of debating, when a Trump supporter asks me why I didn't vote for Trump, I just say because Google is free. No, I get that, J-Blade. It's not always the time to debate, and I completely understand where you're coming from. It's not always the time to debate. Yeah, look out for your mental health first. Same thing to you, Carter. I appreciate you so much for the $5 over on Super Chat. You're very kind. Thank you so much, Carter. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19. Do you think I could get my friend to come back in 5 minutes? He's way better than me at this.
Yes. Do you want to debate me
So
for the
his
next 5
name's
minutes?
Tony Perkins.
Okay.
Do you think I could text in the chat when he's here?
Yes. Tony Perkins. Okay. What year were you born in?
I was born in 20. Fuck.
Okay, he's sold. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only children support Trump. At least that's what it looks like. Seems
Hi,
to be
Dean.
the case. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do not. I just want to say that I love your videos, and I.
Thank you, Faith. That is beyond kind of you. Please show some love to Faith down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Elise, this just came through. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Let's show some love to Elise down below. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Elise. Very, very kind of you. KP, thank you for the gem gun. At least with the 20 says, so I recently turned 18, and I'm so excited that my first ever vote will be against Trump and his horrible admin. Also, happy Easter to you, your beautiful girlfriend, and the queen and the real star of the stream is Momo. Well, good. I thank you so much for being a voter and being excited to cast a vote come the midterms, Elise. And thank you so much for the $20 donation. I really appreciate you. Joseline, thank you for the $7. Who says, what do you think of cutting somebody off because they're MAGA? Yeah, it could be totally valid, 110%. Eli with $5. No, Trump is no longer missing. Ellen, thank you for the $10. Who says, Grandpa was crazy. My dad hates Trump because he had to go to war in Vietnam and Trump dodged the draft. Yup. Then Mel, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, hey, it's been a while. Hope you're doing okay. Hope you are as well. Mel, it has been a while. You used to tune into the live streams like legit every day. Hope all's been well, Mel. A couple other people to thank here. Thank you so much. Daphine, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. Thank you, Daphine. Daphine with the $30 says, sorry, I didn't mean to join. Love what you do and watch you every day. Thank you. Daphine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If it's an accident, don't worry about it at all. Thank you so very much for the $30 donation. That is absolutely beyond kind of you. Thank you so much for that support, Daphine. And then same thing with Chloe. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. And then Lila, thank you for the $2. I did just read your message. Thank you so much. And then one last one here from Cami. Thank you so much for the $25 donation on PayPal, Cami. Show some up to Cami down below in that chat. Cami with the $25 says, my nightly entertainment fee. Cami, it is so good to see you again. I know that you're also in here like every day. Shout out to you. Shout out to Cami in that chat. Show some up to Cami. With that, we're all caught up. We got a new guest connected. What the hell is their name?
Slam is lit.
Okay, we're just gonna call you Slam. Slam,
you
do you
call me
support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
So you said in the chat that you're gonna dog walk me, right?
Of course, I'm gonna dog walk you.
Okay.
Like how you got dog walked many times.
Yeah, so say it. I'm gonna dog walk Dean.
I'm gonna dog walk Dean if he can bench 225.
Well, I bench more than 225.
Okay, that's good. So what's up?
Okay. All right. Perfect. So later in the debate, when you're like losing really badly, and the cocky, egotistical attitude that you have, fades.
I mean, you have the biggest ego I've ever seen. But continue. My fault. I don't mean to cut you off.
I don't think that's true. I understand that I make a lot of statements along the lines of like, oh, I'm like smarter than the person I'm debating, or I'm much more knowledgeable than the people that I could debate. That's not necessarily because I'm saying that I'm absolutely super intelligent, but rather because I'm saying that people who support Trump are absolutely super unintelligent. I'd argue here that the average American is much smarter than the average guest on my live. But now that we're past that, we'll reflect back on that statement further into the debate. So tell us, Slam, why do you support Trump?
Because I voted based on his immigration policy, economic policy, and moral policy. You said, why do I still support Trump? My fault. Not why I voted for him. Why do I still support him?
Okay, so first blunder in, by the way.
Yeah. My fault. First blunder, but it wasn't a big blunder, just a minor inconvenience. Not immigration policy. That's why I still support him.
Okay, so what immigration policy?
Him just allowing ICE to really do their job for real.
ICE to do their job. What does that mean?
Well, ICE is actively going in the streets and doing a lot more warrants. They're doing a lot more warrants for people and taking them.
Unironically, they're actually not. So the DHS has authorized ICE to arrest people without judicial warrants. So you said that they're going to the streets executing more warrants. Oh, wait, no, they're not, because they're not doing it with warrants. By the way, that was ruled by a judge in Colorado as illegal after ACLU contested ICE's practices.
All right, well, regardless, they're going out in the streets and taking people down.
Oh, okay. So you think that it's a good thing for them to go out into the streets and murder people like Alex Preddy, or is that like a bad thing? And you're more so referring to the arrests of undocumented immigrants.
That wasn't murder at all.
Okay. So the definition of murder would be the unjustified termination of a human life. So you think that it's justified?
It was justified, yes. I can explain why. I can thoroughly and rationally explain why. My fault.
I have a question. Do you know what justifies an officer-involved shooting, legally speaking?
Reasonable, just having reason.
Okay, so that's not true at all. So the legal standard that would justify an LEO to engage in a lethal shooting would be a standard of objectable reasonableness insofar as objectively reasonably fearing for your own life from an imminent threat in consideration of the totality of all the circumstances. The reason why that's not exactly what you said is because you didn't bring up the imminent threat part when that's very relevant, and you didn't bring up in consideration of the totality of the circumstances when that's also very relevant.
Yeah. Well, I can explain exactly thoroughly why Alex Preddy deserved to die. Alex Pretty deserved to die because one, he was physically assaulting officers with a gun on his waist. And what happened was there was a minor inconvenience when one of the officers pulled out the gun, and the officers yelling gun, gun, gun. He pulled out the gun. The gun accidentally discharged, and then the officer who shot him thought Alex Pretty discharged the gun, and he therefore died. Now, first of all, where Alex Pretty fucked up at was assaulting an officer with a gun. You shouldn't have done that. Second part was it might have been a little bit of errors between the ICE members, but he accidentally discharged discharged the gun. So
Will you look at the middle of your phone screen?
Yeah.
Do you have a second account?
Yeah, I do.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Type it in the comment section. Let me know what it's called down below. Fuck, cause I literally like read out your whole ass argument. I don't want to have to go through all of that again. Dude, so annoying. It's so annoying. He got a flag for harassment and bullying. So I had to kick him, but I wanted him to share the name of his second account first. You gotta share the name of your second account, man. Did all that work for nothing? Okay, I guess we'll wait. We'll wait to hear back from him. If he ever ends up hopping back inside of that queue. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Emily connecting. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2000.
Okay, what are you British?
No.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I think he's doing well for the economy. I think he's doing a lot of things right.
Can you say literally?
Literally?
Can you say think?
Think?
Troll. British troll. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I think that's a British fetus. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Here we go, everybody. She's not British. I don't know. Someone in the chat said people have speech impediments. True. That could be a brash judgment from me, confusing a potential speech impediment for British accents. I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt there. Oh, she just commented that she is? Okay. All right. Never mind. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA. Only up inside of that queue if you are MAGA. We got Asher loading up into the box right now.
What should I say?
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year are you born in?
05.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life?
I don't know.
Okay, so hop back in that comment section and feel free to rejoin that queue as soon as you do know. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Maple connecting. Hi, welcome to Do You Support Trump?
Bro, you cooked Emily, bro. She got cooked. It was amazing, bro. Oh my god.
Thanks, man. Yeah, dude, she got fucking fried, man. Holy. That was a Death Star versus Dying Ant matchup right there. Do you support Trump? Nope, they're not even here. Perfect. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Yeah, that was pretty wild, dude. That was pretty wild, man. Okay. This guy's name is Captain Gert. What a name. Welcome
Dean.
in. Do you support Trump? Captain Gert?
No, I actually just had a question for you.
I am sorry, man. Today we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. I will repeat this for you alongside everybody who finds himself in the queue. Because we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters, leave the queue right now unless you are a Trump supporter. let's go to get that next guest connected. By the way, if you want to support me in the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pen message over on the elsewhere, as well as it is at the top of the phone screen, DEANWITHRS. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support today. You could even attach a message and I could read it out loud on live. All right. Trying to find the next guest here, everybody. Try to find the next guest. Quite frankly, I cannot for the life of me find the next guest. Hi, would you still support Trump as president if he basically called for the execution of his political opponents?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, would you still support Trump as president if he basically called for the execution of his political opponents?
Depends on which one, I guess.
The Democratic ones? I don't know why it would depend on which opponent it is, considering that we're already prefacing that it's baseless.
That's just a crazy, like, random thing to throw out there. Let me ask you a question about the E. Jean Carroll case.
So what you're going to do is actually answer the question that I asked you to stop pivoting, running, dodging, deflecting,
I already
moaning,
did.
crying, whining. No, you didn't.
I did. I said it depends on who it is, I guess.
Okay, so if it's like a Democrat.
It's like Nancy Pelosi.
Well, so you'd be okay with him advocating for Nancy Pelosi to die baselessly? What the fuck?
Sure, he advocated for him to die baselessly.
Wait. When? How? What?
What do you mean? By calling him a schnazi, the same way that you call Kirk a schnazi every time that you freaking...
Wait, whoa. Nancy Pelosi called Donald Trump a Nazi.
Absolutely. White supremacists all the time.
Okay, wait. So there's a difference between being a Nazi and a white supremacist. So what argument are you making
like
here?
that, but a lot of your liberal party can't separate those two. And so unfortunately, we just come to a lot of like mentally ill liberals running around with pew-pews that they picked up from their fathers trying to unalive this guy. You know what I mean?
Okay, so who's the comparable, like mentally ill, quote-unquote, liberal to Donald Trump who's labeled all the Democrats as terrorists, celebrated their deaths multiple times, and then basically called for them to be executed? That would be the 6 Democrats in Congress who just argue that members of our ranked forces should uphold their oath.
I mean, what does that have to do with anything that we were just like? Are you just trying to move?
Yeah,
the
because
goalposts?
you're trying to posit that the left is mentally ill and violent. Meanwhile, there's
You
no
are
Democratic
mentally ill and
comparable
violent.
to Donald Trump as it would relate to violent rhetoric, calls for violence, so on and so forth.
Well, we can clear up real quick if you truly hold that stance. Was BLM riots?
Just tell me
violent
who
in
the
any way?
comparable Democrat is in a position of power, and I'll concede. But there is none.
Okay, Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan Omar. So, okay, show me where Ilhan Omar has A, called all Republicans terrorists, B, celebrated their deaths, and C, directly called for the execution of Republicans in Congress.
I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but she's definitely said some pretty radical things.
Perfect. So then it should be really
she's
easy to
called
do.
for. I mean, so do you want me to hop off here like right now just to chase this rabbit hole, or can we get into what I came on here to debate you about?
Well, I do want you to find evidence for the claim that you made. So if that's quote-unquote chasing a rabbit hole, then so be it. Go find the evidence.
Okay.
Arnold D's. All right, guys. We'll check that account real quick. Let's see if Arnold is in the queue. Is Arnold in the queue? Is Arnold in the queue? They are. Let's see if this is the same person. Is this the same person?
Yeah, yo.
Good. I'm happy to find my way back up on the
Yes,
live.
you can go to Ilhan Omar, long history of controversial statements. Google that exact statement right there. Click on the first thing on the fucking thing.
Okay, so I'm on this article. What do you want me to look at?
Yeah, read a plethora of the radical things that Mrs.
Wait.
Omar has said.
Wait, so the first controversial statement is saying that America, like Hamas and the Taliban, has committed unthinkable atrocities. That statement is objectively true.
So are you saying that America has like done things such as strapped suicide vests to their children and sent them into battle to unalive themselves just for their quote unquote God?
Yeah, so America has done things like
Really,
that.
give me one instance in which an American child, has strapped a suicide vest to themselves and blown themselves up for the nation of America. Give me one
So
example.
I'm saying the thing like that America has done that I know of would be killing children or enslaving children.
Oh, you mean like AB, like you and your party, like completely do every day? Is that what you're talking about?
Not like
You're about
abortion,
the-
because I
so-
don't
so
think that
the left-
abortion
so
is
the
an
left-
unthinkable
so-
atrocity,
so are
because
you
I don't
saying-
think
are you
that
saying
it's
the
morally
left-
wrong.
So are you saying that the liberals in this country are comparable to terrorists? Because I would agree with that.
I'm not saying that, because I don't think that abortion is an unthinkable atrocity,
Really?
because I don't think that
let's
it's
see
morally
how,
wrong.
Let's see how comparable the liberals are. Well, let's see. You guys don't like the Jews, right? Well, Hitler didn't like the Jews either. You guys want to change the different definitions of words to fit your rhetoric. Well, Hitler did the same thing. You preach that if you're either against me, or you're with me, and if you're against me, then you're the enemy. Hitler did the same thing, right? Hitler burned books and changed narratives. The liberals do that too, right? It seems like.
Why would you? Okay, first and foremost, I don't know why you make the burn books point, considering the fact that it's the Republicans who love to run on book bans. I don't know why you'd make the hates Jewish people point, because no, the left is not the group of people who hate Jewish people. Okay, and those which claim to be part of the pro-Palestine movement and legitimately uphold anti-Semitism are who? The groypers on the far fucking right. And then the second thing that you said there was they changed the definitions of word to fit their narrative. Well, I mean, actually, I'll give you a really good example of Trump doing exactly this. He said that we've been at war with Iran for the last 47 years, defining war as indirect proxy war. But then earlier, when Obama was president, he said that Obama is going to start a war with Iran, defining war as a direct war with boots on the ground or direct strikes. That is an example of Donald Trump changing the definitions of words to better fit their narrative.
Not a single word in there was changed. What about the word
The definition of the word war.
The definition of the word war was changed?
Yes. He did.
Really?
He changed the definition of the word war from how he used it in saying that
Really?
Obama was going to start a war with Iran to
So-
now
so
saying that we've already
apparently
been
you're
at
not-
war with Iran
you're
for the
not-
last
you must
47
not be-
years. He absolutely does. Yes.
Listen, you must not be familiar with military operations, okay? A president has 90 days to withdraw from any conflict, and then they can pretty much just go back and then reset, right? That's very known in common practices. In fact, Obama done it. Bush did it, right? Like several presidents has done this. What you're saying is just completely ludicrous, right? And then I would also go in to say that
So are you positing that he didn't change the definition of the word war?
You're assuming that warfare was fought the same way that it is today, that it was back when Obama was president. Obama didn't have nowhere near the technology that we currently have right now, nor the capabilities that we have to execute, such as the
I think
drone
that you're missing
warfare
the
and the
point.
storm. Hold on. So you're saying that like conducting warfare, which is like defined by Congress as like active boots on the ground warfare, that has never changed. You're saying that we changed the definition of words by the definition of war. That is absolutely not even close to being true. Now the left has changed several definitions.
Sir,
Let's
you're
start
missing,
with the word
you're
woman.
missing the point. The point is
No.
that
Don't move the goalpost. Don't move
I'm
the
not,
goalpost.
I'm
Now
not
let's start with the
moving the
word woman. I
goalpost.
just
No,
disproved.
I'm sorry. I'm not moving any goalposts. I'm re-explaining the point because I don't think that you get it. So the point that I'm now going to re-explain because I don't think that you get it is that it's contradictory to suggest that we've been at war with Iran for 47 years while simultaneously suggesting that we were not at war with Iran when Obama was president. Therefore, Obama might start a new war with Iran, which is what Donald Trump said when Obama was president. If you assume the same definition of the word war, those two statements contradict one another. So therefore, he changed the definition of the word war from when he said that we were not at war with Iran when Obama was president to today saying that we've been at war with Iran for 47 years. That's the point. Do you get it now?
Are you done? Can I respond now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so there was never, not a single instance in there where you like showed where Donald Trump, quote unquote, changed the definition of the word war. Changing the definition would mean that like the word means one thing today, and then like tomorrow it means something completely different. Meaning that yesterday or like previous to the DSM-5, the word woman was known as a biological female that had the ability basically to reproduce. Today, the left has changed that word completely to be basically somebody who feels like they're a woman. Now, I don't care how much somebody may feel like a woman. I don't care what your feelings are in regards to a president using his by Congress
I understand
fucking right.
you like
Hold
to
on,
make
hold on,
debates
hold on,
about
hold on,
trans
hold
people
on,
when you lose
hold
them.
on, hold on. So
That's
I'm
what you do all
not
the
trying
time.
to play to your narrative, right? Of like what this means and what that means. A clear definition changes, right? And then to go in and say, well, look at Iran. We're definitely in a conflict with Iran, but we are not in a quote unquote boots on the ground war. So there has been nothing changed. We are still going to bomb the hell out of them. That's what we're going to do. That's what today's age allows us to do, right? So, I mean, what are you saying? Like, at what point in there was there ever a word definition change? Because I can prove to you many instances where the word woman,
I'll
right,
have to
has
try
been
to,
changed. right? The word
describe the
fascist has
concept
been
on
fucking
even
changed to fit your
simpler
narrative, right?
terms.
All of these different words that you guys changed to fit your narrative, right? The word racism now all of a sudden can't apply to black people. Like, it's crazy. It just makes absolutely zero sense. It's words that you guys have changed the definitions to, similar to the things that Hitler did, right? Isn't that crazy? So you're keeping the Nazi movement alive, sir.
I would argue that the people who don't think the Holocaust happened and think that Hitler was a good person are keeping the neo-Nazi movement alive. And those people are on the far right, not the far left. Second of all,
the thing
I
with that, though,
understand.
is...
Did
Hold
I
on,
interrupt
let me
you?
respond to that.
I
Let
did
me
not
respond to
interrupt
that
you.
point.
No.
Let me respond to that point.
You made 6 points. You made the point
All right,
that I
go
was
ahead,
wrong
sir.
in my argument to suggest that Donald Trump changed the definition of the word war. You made the point that the woke left agenda changed the definition of the word woman, changed the definition of the word racist, changed the definition of the word fascist. You made all of these points, and then I just start responding, and all of a sudden you say, hold on. Let me respond to that to hop in here. Calm down. Cortisol's way too high, my friend. Now, in response, I understand that you like to make the debate about trans people and black people when you lose. This happens all the goddamn time. I'd be more than happy to describe to you how it is the case that the modern woke left did not change the definition of the word woman, for instance, as I'm actively refuting the claims that you are interrupting me while I'm refuting them. Cortisol's way too high, kid. Calm it down. Calm it down, bud. Shut up for just 2 seconds,
Did you just learn a new word or what?
Did I say the what?
Did you just learn a new word? You learned a new word today or what?
What's the new word that I learned? I'm confused. You're trying to make a joke, but it's just not landing.
Continue your point, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'll continue the point. Good boy. Thank you. So anyways, I understand that, like I said, you like to make the debate about trans people and black people and you lose. This happens all the time. That's exactly what happened here. You argue that the left likes to change the definitions of words. I automatically respond by giving you an example of Donald Trump changing the definition of the word war, and then you completely dismiss the argument 3 times, and then you say, oh, but the left changed the definition of the word woman and racist. So, first point, that's a pivot. Second point, that's just wrong. You know, like for example, no, the notion that gender identity is unrelated to biological reality, but more so exists as a social construct, although it's something that you may disagree with, is not something that is new. Okay, the concept of gender existing as a social construct is as old as time itself. If you're a Christian, because you uphold the view that God the Father is a man, father uses he/him pronouns. Okay, yet God the Father doesn't possess any biological reality such as XY chromosomes or a penis, and we know that Christianity has existed.
I'm not a Christian.
Well, regardless of the fact that you're not a Christian, Christianity still has existed for the last 2,000 years. Okay, same thing with Judaism on top of that for another 4,500 years, 6,500 years in total. Okay, and then even in furtherance on top of that, okay, we see reaching way back into indigenous communities in America with the existence of gender identity as a social construct in relation to two-spirit. Okay, once again, regardless of the fact that you disagree with the notion of gender identity existing as a social construct, that is not a new concept. In fact, this concept has existed for thousands of years, and we see it all throughout history, like I said, within indigenous communities and religion. Okay, but that aside, back onto the main point, I gave you the argument that Donald Trump changed the definition of the word war, and you just completely dismissed it. You said, oh, Dean, you don't make any sense. You haven't proved that he changed the definition of it. I'm going to have to try to break it down into simpler terms for you. When Donald Trump said that Obama was going to start a war with Iran because he's weak when Obama was president, he necessarily suggested that we were not already at war with Iran, or else he wouldn't have said that Obama is going to go to war with Iran. But yesterday, and over the course of the last month, he's continued to repeat it, that we are at war with Iran, but it is not a new war. In fact, this war has been going on for the last 47 years. These two things can't be true at once. It cannot be true that we were not at war with Iran under Obama, while it is also true that we have been at war with Iran for the last 47 years. Yet Donald Trump has said both of those things. So what does this mean? He used a different definition of the word war when Obama was president, i.e. boots on the ground, missiles hitting militant sites in the country, than he's using now with the definition of the word war to argue that we've already been at war with them for 47 years, including when
I'm gonna
Obama
give
was
you the
president,
definition of war,
in
sir.
relation to like loose proxy war. So we know that because if we assume the same definition of the word war in his statements about war with Iran when Obama was president, in his statements about war with Iran today, that he must have changed the definition of that word. Someone on YouTube says this is too complicated for him. It might be. It might be too complicated for him. Let's see. If he doesn't give a genuine response, we'll probably just move on and go back to the earlier guy that said he's going to cook me. He was patiently waiting. Appreciate you, by the way.
Yeah, it's just funny though. Again, like you were saying, like he changed the definition of war because he used a different, like, or quote unquote definition.
A different what?
Hold on, I'm using your words.
A different definition. That's funny.
I'm using your words. I'm using your words. Okay, that's what you were alleging, right? So then, whenever we can look and see what is a declaration of war in the United States, we can see that it's usually formally called for by Congress, right? Like the Donald Trump isn't going to be the one that says, "Hey, we are at war." Now we have been in conflict with Iran for a very long time. It stems way back, probably I would say around 40, 45 years, right? But with that being said, Donald Trump meaning what Obama is going to bring to the country as in a war is not what you are saying as a war, right? So what you are alleging as a war back then was a completely different agenda than today's warfare, right? Today's warfare, we don't have to have boots on the ground. We can be in a war conflict without having boots on the ground. 90 days in after, hold on, listen, be quiet for a second. Okay? 90 days in.
No, because you've already said all of
Boots
this.
being on the ground.
You're just repeating what you've already said, and all of this is the point.
You haven't refuted it at all. You're just avoiding.
Because it all misses the point. The point has nothing to do with the complexities of warfare that exist today that didn't exist 20 years ago. The point has nothing to do with my definition of war. The point has nothing to do with an official declaration of war from Congress. The point has nothing to do with the militant capabilities that existed under Obama, that didn't exist under Obama, that do exist today. The point that exists is that Donald Trump is redefining what the word war means. Because 10 years ago, he said we weren't at war with Iran. Today, he's saying that we've been at war with Iran for the last 47 years. So we know that because 10 years ago he said we weren't at war with Iran, and today he's saying that we have been at war with Iran for 47 years. He's changing what the word war means.
Dude, again, 10 years ago, he didn't have the same security clearance that he has today. So 10 years ago, whenever he's making statements, he doesn't know what's going on contextually behind closed doors of what's fucking called concealment, right? Or classification. So people classify things, right? We have different agendas. We have different military. You can laugh all you want to, but to say that there hasn't been any military occupation within Iran is fucking crazy. Like, you're alleging we have no fucking beef with Iran, and you look fucking stupid doing it.
Oh my God! Wait, so the argument is that 10 years ago. No. So the argument is 10 years ago when Obama was president and Trump said that we were not at war with Iran. You're just arguing here that he was wrong because he didn't know that we were at war with Iran.
No, I'm arguing that he did not.
Dude. Wait, so Obama started war with Iran and we just didn't know it?
Was Obama in office 40 years ago?
You don't need to be in office to know that this is a contradiction.
Islam extremists.
Oh, now Islamic extremists are somehow relevant to the conversation.
Absolutely.
By the way,
Taliban.
the level of mental gymnastics that you're willing to go to in order to attempt to justify Donald Trump's your own hypocrisy as it relates to Donald Trump changing the definition of the word war is it's insidious. It's crazy. So just to clarify, your position in response is the reason why Donald Trump said that we were not at war with Iran 10 years ago is because he didn't know that we were at war with Iran 10 years ago, right?
Again, you're using a terrible example. You should have went with like Gulf of America. There's been no fucking change. No.
I'm not using a terrible example. My evidence is that you can't refute it.
You have no evidence.
My evidence that you can't my evidence that it's not terrible is the fact that you can't prove it wrong.
I've already refuted it 5 fucking times, dude.
Your only refutation that has been relevant.
You're not accepting.
Your only refutation that has been relevant to the content of my argument whatsoever is you stating that 10 years ago Donald Trump did not have the security clearance to know that we were at war with Iran. So I just want to clarify, are you saying that 10 years ago the reason why Donald Trump said we weren't at war with Iran is because he didn't know it?
I'm saying that 10 years ago he didn't know 100% of what was going on, sure.
Perfect. Awesome. Do you know that we've been at war with Iran for the last 47 years?
I don't have the same clearance that he has, nor the access to nowhere near the information or intel that he does, so I can't make an educated assessment on that, and neither can you.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. Do you know that we were at war with Vietnam?
No, I wasn't alive, sir.
Do you know that we were at war with Nazi Germany?
No, I wasn't alive, sir.
You don't know if we were at war with Nazi Germany with an official declaration of war from Congress? Oh my god! Oh my god! Get clowned! Get absolutely clowned! What are we doing? You don't know that World War II happened? You don't know that World War I happened because you weren't alive? Oh my god! Oh my...
Yo, Dean, calm down and just hit that anxiety pen, bro. Just calm down.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with at all with the argument that I'm making, actually, and it's hilarious that you think that, and it's probably just a low IQ showing through, right?
You're funny as fuck, dude. You should be a stand-up comedian. You got me laughing hard. All right, sorry. I'm gonna kick the idiot that doesn't know World War II happened. How we doing, Arnold? Welcome in.
Yo.
Okay. You're gonna have to be very careful with your language. You can't say that people deserve to DIE. That's what got you a ban. I know that you want to be a very violent person and say that, but you can't.
It's like he caused his own, you know, he really caused it. So, but anyways, yeah.
Okay, so first and foremost,
so
you said that Alex Preddy was justifiably killed because, let's see here, I have it written down. He was physically assaulting an officer with a gun. Can you please prove that?
Well, that wasn't my only reasoning. It's funny how you only mentioned that. He assaulted him with the gun.
We're going to go through them point by point, and I'm going to have you prove all of them. So
okay.
Please prove that he assaulted an LEO with a gun.
Honestly, from what I remember from the case, I think he literally pushed one of the officers, right? Am I wrong? What did he do to one of the officers? I couldn't remember, actually. I don't have it pulled up in front of me right now. Huh?
Nothing.
You say he did nothing?
The only time that his body made contact with an LEO prior to them putting their hands on him and throwing him on the ground was him putting his hand up when he was getting pepper sprayed, and his hand momentarily made contact with the end of the pepper spray gun used by the police officer.
Actually, so now I'm gonna have to bring up the footage because that's so crazy how you're being like really disingenuous. So how about this? Since you want to be disingenuous, I'm gonna just prove this really quickly, and then I'm gonna just dog walk you right here.
Perfect.
Let me pull up. Yeah.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where words can launch a bit.
When we're seeing MAGA shoot, there's a the Department is capturing the scene.
For law enforcement this month.
I'm gonna put you on mute. Find that clip or whatever the hell. I'm gonna thank a couple people in the meantime. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20 over on Chat Super. Let's get 200 Matthew W's down below in the comment section. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Show some love to Matthew down below. Matthew with the 20 says, Dean, seeing all these young kids become far right and hateful scares me. You give us old people the hope that the kids may be okay. I hope that one day when this is over, they credit you in the history books. I don't think that I will ever deserve any credit in the history books, but I'm happy to play my part. Thank you so much for the $20, Matthew, and the very kind message. Carter and DK, I appreciate you guys for the 5. Tree and Papa Wheelie, thank you for the 5. Evelyn and Fassi, thank you for the 5. As well as DK, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo as well. I will definitely keep all of those points in mind the next time somebody asks me that same question, DK. That is very valuable information. Thank you so much. As well as May, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, May. Yeah, and with that, we're actually all cut up over on the chat. Yeah. Appreciate you guys.
So I actually have the footage right here. I don't think I could turn on my camera on, but
so you can't turn your camera on. You can't show that footage. But what I could do is I could just also pull up the footage on my end. Once again, I won't be able to share it with the
I literally have the clip right in front of me where I'm going to tell you exactly step by step. So the officer pushed a protester. And then Alex Preddy put his hands on the chest of the ICE officer, then got maced. The officer then started to pull his arm behind his back. Huh?
No, sorry, that was... Don't listen to that. That was
yeah, but you can't be putting your hands on an officer like that. That's literally, you can't be doing that, nor anybody else. He literally put his hands on the officer's chest. So that right there, that's my first step where I said he assaulted the officer. Plus he also resisted a little later, but yeah. You say you claim that he didn't assault the officer.
Yeah, I'm not seeing an assault on the officer. I found the moment that you're referring to.
Yeah, you see it right there? Yeah, pull it out real quick.
Yeah, I can actually just share that.
Yeah, put that.
So this is what you're labeling as physical assault.
Yeah. Dean, if I were to put my face, if I were to put my arm in your,
can you please stop talking?
Yeah.
Her from falling to the ground. Would that be the physical assault?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like he just put his hand in between the ICE officer and then that random lady that the ICE officer was pushing to the fucking ground. I don't think that's physical assault.
I think that's assault. I don't think I should be touching you at all, Dean. If I were to walk up to you and touch you, that would be assault. Even though if it would be, even in the lightest way.
I just want to clarify that you think that this is a relevant fact to determining that Alex Preddy was an imminent threat to the life of the LEO.
This was the first step. This is what caused him to become arrested.
I'm actually just gonna also share this over on YouTube as well. So you are arguing that what we're about to watch again is really relevant to why he was an imminent threat
this is what caused him to become arrested.
Get a different angle captured at the same moment. Watch it together to see what happens next. An ICE agent can be seen pushing a woman, who is then caught by Alex. Do you condemn that ICE agent for literally pushing the woman into the ground?
I'm not gonna address that at all.
Was that assault?
Can you play the footage?
Yeah, for sure. After you answer the question with a yes or no, was that assault?
I wasn't really looking, so just play the footage. All right.
Wait, I'll make sure I show it to you again. Moment, the woman recording puts her phone down.
Let's what is wrong with you?
Angle captured. Okay, can we agree that this woman right here is standing facing away from this ICE agent right here?
Yeah, she is.
Time to see what happens next.
But why did she get pushed in the first place, though?
Yeah, exactly. We didn't see what happened before this. So can we agree that this woman was just pushed away from this ICE agent?
Yeah, she was pushed away, yeah.
An ICE agent can be seen pushing a woman, who is then caught by Alex, who helps prevent her from falling to the ground. Base Chad? Is it a good thing to catch women who are falling to the ground so they don't die? So they don't get badly hurt? Is that a good thing?
Bro, play the fucking... I'm like,
is that like a... Okay.
Wait, I see what the tactic that you're doing.
Okay, well,
hold on.
I'm just evaluating the clip as we're going.
I'm gonna just stop you right there.
We're just evaluating the clip as we're going, dude.
No, I'm gonna just stop you right there. So look, Alex Preddy got let's say, right, he got arrested for touching the officer, right? That's not why he got killed. I'm just saying that right now. That's not why he got hurt at all. That's not what I'm telling you.
Oh, okay, well, that is what you told me because I asked you what the imminent threat was that he was purporting to the lives of the LEOs.
The imminent threat?
Tell me.
The imminent threat?
But let's just watch this. Oh, okay. Oh, whoa! Now this random fucking person, this other lady, also gets pushed to the ground.
Hey, Alex Preddy, get your fucking hands off him.
And then he puts himself in between the ICE agent and the lady after she's pushed to the ground. Is that something you would do? If you just saw a man indiscriminately pushing a woman to the ground,
I wouldn't.
Would you position yourself in between that man and the woman?
Nah, because she's clearly doing a lot of shit she shouldn't be doing.
What was she doing?
It looked like she was impeding.
How was she impeding?
Arrest. I mean, I don't know all the facts from the women. I know the facts from Alex Preddy. But regardless,
the reason why I'd argue that like the impeding argument here is like super duper weak. No. I just want to clarify. Then I'll let you answer. The reason why I'd like argue here that the she was impeding argument was super duper weak, referring to this woman in the white shirt right here, is because she was standing there the whole time in front of this white car off to the side. It was only after that ICE agent standing over here pushed this woman into the white car, followed her over there, and then this woman was then pushed to the ground. Caught by Alex, who helps prevent her from falling.
Okay, so since you want to misconstrue what I'm saying, I'm gonna just break down everything I'm saying. Okay, so Alex Preddy, he was being arrested, right? He was being arrested. Okay, the reason was that he did touch the officer and assaulted the officer. Whether he did or not assault the officer, we can talk about that. But I do believe that he assaulted the officer. Then he was getting arrested. He started resisting arrest with a gun on him. Remember that, with a gun? And then wait. Just tap your anxiety pen and listen to what I'm saying. So then after he started resisting the officer, the officer or one of the officers yelled gun, right? They yelled gun because they saw a gun on his waist. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't shot at all yet. Mm-hmm. Then one of the officers took one of the guns off his hip, He was walking away with it. We could see that it did get discharged. We could pull up that footage too. The gun did get discharged, and the officer that did shoot, was thinking that Alex Brady just let off a gun and discharged the gun. So because of this, the officer started shooting at Alex Brady, right? So that's the reason why Alex Brady got shot. So you were trying to earlier misconstrue. Do you believe that he got killed because he touched the officer right here? No, that's not what I was saying. And I see the tech that you were doing, and that's not true.
Also,
so wait. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Tap the anxiety pen. I'm almost done. So
I just know how to debunk the assault claim. So legally, assault is would necessarily include.
You're focused on the wrong thing. Try again.
Okay. Well, I'm focusing on the data points in which you gave me to represent your claim to be the case. So I'm going to respond to them all.
Can you focus on the gun being discharged and then the officer not having 20/20 hindsight shooting Alex Brady because of that?
All of those things.
Focus on that.
Okay.
That's the reason. That's the real reason that he got really shot in that
so
moment.
you concede the claim that he didn't assault the agent, then, right?
I'm not conceding that. But what I'm saying is your red hair. I think it's called red herring. I think it's called red herring. What you're doing?
A red herring would be responding to something that you didn't say. Did you say that Alex Brady assaulted the ICE agent?
Nah, then that's not a red herring. But you're basically, I don't know how to word it. I don't know what the tactics are. I'm not a debater.
I just want to debunk your point real quick. It'll be easy. So legally, assault would include an intention to cause harm or actually causing harm. So Alex Brady put himself in between the ICE agent and the two women that the ICE agent was pushing to the ground. So putting himself in between the ICE agent and those two women, and maybe even momentarily tapping him with his hand, because that's a first part of his body that he put in between the ICE agent and the women, is not an intent to cause harm or actually causing harm. If anything, I bet that you could maybe get a far right court to rule that he was obstructing upon the duties. I don't think that you could get any court to rule that he assaulted the agent due to the fact that he didn't have an intent to cause harm and that he didn't actually cause harm.
Yeah, so actually, you might be right. I possibly will agree with you. Maybe he didn't fully assault, but he did definitely, it could be reasonable that he was obstructing. So we could see that. If you want, I can concede that.
You might be able to get a court to rule obstruction. But now that would bring into question, well, was it within the official capacities and duties of that LEO to be pushing those two women to the ground? And honestly, my answer is no. Okay? But I feel like your answer might be yes.
Yeah.
So I think the middle ground here would be we don't know. So we don't know that was in the official duties of the LEO to be pushing those two women to the ground. We therefore can't conclude that he was obstructing, because in order to conclude that he was obstructing, we would have to know that it was within the official duties of the LEO to be pushing them to the ground. So we can't conclude that they were he was assaulting the agent. We can't conclude that he was obstructing upon the official duties of the agent. So where do we go from here?
So that's where the courts and everything has to take place. The courts do their job, but that's besides the point on really why he got hurt, shot right there.
Okay, so he got shot because we can't conclude he assaulted or obstructed.
Nope. That's not the reason. You see, look, you're playing dumb. Yo, Dean, I'm reading right through you.
So
Dean,
the fact
I'm looking
that he
at
didn't
you right
assault
now.
him,
I'm looking at you right now in your eyes.
We can't conclude that
I'm looking in your eyes right now,
duties are not relevant to why he got shot. So then what are the relevant facts insofar as what justified the shooting?
Bro, because he was resisting an officer with a gun. First of all, you're not supposed to be doing that.
How do you know he was resisting?
Wait. He was resisting the officer with the gun.
How do you know that?
And then, hold on. He was resisting an officer with a gun. And then the officer the officer disarmed him. One officer previously yelled gun, the officer disarmed him. The disarmed gun got discharged. Mm-hmm. And the officer, without 20/20 hindsight, we know this in the courts, they do not have to rely off 20/20 hindsight or quarterbacking. He reasonably believed that Alex Brady was a threat and shot him.
Okay, first question. How do you know that Alex Brady was resisting?
Because he wasn't putting his hands behind his back. That's how we know.
How do you know that he was ordered to put his hands behind his back?
Because he was being arrested.
Because he was being arrested. Are you referring to a lawful order from the LEOs, or are you referring to the LEOs just
he was being arrested. He was being arrested.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because I could see in the video he was being arrested.
Okay,
they were trying to get his arms. They were trying to get his arms. They were trying to get his arms behind his back, and he was resisting the officer.
I'm actually not really sure that I see what you're seeing here. I just see 4 dudes hopping on top of him, holding him down, with one of the dudes standing to the back of him with a gun in his hand, getting ready to shoot him, and then another dude pistol whipping him in the head. The reason why I don't think that you could make the resisting argument is because A,
Wow.
Inside of the audio of the clip, we didn't hear any lawful orders directed towards Alex Preddy. If you cannot argue that he was resisting a lawful order, then you have a very difficult case to make. Because inside of courtrooms, when we want to find somebody guilty of resisting an LEO, we're typically going to be describing that the LEO was lawfully obligating the man to do action X, and then the man did not do action X. Because there can't be a reasonable expectation of lay flat on the ground with your hands on your back moments after you were pepper sprayed, and now you have one guy beating you in the head with a gun and then four other grabbing every which part of the body. And because there's no reasonable expectation of on the ground with the hands behind your back without that lawful order, without, because you're also getting pepper sprayed and beat in the head with a gun, we cannot reasonably conclude that he was resisting.
Well, Dean, this might seem like irrelevant, but didn't you say you don't believe that that Alex Preddy was you do believe that Alex Preddy was murdered, correct? You do believe that he was murdered. So how can you say well I'm wrong for my claim because I don't believe Alex Preddy was murdered and he was lawfully killed, but because you're supporting that by saying there wasn't enough evidence that we don't see this and this and that we need to see a court. But you can come to your conclusion somehow by saying he was murdered, even though we're still missing the same facts that I'm missing.
Really good question. So you're building the case that he was not murdered because he resisted, because he obstructed, and because he had a gun. But in reference to those first two claims, we know he didn't resist because we know he wasn't given a lawful order because we can't hear it in the
we
audio.
don't know. No. You just said we don't know. So,
no, I said that we don't know to the original obstruction, not to the resisting. Obstruction and resisting are two different things.
No, but you said we didn't have enough. No, what you clearly said, and you're caught right here. What you clearly said was that we don't know if the officer was lawfully ordering him to put his hands behind the back, aka resisting.
Oh no, we.
So
do know
you
that
did say that. So now
it.
you're surprised. So that's the tactic. So that's you want to act surprised after you clearly know what you said.
I think that what you're confusing here is me 2 minutes ago telling you that we don't know if he obstructed to me now
I really
saying
just dog walked
that
you.
we
That's
do
so crazy.
know he didn't resist.
I really just dog walked you, Dean.
The reason why you didn't dog walk me is because we know he didn't resist because all of these videos have audio and we don't hear any lawful orders.
You just got dog walked, Dean. I'm not gonna lie.
Just because you say something doesn't make it true.
No,
I would
you
also
got
argue
dog walked,
that your silence...
What's up?
Sir, I would argue that your lack of a counter argument against what I just said, if anything, is proving that I'm dog walking you.
Well, say what you just said again. My fault. I was too caught up celebrating. What were you saying?
We know that he wasn't resisting because all of the videos of the interaction have audio, and we don't hear any lawful orders. Tina, thank you so much for the wolf. I really appreciate you so much for the love.
I mean, I would personally say that when the officers grab you behind your back and putting your hands behind your back, you're under arrest. But hey, look, the cameras aren't really close enough to really capture what they're exactly saying precisely. So the only thing you can really hear is gun, and a few other things. But that's when he was yelling. Like you can't really hear exactly what the officer is telling Alex Preddy face to face. The cameras are not that close. The cameras are at least 30, 40 feet away. So your argument is we still don't know
30,
to this
40
day.
feet
We still
away,
have to let the
that's
courts.
Not true. The closest
we still have to let the courts
was maybe 10 feet away.
10 feet. Okay, we still couldn't hear what he was saying fully. We still couldn't.
Okay,
so we still don't know to the day. So
you're
to
arguing
this day, we still don't know.
that it's possible.
To this day, we still don't know.
You're arguing that it's possible that they gave him lawful orders, and we just didn't catch it on any of the clips of the engagement whatsoever. Okay,
I
so
think
the
logically
reason
you can
why I would
conclude- we both
argue
can
that that's
conclude
not a
that.
good argument is because I don't think that possibility is reasonable. The reason why I'd say that possibility is not reasonable is because, as you pointed out, we could hear them say gun, gun, gun. Now, you attempted to account for that by saying, well, maybe they screamed gun, 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 gun. Well, why wouldn't they scream their lawful orders? Which is what we know to be typically true of LEO interactions. If you're in a high-stress, tense situation that would warrant literal murder, okay, that would warrant killing somebody, that would warrant beating them in the head with a gun, would warrant pepper spraying them, that if you're giving them a lawful order, you're going to be screaming that lawful order. And I would actually ask you to prove me wrong. Go find me a clip of an LEO giving a lawful order to a suspect that is posing an imminent threat to the life of that LEO that is not being screamed at.
Okay.
If we're ever in a situation where an LEO is facing an imminent threat to their life from a suspect and the LEO is giving them lawful orders to stop or get arrested, lay on the ground, put their hands behind their back, the LEO is always screaming those lawful orders. So that's why I'd say here that if there was lawful orders being given in the scenario, we would definitely hear them.
Well, Dean, like I said, the case was definitely like 4 or 5 months ago, maybe even more. And I'm literally actually doing homework right now, but I'm not gonna really going back to all the footage to dispute your claim. I can't really dispute your claim, be like they didn't scream a lawful order because, like I said, that was so long ago. And you gotta realize I didn't bring this up before we talked. Like this just came up randomly when you brought it up. So I wasn't really prepared with all of it. But I do know the clips that we all know.
Can we agree when like an LEO?
I can't. Look. I really can't dispute your claim that there was a lawful order. I can't dispute that because of how old the case is.
But could you reasonably agree here that when an LEO is facing an imminent threat to their life that they're giving a lawful order to, that they're always screaming that lawful order? Like,
yeah. I'll admit.
Perfect.
I'll admit. Like you said, they do definitely need a lawful order. He definitely needs a lawful order to be placed under arrest. But I think it was highly likely that he was given a lawful order.
Okay. I don't think it's highly likely because if he was being given lawful order, there's a near certain possibility that it would have been screamed. And we know that we could hear the things that were screamed because we heard gun, 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 gun.
Matter of fact, it's like, bro, I'm not even trying to. It's like, I got to bring up the footage, bro. I might as well got to bring up the footage to dog walk you like.
I'll play the footage. And this is of the closest.
Play the footage, bro.
This is of the closest camera to the engagement.
Yeah, the closest camera.
Yeah, look at this. This is the closest camera to the engagement.
Do that right now. Yeah.
I
can't really hear the words. I'm not gonna lie.
I heard the word gun perfectly fine.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest. Most of the words they were saying though, you couldn't really hear besides gun and a few other words. I'm not gonna lie. So the audio wasn't really too clear.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you want to go examine
the audio wasn't crystal clear. We both know. Everybody.
I guess since you're the one making the positive claim that he was. No, I say this.
Dean, everybody.
Since you're the one making the positive claim that he was resisting, and regardless if he was or was not resisting, that's actually not relevant to my argument insofar as why I don't think it was justified. The burden would actually rest on you to go, I don't know, clear up that audio, find the lawful order to make the argument.
No, the burden will rest on the case to come out with the body cam footage. Wait, did they have body cams? No? Did they have body cams?
I don't think so.
Ah, shit. Then that's tragic. But look, at the same time though, like I mentioned, the audio was definitely not crystal clear. You barely could hear a few words that they were saying. So you can't really disprove. You can't really disprove that he wasn't resisting. Can you prove that he wasn't resisting? Dean, can you prove that he wasn't resisting? The burden is on you.
Stop interrupting me. Is your position that we don't know if he was resisting?
No, I think my position is he was most likely resisting.
He was most likely resisting.
I think the chances of 5 or 6 officers not telling him to put your hands behind his back while attempting to put his hand behind his back is very unlikely.
I don't think that's unlikely.
I think
you
it
have
is.
one of those officers beating his head in with a fucking gun. You have another one of those officers reaching for his gun to shoot and kill him. You have another one of those officers like grabbing him by his legs. But by the way, I also just want to repeat here that him resisting is actually not relevant to him purporting an imminent threat to justify the shooting.
Was that honestly? It really can be to an extent.
No, merely resisting or even resisting while in possession of a firearm does not amount to an imminent threat upon the life of an LEO. It would have to include some secondary actionable offense to create the imminent threat, such as reaching for the gun, which he didn't.
Is that true? Is that what the law says?
Yes, because that's what an imminent threat is.
Okay, then I'll concede that point. That singular point right there, I'll concede that. Out of every point I just made, I'll concede that singular point. But like I said, the discharge is really what created the imminent threat.
How do we know that the first gun that discharged was Alex Preddy's?
Because you can see in the video.
What video? Can you show me?
I mean, if you look at the video where the officer shot, you hear the first shot, and then you see the second officer's gun shoot. So you hear Alex Preddy's gun go off, and then You see the second officer. Look, you see boom, and then
That's-
boom, boom,
that's,
boom.
That's not what I see. So I think
No,
you're gonna have to show me
hear
the
the
specific
you hear the
angle
first
of it.
shot. That was Alex Preddy's gun, and then you see the second shot get discharged. Look, look. You see, you didn't see the gun go off. You didn't see the gun go off. When you hear that first shot, the gun didn't go off.
Yeah, I'm not seeing what you're saying.
Okay, what I'm saying is,
show
okay,
me
when
like
you hear
an
the first,
angle where
okay.
it demonstrates that
No,
claim
no,
is
no, no, no,
true?
no, no. Can you see exactly what I'm saying? When you
I don't.
when you hear the first shot, right? Do you hear the okay? Look, my
Listen,
fault. I'm gonna be more clear. I'm gonna be more. Wait, I'm gonna be more clear.
You know what
I'm
I
gonna
do
speak with more
see?
clarity.
You
Wait,
know
I'm
what
gonna
I do
speak. I'm gonna
see?
speak. I'm gonna be more clear. Hold on. I'm gonna be more clear.
I see
Look,
the agent that inevitably killed him looking down at his body, watching the other agent take his gun. That's what
Dean.
I see.
Dean, hold on. I'm about to
like,
no,
like,
no, no, no.
So I
Yo,
actually, what I actually
calm
see
down, buddy.
is the
Calm
agent
down,
that
buddy.
inevitably killed him watching Alex's Preddy's gun be removed
buddy.
from Alex Preddy's self.
Dean, how about this? How about this? If you can prove to me, look, actually, how about this? When you hear Alex, okay, when you hear the first shot,
So
when
the
you hear the
burden
first shot, you
is
don't
not
see,
on me
you
to
don't
prove
see
you
the agents.
wrong.
No,
The
hold on.
burden is on you to
Hold on.
prove yourself right.
Dean,
You have to provide evidence that
I'm
the
about to
first
show
shot
to you.
came
I'm
from
about
Alex Preddy's gun.
to say right now. I'm about to say right now. You be quiet. Tap the anxiety pen and be quiet. Look. So when you hear that first shot, you don't see the gun, the agent's gun, chamber around, meaning
Because
he
the
didn't fire
agent's
the first
gun is
shot.
being hidden by another agent's body in front of him. But what we do see is the convulsion of Alex Preddy's body, which indicate that Alex Preddy's body was hit by the first shot fired, which would indicate it was from the gun being
No, we
pointed at him,
don't. You're
not the
such a
gun being
liar.
pulled away from him.
You're
But
such a liar.
regardless of this,
You're
it
such
is,
a liar.
it is
That's-
your
no, that
burden
was a
to
lie.
prove it.
Yo, Dean,
So
Dean,
I'm going to
Dean,
go
Dean,
ahead and
Dean,
ask
show-
you to prove
No,
it.
Dean, show the live. Show the live what you saw.
I
Oh, you
can't show the live
Ah,
that
you
part
can't. Yeah.
because it's a violation.
Nah,
of
he's lying. Chat,
TOS.
I'm gonna let you know he's lying right here. So this is really the part
You
where
think
watch
that you could show people getting shot and dying on TikTok? You can't. You can't.
I'm
do
saying-
that
I'm
on
saying-
lives. You get a restriction for firearm and gore. Like that's
I'm just saying
not a
you're
lie.
literally
That's
lying.
objectively true. Then
Nah,
feel
you're
free to
lying.
provide me evidence otherwise. What,
I can't
by
show
the
the
way,
video. I can't
but
show
what
the
you
video.
can do is you could
I
describe.
can't show the video.
But what you can do to provide evidence is describing the angle that proves that you're right. I go on the internet, I find the angle, you tell me the timestamp, I input the timestamp, and then I see if what you're saying is true, which could also be verified by everybody else watching. That's the way that you would provide evidence for your claim. So can you do that?
Nah.
Yeah, so you can't prove yourself right. So your claim
But you can't prove
reduces
it.
down
You
to
can't
trust
prove-
me, bro.
Look. At the same time, though, like you said, we couldn't see the officer's gun fully. So
then you admit that your whole fucking case falls apart. You just got fucked up. You just admitted something that you shouldn't have if you wanted to argue that you're in the right here. But I appreciate you for your honesty. You just admitted that we do not know that Alex Preddy's gun was the first to fire. Therefore, we do not know that the person who shot and killed Alex Preddy fired that shot in response to hearing Alex Preddy's gun go off. Therefore, we do not know that the shooting of Alex Preddy was justified. Therefore, you concede your claim that you know Alex Preddy's shooting was justified.
Yo, actually, I just see some footage right now. So, damn, it says video appears to show Agent Tech taking gun before Minneapolis shooting CNN. That same angle is a perfect angle that you could look at, because the original angle you're looking at is from across the street, not the. I have a question. Were you looking at the angle that was directly in front of him, or the one from across the street?
Directly in front of him.
Ah, shit. Nah.
Hey, Danielle, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Danielle. I want to see 500 Danielle W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much,
Spam
Danielle.
500 Daniel L's. Right now, everybody chat spend 500 Daniel L's. Everybody
Why?
in chat
She
spend
donated
500 Daniel
$50.
L's.
Why are you saying to spam Danielle L's?
Because she just donated to a socialist.
Oh wow! So you really don't like it when people donate to me?
Nah,
I got some bad
I'm
news for you
trolling.
because quite a few people
I'm
did.
really trolling,
Danielle,
bro.
I
I'm
appreciate
trolling.
you so much for the $50. She says, Dean, you were 100%
Nah, didn't that spell
right.
chat? Every spell in chat.
Correct.
Hey, every spell in chat.
They had no right to shoot, and all shots were by ICE. So please call or educate yourself. I personally saw it, and you have no place to speak. I love you so much, and keep up your great, amazing work. Thank you so much, Danielle. Please show some love to Danielle down below in the comments section for the $50. I appreciate you. Please don't interrupt me while I'm thinking my donation. Ronnie, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, at this fucking point of you still support Donald Trump. You have no fucking empathy, no humanity, no fucking semblance of intelligence. Example, this caller. I know this guy's fucking embarrassing. Not gonna lie. Mill, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, Georgia residents, you have a special election on April 7th for a house seat. Thank you so much, Layla. If you live in MTG's district, you must go vote on Tuesday. Do not let a Republican take it. Dead ass. April 7th, you guys. Please get out there and vote. And then one last one here on Super Chat for now. Thank you so much, Faye, for the $100. Thank you so much, Faye. That is beyond kind of you. I'm so absolutely grateful for you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 1,000 Faye W's down below in that chat. Thank you so very much, Faye. Super fucking kind of you. Super fucking kind. Faye with a $100 says, please help give this and future generations hope. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. Everything we work for is being undone. Scary times. Super fucking scary. And thank you so much for the love and support. And I'm so happy that you think that what we're doing here is positive. Please, like I said, guys, show some love to Faye because that is seriously, beyond fucking kind. Thank you so much. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, SJ, for the $15. Thank you so much, SJ. Adriana, thank you for the $14. Who says, 10th of May, 1993, the first day of the book burnings, the Nazis went to some institute on sexual science, killed half of the staff and burned down the library. The institute pioneered in transgendered research, performing sex reassignment surgery and hormone therapy. Wait, aren't the Republicans today burning books about trans people? Taking them out of the schools? And that last guy's point was that the left is burning books. Yeah, what a loser. And Gabby, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Let's get 1,000 Gabby W's. Gabby with $100 says, from Gabby, hope you're well, Dean. Your streams have been keeping me company during my late night study notes over the Easter break. The world needs more people like you right now. Please keep educating me. Keep fighting the good fight. The work is far from done. Peace and love, bro. Gabby, you were always so kind. It is so good to see you today. Thank you for the kind words, and I'm happy that we're keeping you company while you're doing your study. And show some love to Queen Gabby down below in that comment section for such an incredibly kind donation. Same thing to Haley. Thank you for the $25. Who says, as a Jewish woman, I see many Trump supporters being quote unquote Christian and anti-abortion, but Christianity comes from Judaism, where abortion is permitted and sometimes required to protect the mother's mental and physical health because the Bible draws from the Torah. Why the disconnect? I don't understand the disconnect personally. Haley, thank you for the $25. Then Heather, thank you so much for the $30. Let's get 300 Heather W's. Who says, I completely support what you do and thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Heather. Let's get 300 Heather W's down below, as well as Jonathan, thank you for the $10, and Ruby, thank you for the $6. On Venmo, Ben, thank you for the $10. Who says, oh, so the orders were whispered? That's the defense now? Secret instructions that nobody could verify? Yeah, he fucking sold himself out, dude. Bridget with the $10 says, hope this pisses off the guest. He just got dog walked. He got fucking pushed. Aiden and Mason, thank you guys for Madison. Sorry, thank you guys for the $5. Gabriella, thank you for the $10. She says, can I make a theme song intro for your show? Sure. Just make sure it's not with AI. Olivia, thank you for the $5. And Angeline, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, something to add to your excessive force debate is that the law is described by Officer Fanone. Every bullet shot requires its own legal defense. Really? I didn't know that was described like that, that precedent was set with Officer Fanone on J6. That's crazy. Thank you for the $20. Miley, thank you for the $10. Who says, I didn't get to finish my message again. Don't read out on live. Okay, Miley. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the love, Miley. And I just read your other donation too. I'm so happy that we could help you out. Fussy, thank you for the $11. She says, I could only imagine that you and Mehdi Hassan work together on Jubilee would dominate and cook everybody. I would love to debate with Mehdi Hassan. That guy's so fucking well-spoken and intelligent. Jenny, thank you for the $5. And with that, we're all caught up, guys. If you want to support me, support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok.
Yo,
The handle is
Santana.
at the top of the phone screen, as well as it's in the pinned comment over on YouTube, guys. Thank you so much for all the love and support. You guys
Yo,
are beyond
chat.
kind.
Chat, Santana's Antifa, by the way. I just want to put that out there.
Wait, so am I. I'm also Antifa.
I just want to know
That's disgraceful.
how is this dog walking going that he said he promised you a dog walking, Dean?
I know.
What the
No,
hell
I
has
did
been
dog walk
going
him
on?
because I pointed out logical loopholes that he mentioned.
Oh
Like,
man,
so
that's
just-
not been good for him.
Dean. There's not enough evidence for you to clearly say that he was murdered. As we say, we
Oh,
don't see
yes.
the gun. We don't
Oh,
see.
yeah, there is.
No, we can't. We can't prove whether or not he was resisting arrest because we don't.
The
We can't
evidence,
hear. The audio is not crystal clear.
The evidence that he was murdered is the fact that he was on the ground unarmed, and in accordance with a Felix Scotus ruling of 2025, the justification of an LEO-involved shooting is no longer made in the moment from the perspective of the officer, but rather in consideration of all facts, which means that we'd have to consider the fact of his gun being taken. We'd have to consider the fact of him being on the ground and unarmed.
But look, like I said, the gun was discharged. That was taken off his hip.
Wait, you just admitted that you don't know that.
No, I admitted that I couldn't see the gun.
Owned.
Wait,
Then
I
how do
just
you know
admitted
that
I
it was
did not admit that.
discharged?
I
Then how
just
do you know that it
admitted
was
that I couldn't see the
discharged?
gun from the angle that was provided.
Then how do you know that it was discharged first? How do you know that?
Because I'm looking at his movements and be like, okay, bet Alex Brady gun got discharged and then his gun got discharged afterwards.
Wait, what specific movements?
The way I was looking at the way his gun was aimed at Alex Brady. I didn't see any kickback. I didn't see any sign of discharge from the officer's gun that shot Alex Brady.
Okay, so you got a bunch of words in your personal opinion.
No,
hey, I have another question. We've been talking about Alex Brady.
Everything I did.
Well, I mean, you just can't prove it. That's the thing. We've been talking about Alex Brady for a while.
But you can't disprove me.
Well, the thing is that you actually have to offer proof for your belief to be true in order for it to be true.
I just did. I said the officer that shot Alex Brady's gun, or not my fault. The officer that shot Alex Brady, he didn't have any indication that he discharged his gun.
Prove it.
During the first shot.
Fucking prove it.
Look at the timestamp of the video.
What timestamp? Of what video?
Where he got shot, where the first shot was. The first shot, just look at it.
Okay, what am I supposed to be looking at specifically?
Look at the officer.
Okay, well, I mean, I definitely see his arm going back and down. So please tell me, what would we expect here if his gun went off, insofar as what actions or what reaction are we not seeing?
Just analyze the footage, bro.
Okay, yeah, I just analyzed the footage, but the time the first shot went off, to me
it just doesn't look like he discharged the gun.
A body of an ICE agent was kneeling down on the ground, concealing around half of the arm of the agent with a gun out, aimed at Alex Brady's back. You know what I would actually argue here is that the reason why I think that the first bullet was discharged by the ICE agent is because the first shot rung off less than a second after he pulled out his gun, put his finger on the trigger, and pointed it at Alex's fucking back. Crazy, dude. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, yeah. Dog walking Dean.
For sure. And I really did dog walk you, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, do you think that's a pretty, fair and simple evaluation? Because the first shot went off, right after the agent pulled out his gun, pointed it at Alex, and put his finger on the trigger.
Well, at the same time.
It was probably his shot.
Yeah, but at the same time, his gun was discharged at the same time. Was it not?
But
not discharged?
once again,
his gun was disarmed.
The evidence that you're trying to use, the evidence that you're trying to use to corroborate the belief that Alex Brady's gun was discharged first is the fact that you don't think that the ICE agent with his gun pointed at Alex Brady's back was the first one to shoot. But I'm saying that belief is irrational due to the fact that A, the first shot went off moments after he put his finger on the trigger and pointed it at Alex Brady's back, and B, the fact that we actually do see some what looks like to be kickback from that agent, from what we can see that's not concealed, because right after the first shot rings out, his arm goes back and down.
So actually, Dean, I'm gonna support myself with some evidence really quickly to just really dog walk you.
Really, this is honestly
so no, wait, hold on, be quiet, hold on, give me a second.
This,
you know what gun was on Alex Brady's hip? You know what gun was on Alex Brady's hip?
I don't think he knows what the term dog walk means. Maybe that's
Dean Santana, just sit in the sideline. You're a sideline
maybe
character.
He's saying, maybe he means just get humiliated, and that's why he keeps saying the term. And if he means him just getting humiliated, then he's absolutely right. He is.
Yeah, and the gun that was
humiliated against on TikTok Live. You can be humiliated on TikTok Live. I'm confused about that.
Yeah.
If you can be humiliated on TikTok Live, bro, you're just way too self-aware. But look, Dean. Hey, so Dean, so do you know what gun was on Alex Brady's hip?
A SIG pistol.
A SIG. Do you know what SIGs are renowned for?
Misfiring.
Misfiring. Okay.
Yes.
So SIGs are actually renowned for misfiring. On top of that,
They are.
Yeah, and on top of that, let me see. I thought I saw a post real quick of somebody an article saying his gun actually fired. Real quick, give me a second. I mean, I wouldn't use New York Post because that would probably be a bad source, right? Yeah.
Can we talk about something else?
I mean, we could really just talk about the history of the handgun and it's renowned for discharge, but we can disagree to agree on this point. But look,
he said the history.
Is there anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
Shit. Yeah.
Like what? You know what? I'm gonna run the argument on you.
What's up?
If you knew that Donald Trump was guilty of sexual exploitation, would you still support him as president?
Nah, I wouldn't.
Can we agree that sexual exploitation is unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually?
Yeah.
Can we agree that an example of unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually would include a man that owns a business barging into the woman's restroom, peeking his head over the stall to then unconsensually look at the private parts of the woman using the restroom?
Wait, damn, he was convicted of that?
That's not an answer to the question that I asked you. I will repeat the question that I asked you.
Yeah, repeat the question.
Can we agree that an example of sexual exploitation would be a male owner of a business barging into a private woman's only space, such as a woman's restroom, to then look at the naked bodies of the women inside?
Yeah.
Okay, so because you agreed that you would stop supporting Donald Trump if he was guilty of sexual exploitation, and an example of sexual exploitation would be a man barging into a private woman's only space, such as a bathroom or dressing room, to then unconsensually look at the naked women inside. In other words, you can now affirm that if Donald Trump barged into a private woman's only space and then looked at the naked women inside, that you would stop supporting him as president, right?
Yeah.
Here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to barging into a private woman's only space and then looking at the naked women inside.
All right, Brody. Hey, Dean, I'm going to let you know. I don't got to see the clip. I already know.
So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that like everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
We know that he barged into a space that was for women only because point number 1, he said that there was no men anywhere. Point number 2, he said that he was getting away with something, which meant he was breaking a rule. And point number 3, he said inside of the space, there's a bunch of women that had no clothes on. They were therefore naked and changing. Okay, we know that he barged in there without their consent because point number 1, that's what the women who could recall an experience said, such as Tasha Dixon in 2001 or Mariah Bellato in 1997. And point number 2, at the beginning of the clip, he said that he allowed himself to go in as the owner under the fictitious guise of doing an inspection, not because the women allowed him in. And then point number 3, we know that he then looked at the bodies of the women because he acknowledged that they had no clothes on and he acknowledged that he thought they looked good. So in consideration of the fact that from that clip, we heard him admit to the fact that it was a private woman's only space. We heard him admit to the fact that he went in there without their consent. And we heard him admit to the fact that he saw them naked. This in culmination would conclude that he sexually exploited them.
Yeah.
So you therefore don't support him as president anymore?
Nah.
Someone in the discourse should have took that bet. Wow. I'm just stunned.
I just need to talk about this more. I don't talk about it more because I already think that I talk about it a lot. But it is the most effective way to get people to say that they no longer support Trump. And it's clearly based on this guy's attitude over the course of the entirety of the stream and the 2 times he's been up, he is not willing to say that he is wrong when he doesn't actually think he's wrong.
Wait.
So I think that means that he's actually telling the truth here. When you say that you no longer support Trump.
Wait, Dean, I wasn't wrong about this pretty, but I definitely do concede this point right here. You're right. You definitely violated them for sure.
And it's you agree that because of that, he's somebody that shouldn't be president.
For sure. Why is he representing our country? But look, he's already in office though, so you asked me why do I still support Trump? I just gave you a policy why I supported his policies and shit.
But even though he's already in office, you don't support him. The same way I don't support him, even though he's still in office, right?
Nah. I don't support Kamala either. But yeah.
Okay.
All right, buddy. All right, buddy.
Take care.
Yeah.
I just need to bring that up more.
That was a M. Night Shyamalan twist. Like I knew he was gonna double down on it. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was unexpected. And the thing is that actually happens frequently. Yeah. Like, what was it the last week? Mr. Scientist. Do you remember Mr. Scientist, Santana?
Yeah.
He's not a Trump supporter. For that same reason. That same thing happened with him. We had like a 2.5 hour debate about all this fucking random shit. Okay? And then I asked him the same question. Yeah. I made the same argument. I played the same clip. And he responded the same way. On the like, oh my god, I just need to bring that up time and time again.
I didn't think that was going to be the conclusion of that, just because of how he's been this entire time, right? I mean, like from the first point of him coming up, him reading the paragraph that he wrote down about why, it was justified with Alex Brady, just like all of it. I did not see. I thought he was going to double and triple down.
Yeah. A lot of people in the chat always say, I believe, I saw somebody word it pretty well. He said he gave up, but he's not converted. Yeah, people think that he maybe just says that he no longer supports Trump because he gave up. Okay, I actually think that could be true. But then we have to ask ourselves, why did he give up?
Yeah.
It's not just because there was no counter argument.
Am I up you?
It's because he could acknowledge and agreed that there was no possible counter argument. And that is the first step towards fighting against your own cognitive dissonance, is understanding that it exists. Hi, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
How long do you expect me to believe you for?
What? Yo, Dean.
He definitely put his big boy voice on.
Thank you.
That's a kid, bro. Everybody in the comment section is saying, let Ella up. There's not even an Ella inside of the queue. By the way, Santana, how's your day going, man?
Good. I, the wife and I have been hanging out today and slept in a little bit, so it's been good.
Very nice. Yeah, me and my girlfriend kind of got a quote-unquote free brunch earlier today.
Ooh, how was that?
Yeah, it was pretty yummy. We went to this place, and she ordered steak and eggs, and they accidentally served her venison compared to beef. And we didn't know that it was venison because, well, it was supposed to be beef.
Right.
And, like, we both took a bite. And we were like, what the fuck? Like, we thought that maybe the beef was, like, rancid.
Yeah.
We thought that, like, it was, like, seasoned with, like shit and dirt. Because, like, that was the first time I had eaten venison. That was the first time she'd eaten venison.
It threw you completely off.
We do not like, we have determined we do not like venison.
Well, at least you can like actually say that you don't like it because you've tried it. I don't like people who are like, oh, I don't like this, but they've never tried it. But you can say that you tried it. I'll tell you what, the best brunch place that I've been to in like forever is in Canada. My wife and I like to go up to Canada. There's this amazing little brunch place in Vancouver. They make waffles, but they put the bacon in the waffles. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, I bet that's yummy. You know, maybe something else yours. I think even if something tastes good, if you are eating it expecting it to be something else, you'll just think it tastes bad because of the expectation that it's something else. Like, I remember one time in high school, somebody put like ketchup in my straw, and then I like took a drink and I got the ketchup. And dude, I like literally puked because I thought it was just so fucking disgusting. But then in other scenarios, like I've eaten like ketchup and, you know, thought that it tastes great. So I think that maybe it was like the expectation of it being beef. But regardless of that, you know, into the story here, we then like told like our waiter in like the nicest way possible that like this steak tastes like really really fucky. And then he took it back to the kitchen and they determined that it wasn't a steak at all, it was venison. So then they just like cover the bill. They says, hey guys, we served you the wrong item. We're going to cover the bill as long as you promise to come back and try us out another time.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah. What is up, Kevin? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I gotta ask you a question though.
How old are you?
23.
What year were you born in?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't understand why they don't do the math before they come up. Like, if they really want to get up here, why not actually just do the math?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they don't expect to even be asked the questions, so then they just kind of.
Hey, Dean, it's Southern Fetus. How you doing? I'm really good today. I know you're doing.
Okay, Southern Fetus. That's a new one. That's a new one. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Her name is Shock the World. Hi, welcome into eSport Trump.
I just went on mute.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, eSport Trump.
You
Hello.
gotta come back into the app, Bub.
Well, I just wanted to let you know the business you run. You would be called like a race hustler. It's a race hustler is when you So race hustler is when you exploit the
Why can't we
racial
just be
tensions between
hustlers?
the groups. What?
Why can't we just be hustlers?
You're just race hustlers.
I'm a
What's a-
hustler. I'm
what's
a
a-
hustler, homie.
What's a race hustler?
Yeah, so you exploit the racial tensions between the groups, and then you promote that you're the superior person to save all other people from that group. So you're just like, you put yourself on a high moral ground standards. And
Yeah.
that you're the superior white saving the blacks. and the
Superior
Arabs
white, god damn.
from all the other people, all the other whites.
From all the other whites.
So you'd be and you make a business and you make a living and you make money.
Oh, you are reaching.
I
So
feel
you
like
guys
this
make a
guy's.
business?
I feel like this guy's just like crazy. Does that
No,
make it?
he believes
like,
it. I can hear him, Dean. He
No,
believes
he
this shit.
definitely. But that's what I'm saying. Like he's probably just.
So you
like,
make
insane.
your whole platform and your
Like, I don't know.
business is making money.
Let me
is off of this.
Let me explain something to you. When you speak to me and you give your opinion to me, I like subconsciously toss it in the fucking trash because
Yeah,
the words
you
that are
would.
leaving your mouth seem so
would.
insane that
Yeah.
I shouldn't even give it a moment of consideration.
Yeah, so you're a race hustler, and you make a business. Don't you make a business and money off of this?
Yes, I do make money off of this. This is my business.
Yeah,
This is my
exploiting
full-time job.
racial tensions between two people, so you keep the
So
division.
I would
You
so
keep
wait,
the division
wait,
between
wait,
the
wait,
races.
So you admit that Donald Trump introduces racial tensions through galvanizing white Americans to be prejudiced against non-white Americans?
No, I would say he doesn't race hustle. That's why I voted for him.
Oh wait. So then what racial tensions would I be exploiting? Because we talk about why Trump is a bad president. If he doesn't introduce, racial tensions by galvanizing white Americans against non-white Americans or non-white people in general, then what
he wouldn't
racial
do that.
tensions am I exploiting?
He wouldn't do that.
Also,
I mean,
let's
you
not
would do
forget. Wait, Donald Trump literally said, "Do you want the black president or the white president?" Like he quote. He literally said that. Do you want the black president or the white president? That's what he said.
Also, would
Yeah,
you
so
argue
you guys
me
take
like?
word- so you-
can you
so
can you
the
like give
whole
me
point
like an
of-
example of me exploiting racial tensions, like a quote?
Oh, like even when you were debating the last guy, where you had to I forget, the Alex Prodi guy or whatever his name. I don't even know his names.
Okay.
So of course you're automatically going to side with anything to keep the racial tension alive.
So
you're gonna,
because
you're gonna
I
attack
can
ICE and
acknowledge
say white supremacy
that-
just to keep the white people and the black people arguing.
Well, one second. I actually didn't bring up white supremacy once in that last conversation.
I'm sure you think ICE is a white supremacist group.
Wait. So you're saying that I'm a race hustler? I'm a race hustler because you think I think ICE is a white supremacist group. Is that the argument?
Yeah, you probably do. I mean, you
Okay.
would. You're on the left.
Okay, so me being a race hustler is dependent upon what I believe. Okay, sounds good. So I actually do think that ICE as an institution in DHS promotes white supremacy, not because I'm a race hustler, but rather because they have authorized ICE agents to use a person's race as an identifying factor in making a detention for a suspected undocumented immigrant. And that is racial profiling, and
Yeah, I
racial
wouldn't agree with you.
profiling is racist.
That wouldn't
Also,
be
don't forget with
that wouldn't be racial profiling.
with the reduction in their background check requirements, there's been an influx of white supremacy group members who've been joining, including the Oath Keepers, Proud Boys, people who have affiliations with them. So, yeah, it's a double whammy.
Yeah, when there's a particular group that's continually breaking the laws of immigration that look a certain way, that wouldn't be racially discriminating. That's just
No, that was
a
literally
particular group.
Do you think that it's
committing
racist
crimes.
to judge people off of the color of their skin compared to the
If they're
content of
committing
their character?
crime? Yeah, I mean, if they're committing crime.
Can you answer my question? Is it racist to judge people
Yeah,
based
it
upon
is
the color of their
racist.
skin compared to the content of their character? Okay, so
Yeah,
when
it's
ICE
racist,
agents
but-
are like judging somebody to be an undocumented immigrant based upon the color of their skin, you just conceded that that is racist because it's an evaluation that's
Yeah,
not
I'm not
being made in
conceding.
consideration of the content of their character.
I'm not conceding. I'm just
You
saying
just did.
predominantly. No,
Wait, one second. No,
that's
no, no.
not-
You just
that's
conceded
not
by saying
conceding,
no. You just agreed that it is
No, I didn't
racist.
agree.
I'll tell you how you agreed.
I didn't
You just said
agree.
yes, Dean. I
I
agreed.
somewhat agreed.
You somewhat agree. What do you mean by the word somewhat?
I didn't fully agree to that.
What does the word
So
somewhat
there's a
mean?
particular group.
Wait, I just want to clarify.
breaking the
Can you
immigration
agree
laws.
that it is either true that it's racist or false that it's racist?
It's not racist.
Okay, so now it's actually not racist to judge somebody off the color of their skin compared to the content of their character?
I mean, no. It's
Oh,
not
got
racist. A
it.
particular group-
Got
I
it.
mean,
So I
who's
would actually
predom-
argue that arguing
predominantly
that it
breaking
quote
the law?
unquote is not racist to judge somebody because of the color of their skin is a racist thing to say. Like, that in itself is racism. You are a racist.
No, yeah, racism doesn't exist. That's why you're a race hustler. You're just
Oh, wait,
accusing-
wait,
that's why
racism
I-
doesn't exist?
That's why I made the accusation.
Wait.
you're a
So would
race
you
hustler.
argue that killing somebody because they're black is racist? Or would you argue that killing
That'd be
somebody because
unaliving.
they're black is not racist?
Well, with that girl on the train that got unalived in her neck, would that be racist?
No,
Rita
because that wasn't
Zerkowska
based off of the weight,
was
off
not
of her
killed
race.
because she's white.
Was she unalive because
But
she's
you're also
white
not
and
answering the
trained
question
by
that
a
I'm asking
black
you. The question
person?
that I'm asking you is, would you argue that killing somebody because they're black is racist? Or would you argue that killing somebody because they're black is not racist? Which one?
Well, just unaliving someone doesn't always have to do with racism, just because of the context of their.
I don't
skin
think
color.
that you're answering the question. Because the
So it could
question
be
that I'm asking you in the
political
context, we're
ideology.
killing somebody because of their race. Is that racist?
Yeah, so it could be, yes, no one's really doing that. It has nothing to do with race.
No one's really doing that. You're still
No,
not
they're
answering the
doing it all
question.
the time.
I am sorry. So you
No,
called me a
it's
race hustler.
political
I think that
ideology.
you're a pivot hustler, bro. Because you just can't answer the question. You can't
You're-
answer
you're
the
a race
fucking question.
hustler, so you're
So
just-
I'm gonna
you
try to
always have to
answer the
divert-
question for a fourth time, buddy. The reason why
Because
you
you're
won't answer the
diverting to race,
question.
'cause you're a race-
Listen, the reason why you won't answer the question
Race
is because
hustler.
you're scared to. It's because you know that you've lost the debate, and you're arguing that I'm the one resorting to race. The reason why we're talking about race is because you
Because
came
you're
up
race
here and labeled
hustling
me a
right
race
now.
hustler, and then
You have
told
to
me it's
revert to
because I
race
think that ICE
hustling.
is white supremacist. And then we went through the fact that the reason I believe that is because I'm arguing here that the institution of ICE as a whole is racist, is because they like when they are greenlighting people to racially profile black and brown people. And then you said that, well, actually, racial profiling isn't racist. And then we went into the reasons why it's racist. And then you responded by saying racism
I didn't
doesn't
fully
exist.
agree.
So now I'm trying to find an example of something that is so clearly racist. You would have to agree it's racist. So then we could prove that racism does exist.
I never
So
just
can
fully
we
agree.
agree or not agree, yes or no, that it is racist to kill somebody because they are black? I will not allow you to pivot. I will not allow you to dodge.
Yeah,
I will not
well,
allow
why-
you to dance. I want a direct answer to my question. Tell me,
Yeah, so
is
I
it
don't fully
racist or is it
agree.
not racist to kill somebody because they are black?
Yeah, so I don't fully agree. I think people just unalive each other not because of the color of their skin. It has many
Okay,
other,
okay. So
like,
you're responding to the
political
question,
ideologies.
is it or is it not racist to kill somebody because of their race, by saying it is not racist when you don't kill somebody because of their race. So go ahead and answer the question. Is it racist when you do kill somebody because of their race?
Is it racist for black and white people to get along on the right, on the conservative
You
right?
can't answer the question. Is it
Because it's
racist
just- you're just
when you
reverting to
do
race
kill somebody
hustling.
because of their race?
It's always about skin color. You're race hustling right now.
Bro, wait, you said that racism doesn't exist. So clearly, in an attempt to demonstrate that racism does exist, I will ask a question about an action being racist or not. Stop running away, you little fucking weasel with 5 brain cells. You are so scared of me. I'm going to ask the question one last time. Is it racist when you do kill somebody because of their race?
Yeah, I'll answer. Predominantly, people aren't racist when I say racist.
He can't answer the question. Fine. Yeah. We're gonna change the question. Was American slavery racist?
Not necessarily.
Yes.
I think
chattel slavery was racist. Literally, race was created to justify chattel slavery. Anything else that you're gonna say is just stupid.
No, so when like black people, I mean, you start at the bottom, right? When you come to a new environment, do you start at the bottom?
What does that have to do with chattel slavery?
So I think chattel slavery back then was just a business. So
it was based on capitalism, but race was created to justify chattel slavery.
It was owning a plantation.
Here's a question:
Even the black
could black slaves? Wait, you said so. Your first line of defense for the notion that chattel slavery was not racist is saying, "Oh, well, when you come to a new country, don't you start at the bottom?" Could black people work their way up from the bottom?
Yeah, they did. That's when the industrial age grew, and the blacks predominantly moved.
You mean after slavery?
Yeah, so they predominantly moved into the workforce after slavery.
No, the fuck they didn't. No, the fuck they didn't. No. After slavery ended, black people were forced into sharecropping and forced into actually working for white. They had to work for white people. They couldn't even start their own businesses after slavery. Did you know that? Did you know that literally black people couldn't actually have their own autonomous being and have their own businesses? They had to literally work for white people. It was the law. It was literally the fucking law. And also, again, no, shut up. If you don't know who Gomez Inez de Zurara is, then you don't have justification to talk about race nor racism. He created the construct of race in order to justify chattel slavery, which in turn talks to racism. And you're upset that we're calling out racism as it exists today and saying that, oh, we're quote unquote race hustlers. No, us calling out racism and injustice does not make us quote unquote race hustlers. It makes us the people that's on the right side of history, and you just don't want to admit it. Like if you don't know shit, then just say you don't know shit, but stop saying shit so confidently.
If black people are falsifying their suffering and trauma today, and it doesn't exist.
How? Hey, did you know? Did you know that it's actually? Did you know the effects of slavery has been genetically passed through black people's lineage? Did you know that? Did you know that there's actually generational trauma that has been passed down from generation to generation of black people due to slavery, due to chattel slavery? Did you fucking know that? Fuck out of here.
Trauma is not passed down.
It's literally genetic. There's multiple studies of it, you fucking asshat.
Yeah, what study is that?
I got you. Don't even worry about it.
If racism doesn't exist, can you please turn your camera on, share your full name and employer, and do the Nazi salute?
Oh, wow.
Can you?
I mean,
because if racism doesn't exist, what would possibly be wrong about it?
I mean, if you even go to Germany, I mean, in 1936, did they host the Olympics where all the races competed against each other and they all got along and shook hands after the Olympics, and they were accused of being white supremacists and they weren't not. And Jesse Lee Owens got a standing ovation in Germany when he won the race.
Oh, you're defending the Nazis. Perfect.
And all the white little kids ran up to Jesse Lee Owens to get his autograph. Were they white supremacists?
So
were the white people that...
So yeah, if racism doesn't exist and the Nazis were good, would you please turn your camera on and do the Nazi salute, sharing your full name and employer?
I mean, that word was just to demonize the white people in World War II. Like,
wait, Nazi?
Yeah.
Wait, Nazi?
That's what.
Oh, you're a fucking Nazi. Got it.
That's what he's arguing. Listen, can you listen? Listen. So would you please turn your camera on, share your name, share your place, share your employer, and do the Nazi salute?
Yeah, turn on your camera, asshat.
Oh, are you like threatening me?
No, turn on your camera.
I'm asking you to do something that apparently isn't wrong at all.
I mean,
answer this way.
I mean,
would there be?
Are white people,
no, you're interrupting me. Would there be anything wrong about you turning your camera on and doing the Nazi salute?
Exactly.
So if white people are being demonized today,
you're not answering my question. Would there be anything wrong with you turning your camera on and doing the Nazi salute?
Yeah, I don't support any political agenda or political.
You're not answering my
group.
question. Would there be anything
No, I
wrong
wouldn't.
with you
I wouldn't
turning your
support-
camera on and doing the Nazi salute? Would there? Would there be anything wrong with you doing that?
I don't support any group.
That's not an answer to my question. Answer the question. Would there be anything wrong? Would there be anything morally wrong with you turning your camera on and doing the Nazi salute?
I don't support any political.
That's not an answer to the
idea.
question. Would there be anything morally wrong with you turning your camera on and doing the Nazi salute?
I mean, it was a Roman salute before Germany, so it depends on your determine.
Perfect. So that's not an answer to my question. Would there be anything wrong with you turning your camera on and doing the Roman salute?
Do it, you coward. Turn your camera on.
Yes or no?
Just do it.
So
Yes
it
or no?
depends on your
Wait, that's
interpretation.
that's not a yes. That's not
So
a
you
no. Wait, yes or
interpretate
wait. Oh, there you go. Would you think that there'd be anything morally wrong with you turning your camera on and doing the Roman salute?
Oh, I keep getting muted. So
yeah, because
it
you
would
keep
be
on
your
not answering my
interpretation
question.
of-
Oh, I'm asking
my
you for
interpre-
your interpretation. Would there be anything morally wrong with you turning your camera on and doing the Roman salute?
My interpretation of it is just an ancient salute. It has no meaning.
Okay,
It's just
so
like
would there
doing-
be anything morally wrong?
Not to me, no.
Okay, so then
Okay,
turn
then
your
do
camera
it.
on and do it. Share your full name and employer.
So you can send it to my job, and I try to get fired. So I
Wait,
mean,
why
you
would
just
you get
demonize-
fired if there's nothing wrong with it?
Exactly. If there's nothing
Are you
wrong,
demonizing-
if you're not doing
Well,
anything
there's-
wrong, then there's no actual basis for them to fire you.
Oh, yeah, man. You're not doing anything wrong, dude. Yeah, just turn the camera on, share the full name, face, employer, location, dude. Yeah.
And
oh god.
the-
Did you what that guy was saying was so gross? Did you hear? He was like saying that like
wild.
the word Nazi was created to demonize white people. You hear
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. Everything he
what
said was not only wrong and I thought he was just fucking around, but then he like went full mask off. Also, just FYI, for anyone looking for the study, the National Library of Medicine did a complete study. It's titled "The Intergenerational Impacts of Structural Racism and Cumulative Trauma on Depression." But yes, it's literally genetically passed through. But even more so, like I said, for him to say like chattel slavery, oh, that's not wrong. Like Gomez Inês de Zarara, a Portuguese man, he was a chronicler with Prince Henry the Navigator. He actually created the structure of race. He got the Catholic Church to publish 2 papal bulls to justify chattel slavery. Like the construct of race was literally created to justify chattel slavery. So how is that not racist? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, man. What a lunatic. Truly, what a lunatic. I guess let's go ahead and hop back into the debates with people insofar as why they support Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump as president?
Sure. Hi, Santana.
Okay, what are the reasons why you think that Trump is a good president that we should support?
Sure, because he actually understands what racism is. You two fundamentally disagree on what racism is.
I have a question. So if Donald Trump, quote unquote, understood what racism is and was a rapist, would you still support him as president?
Well, that's your personal claim. When we're talking about racism, I believe that anyone and everyone can experience and perpetuate it. You guys don't believe that.
I'm asking you a question. I asked you why you support Trump as president. You said because he actually understands what racism is. I'm now asking
where
you a
did the
follow-up
rape
question.
part come from?
It's a follow-up question. Would you still support Trump as president, given that he, quote unquote, actually knew what racism is and was a rapist?
Where did the rapist, can you clarify how that part came in?
Yes, it's basically me asking you how much you value Donald Trump, quote unquote, actually understanding what racism is and seeing if there could be any other overriding concerns that would ultimately make you stop supporting him as president. The first hypothetical overriding concern that I happen to be asking you about happens to be him being a rapist. So once again, the question is, if he, quote unquote, actually understood what racism is, per your argument, and was a rapist on top of that, would you still support him as president?
If he was an actual rapist, no, I would not support him on that. But I do want to talk about that as well. But I do want to focus on the first part. I just want to I just want like a clear consensus from you, Dean.
Well, I
do
want
you
you to
believe
keep in mind
that if anyone is unalive? Wait, you just brought this up with the previous guest. I just want to make sure.
I'm going to put you on mute here because I do want you to keep in mind here that the topic of debate is how do you still support Trump as president? And you just made a very bold statement that we need to talk about. You said,
I mean, absolutely, and I want to talk about your statement, but you're not letting me talk about your statement.
President, given that he was a rapist, right?
Yes, and I want to talk about your previous statement before. You said that if someone is unalived on the basis of a race, it's racist, right?
I find the contents of the last discussion on my live with that Nazi to be completely irrelevant to your argument insofar as why you support Trump as president. To keep you up to date, what's happened so far is you joined the live. I asked you why you support Trump as president. You said it's because he actually understands what racism is. Then I asked you, well, if he quote unquote actually understood what racism is and was a rapist, would you still support him as president? You said no. So now the path.
Yeah, the rapist claim has nothing to do with racism. Those are two completely different topics. You brought that up as like something else.
Related in the sense that you told us that if he was a rapist, you would stop supporting him.
Yeah, well, but I'm talking about racism, and you brought up SA culture.
What we're talking about is why you support Trump for president, and what could
you
do
but I
to
didn't
stop
say
supporting
rapist,
Trump
did
as
I?
president.
I didn't say rapist. You brought that up.
So you did say in response to the question that I asked you is that if he was a rapist, you would no longer support him as president. So this should be of concern to yourself because it will hopefully change your mind.
Okay, yeah, sure, Dean. Did he get charged with
not being MAGA? He is a rapist, and that was litigated and determined by a civil court.
So he was found guilty for it?
Yes.
Can you show me that?
Of course.
Beautiful. Mr. Trump raped Miss Carroll? No. Okay.
You're confused, right?
So you just said rapist, and it says no. So
yes, that is exactly what I said.
And it says no.
I know. It's a little confusing, right? Would you like me to describe why?
Yeah, go ahead with the rapist, because rape and SA are two completely different things.
Perfect. So the action that the jury held him liable for, or found him guilty of, was forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers. Now, the reason why this is not rape is not because it's not rape, but is rather because it doesn't fall under the very strict and narrow legal definition of rape that existed in the state of New York in 2022. However, the very strict and narrow legal definition of rape in New York 3 years ago is not what rape actually is or is not. I bet we could all agree that the definition of rape would include the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with any part of a man's body, including a man's fingers. So for this reason, we would argue here that the guilty claim of sexual abuse for forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers is tantamount to a guilty claim for rape based upon how we use that word colloquially and how it is now legally defined in the state of New York and 35 other states. Good question.
So not raped.
Yes, raped.
Not raped.
How do you define the word rape?
I define the word raped as forcefully putting yourself sexually onto someone without their consent or permission.
Why doesn't that definition include a man forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with his fingers without her consent and or permission?
So you're saying that he was found in court for committing rape, but he wasn't found in court for committing rape. I'm confused.
He was
One of the
found,
two.
So
Because if the court is saying no, did Mr. Trump rape Mr. Carroll, and it says no, I'm really confused with why you're saying that she did.
I think it's
or
a
he did, sorry,
tracking
not she.
issue.
It is because I already described this. I don't mind doing it again. So they found him guilty of doing your definition of rape. The reason why it says no to rape on the jury verdict form is because they don't use your definition of rape. They use a different, more strict and narrow definition of rape. But in accordance with your definition of rape, the jury found him guilty for rape.
And just love to call out that they've since changed that definition. So, yeah.
AG, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Go ahead. By the way, you're on mute.
You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now or no?
Yes.
I thought
So did you hear my explanation?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did hear both your explanations. I still highly disagree.
You don't, because it's using your own definition.
No,
Like, it's
I mean, you
literally
said
your
that the court
definition.
found that she was raped, and the court says no. So I feel like you're arguing against your own word.
No.
If you said SA,
Wait, hold on. The reason
Even in the
why,
case of
no,
SA,
wait.
it's still not
The
acceptable.
reason why there's a check beside SA is because it's your your definition is what they classified SA at that time, but they've now adjusted it to it being rape, but at that time, your definition that you just gave was categorized as sexual assault.
Yeah. There's a
Can I see that update?
Got you.
So there's a very simple way to like describe the disconnect here. Do you accept that if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C?
Yep.
Okay. So A is going to be sexual abuse and C is going to be rape. What is B going to be? The action that the jury determined Donald Trump was guilty of, which was forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers without her consent. So do you accept that A
Right,
equals
can I
B?
get that update?
Yeah,
Santana's-
it's
You're talking about math? Yeah.
September. It was
We're talking about math now,
September.
sure.
It was updated on September the 1st, 2024. The actual piece of legislation was called Rape is Rape Bill, which is S.3161-A.3340, which officially reclassified it as the penetration, and it redefines rape as to include non-consensual vaginal, oral, and anal sexual contact, modernizing adequate status. So like, yeah, they actually updated in 2024 to ensure that like the reason why Trump was classified as SA, it was no longer classified as SA, it's now rape.
Okay, perfect. Can you show me that in the actual case?
Holy fuck. Again,
So,
I mean, Dean pulled it up pretty quickly. He pulled it up really quickly with the
so
yes or no check marks.
So
I feel like this shouldn't be hard either.
I would
Especially
like
since
to-
we completely pivoted
I
from
would
my
like
original
to-
claim about racism and not rape.
I
I
would
feel
like
like I
to-
didn't even bring up rape at all. We were talking
So-
about racism and then Dean pivoted. But hey.
So I brought up rape. And the reason why I brought up rape was to see if there's any overruling concerns that would make you stop supporting Trump as president. And I didn't pivot
So you didn't want to
away.
focus on the racism claim? Was it too sensitive for you?
Well, I'd rather focus on the rape claim because I know exactly who you are.
But I
and
didn't
know
bring up
you
that
spend
claim
your
at all.
days-
It seems like your number
You're-
one claim.
So you asked me a question. Do you want me to answer?
Oh, I know who this asshat is.
Yeah. She
Yes,
spent-
the asshat. Yes.
I like doing.
Remembered.
I like doing.
She did a video, and she brought me up on her live one time, and she was like, "Oh, can black people be racist?" And she kept me up for like 30 seconds, wouldn't let me finish the thought, and then just kicked me. Never got to run through any of the actual information. As soon as
Do you
I
feel
started
like
talking
repeating
about
what
it,
you said to me?
yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. Answer the rape question.
No, Santana, repeat what you said.
Answer the rape
to Dean,
question.
repeat it.
I'm actually
I
going to
would
go
love for
ahead
you to
and
say
finish my statement without you interrupting me this time. I've been very kind
just
to you
cut
in the
you-
time that you've been on the live, and yet you've interrupted me nearly every single time I've opened my mouth. So I'll tell you exactly why I brought up the rape case. So first and foremost, it's because you said that if he was a rapist, you would no longer support him as president. And this is a live stream where I try to convince people to stop supporting Trump as president. So I'd really appreciate it if you stopped using a woman getting raped, something that you can acknowledge that if it were to have occurred is something that would make you stop supporting Trump as president, as like a talking point that you'll admit to, but then never want to actually discuss the nuance on. And second of all, is because I know who you are, and I know that your existence on TikTok is to talk about why you think you could be racist against white people. That's your day-to-day life. That's all that you do. And I also
Really?
know that you didn't
you watch
join
me,
the
Dean, and-
stream to have a debate about why you think that Donald Trump is a good president. Rather, I know that you joined the stream to have a debate about the nature of racism. Because that's who you are. That's all that you do. That's your entire existence on the platform. So admittedly, I did trap you a little bit. Because I like to do this thing where I expose the fuck out of performative one-trick ponies. There's so many performative one-trick ponies on TikTok that will scream and shout about how great Trump is when he's calling for the execution of Democrats, not because they care about that. When he's like starting new wars in Iran, not because they care about that. When he's cutting people off of food assistance, not because he cares about that. When he's taking healthcare away from low-income Americans, not because they care about that, but because you care about your one singular fucking issue. Donald Trump could do whatever the fuck he wants to whomever the fuck he wants. You will still support him because of the quote-unquote, he actually knows what racism is, the one-trick pony deal. So I'm calling you out, and I'm going to make you look real fucking stupid, which, by the way, I already have, and I will continue to do, because you admitted that you'd stop supporting him because he's a rapist. And then you tried to argue that he's actually not a rapist because the court determined that his action in accordance with their strict and narrowed legal definition of the time wasn't rape, but then admitted the action that they found him guilty for is something that you would personally consider rape. Like, unreal. Go ahead and speak.
Do you think black people can be racist, Dean?
I don't think that I'll be answering a question irrelevant to the debate. To hopefully
this is so funny to me because Santana said that if anyone who wasn't black was unalive in the basis. What happened to me speaking? What happened to me speaking? I thought I was a one-trick pony. What happened to me speaking, Santana?
You are, and you know what? You're running back to your safe space.
By the way, if you're not black, Santana believes that if you're unalive for your race, that's not racist. He believes that if you're unalive for your race, Dean, that's not racism. That's so funny to me. I'm responding to him, and I find this funny because I haven't done that topic in a minute.
Answer your question.
But I do find this super funny. In the manner of racism, and you think it's completely disingenuous to talk about how everyone. Wait, hold on. Let me respond. I find it ridiculous how people.
Let her talk because it'll prove my point. And I apologize for muting you. I just wanted to tell Santana that without, the second voice. Feel free to unmute and go ahead.
It's okay. He really doesn't want me to say it because it's honestly embarrassing. I think that it's a very important thing to point out how anyone and everyone has the ability to experience racism and how anyone can be racist. But he thinks that if you are not a black person and you experience racism, it's not actually experience racism. So currently right now, Dean, if you were unalive because you're white, solely because you're white, that's not racism to Santana, which is kind of a joke because if the same thing would happen to him, it would be put as racism, which it is. But hey, if you think that when someone experiences racism, it's not actually racism just because of the color of their skin, that's a joke. That's really weird. But Santana didn't want to bring that up. That's what he said. Give him a real life example of racism. And then he said, yes, it's racist. And when I told him it actually happened to a white person, he turned around and said, no, it's not racist. So no, I did not have you up for 30 seconds. I had an entire conversation with you. But hey, if that's how you want to put it.
Anyway, are you done crying? Can you answer the question now?
This is what happens when you know it's true and you won't go for it.
I appreciate you for saying a bunch of things that are completely irrelevant to the argument that you honed in on to get you to stop supporting Trump as president. You acknowledge that you would stop supporting Trump as president if he was a rapist. You acknowledge that a court determined he was guilty of sexual abuse. Then you acknowledge the action that they found him guilty for is something you define to be rape. So why can't you acknowledge that he's a rapist?
Because I don't see any proof in it. Actually, in any actual substantive proof.
So you would argue that they didn't have enough evidence to find him guilty for what you consider to be rape.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What's one piece of evidence from the trial that you dispute?
Well, one piece that I would need is like the DNA.
It's not a question that I asked you. The question that I asked
that
you
would be a
one
key
piece
thing.
of
Because
evidence
if we're bringing up testimony, it doesn't. Okay, video footage.
Yeah, I don't think that you understand the nature of the question. The question that I'm asking you is, what was a piece of evidence that was cataloged inside of the court case?
I'm saying none of the evidence is really telling towards
so
me.
Name one
I'm
piece
saying
of it.
if there was those two pieces of evidence, maybe I personally haven't seen it.
So what was
but if
one
there's
of those
two
pieces of evidence
sure.
that hasn't convinced you?
No, I'm saying if there are those two pieces of evidence,
I
I would be
understand what
convinced.
you're saying. It's not an answer to my question. My question is, what is one of the pieces of the evidence in the case that you don't find to be convincing?
Testimony.
Testimony from whom?
Let's go with Carol herself.
Okay. So what specific testimony from Carol do you find to be unconvincing? Right.
She had witnesses supporting her claim of the incident that happened. That
Is
was
that
like
what you read off of ChatGPT?
51% preponderance from the actual evidence given by
that's
her
what you
people
read
that were
off of
supporting her.
ChatGPT. So now that okay, perfect. So let's just go ahead and go through the evidence. So the reason why you should believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll isn't just because E. Jean Carroll testified to the fact that he did, but he also had other people corroborate that this is a story that she's told them over the course of the years. Not to mention therapist notes from the 90s, and the fact that she submitted a dress to the court claiming that it had Donald Trump's DNA on it from when it occurred, and then the court proved that it had unknown male DNA in it. They turned around around and asked Donald Trump to submit his DNA to the court, then Donald Trump said, fucking no, I will not submit my DNA to the court, which would indicate a higher probability of guilt because it seems to be something that an innocent man would not do. On top of that, we also have the lies and the contradictions inside of that court case from Trump, such as the fact that he claimed to have never met Carol, which was then met with a picture of the two together submitted by Eugene Carroll in a representation. Not to mention, he also claimed that he would never have raped her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a picture of a woman who was his type, his ex-wife Marla Maples, to be Eugene Carroll under deposition. Those are the first two categories of evidence. The third category of evidence is what I find to be the most convincing, and this would be character priors. In 2005, on the Access Hollywood tapes, he straight up said he likes to do what the jury found him guilty of doing to her. He said he could just grab any woman by their pussy. That's what he said. And he doesn't even need to ask first, so they just let you do it. Okay? And also, in 2005, same year, funny enough, he went on Howard Stern's radio show, and he told Howard Stern how he could just walk into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, and look at their naked bodies on his own allowance, which demonstrates, A, a character priors of engaging in sexual violence, because that's sexual exploitation is sexual violence, and B, an intentional neglect of the consent of women and girls. So now that we know he admitted to doing what he did to Eugene Carroll in a different sense, more general, by saying he just can do this to women generally, and B, he admitted to other forms of sexual violence such as sexual exploitation, which C, demonstrates an intentional and persistent neglect for the consent of women and girls, we therefore, D, should accept the testimony of Eugene Carroll, her friends, and the other corroborating evidence.
What's the other corroborating evidence?
The other two articles that I went over, including therapist notes from the 90s and the dress with DNA in it, that he failed to then meet and provide his own DNA to be tested against it.
So, yes, I do know that part. So the other witnesses' testimonies, and then Trump refusing to give in his personal DNA. I don't think that lies and contradictions. Actually doing it. That's why I said if there is like footage or there's DNA within her, like, those rape kits that they have, Trump's was found inside. Yeah, sure. But I'm just getting testimony and Trump refusing to do something.
Yeah. Well, I would argue when we look at all of these things in conjunction to one another, the character priors of him saying he likes to do to women what the jury determined he did to Eugene Carroll, him admitting to other forms of sexual exploitation, and demonstrating an intentional neglect of the consent of women when engaging in sexual violence, on top of the evidence of her testimony, on top of the lies and contradictions in his, and on top of his inability to submit DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress, which if he was innocent would have exonerated him, we should believe that he's guilty. You're silent because you know I'm right.
No, I'm just going to keep repeating the same thing I'm going to say before. You're just going to keep saying
not being a fucking NPC because you're a one-trick pony. Holy shit.
Oh, Santana.
I hope
that you know about one-trick ponies and aligning yourself with racist people.
I hope that you don't repeat the same thing that you said before, because it was clearly
still the same.
An insufficient rebuttal, for the reason being that you argued that these examples of evidence on their own don't prove it. Okay, well, we're not taking these examples of evidence on their own to prove it. We're taking these examples of evidence in conjunction and consideration of one another. Like, I agree.
Okay,
Donald
so I
Trump
just want to
refusing
make
to
sure
submit his DNA on its own doesn't prove that he raped her. But Donald Trump refusing to submit his DNA in consideration of the fact that she said it would be tested against the DNA on the dress that she claimed she was raped in, and it would prove it to be his, in consideration of the fact that we have character priors of Donald Trump engaging in sexual violence, then admitting to it and calling it funny, in consideration of the fact that he also admitted to grabbing women by their vaginas without asking first, and that's what the jury determined he did to her, in conjunction to the fact that we know he has an intentional neglect for the consent of women and girls, in conjunction to the fact that he lied 2 times inside of the trial and contradicted himself 2 times inside of the trial, in conjunction
Which are what
to the
statements,
fact,
by the way?
I already told you. Him denying he ever met her, and him denying that she was his type.
Okay.
Okay. In consideration of all of these facts, I find it to be very, very, very stupid to deny that he raped her. Like, for instance, do you agree that if a man has engaged in sexual violence on one occasion, turned around and laughed about it, said it was funny, that man is significantly more likely than not, okay, when in comparison to other men, to engage in sexual violence again?
It was the one prior to her.
Oh, yeah. So this is going to be multiple incidents, not just one. At the beauty pageants that he owned, he admitted to just barging into the dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies. That's sexual exploitation. That's sexual violence. Every single time he did that. No, fuck no. Every single time he did that, he engaged in an interaction of sexual violence, and he engaged in the persistent neglect of the consent of women and girls. And the person, you just said, cooked me on this, Kim Higby. By the end of the debate, he had his moderators telling him to lie about the power going out. By the end of the debate, he had his own followers sending him $15 saying, listen, I hate Dean, but he's actually right about this point. And by the end of the debate, he was asking all of his followers that disagreed with him to join his Discord to debate him on it. And after the debate, he actually deleted the VOD off of his YouTube channel because of how hard he got fucking grilled.
And he tried to run from the actual debate, just like you've been trying to run this entire time. Both of you suck.
Still here, still talking, but I wouldn't say that's running. I would actually still disagree on that one as well.
So wait, you're disagreeing that he sexually exploited the people at Miss USA? Is very vague. Do you or do you not disagree?
No.
No is also vague. Is this you arguing no, you don't disagree, or no, you do disagree?
No, I do disagree.
Okay, so that, I just want to let you know, what you should have said is, yes, Dean, I do disagree. But whatever. You shouldn't disagree because he admitted to it.
He admitted to it where?
On Howard Stern's radio show, April 11th, 2005.
And what did he say exactly?
Why don't we just listen to exactly what he said?
Have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no... Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. Dean, I'm confused here.
Oh, okay, I'll help clear up the confusion. So the reason why we know that this would be tantamount to sexual exploitation is because of the definition of sexual exploitation would be to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. An example of unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually would be for a man in a position of power to take advantage of a woman in a position of vulnerability to further unconsensual sexual conduct. And that's exactly what he admitted to by saying, A, that this is a private space for women only. We know this because he said that A, there's no men around, and B, he got away with it, which means he broke a rule. What rule was that? The rule that no men were allowed. And C, that inside of this space that there were women who were naked and getting changed, getting ready. That's the description of a private woman's only dressing room. Not to mention B, he said in order to get into this space, it wasn't with the consent of the women inside, but rather via the exploitation of the fact that he was the owner. He said that he allowed himself in under the guise of doing a fictitious inspection of the place. And then C, inside of this space, he said that there was women who were naked because he said that there's women with no clothes on, that he then D looked at by acknowledging that he thought they looked good, which then leads to the conclusion that he was a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability that the women inside of the space were in, to take their clothes off, to get dressed, and to get naked, because of A, the reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, only other women, okay, to then further the unconsensual sexual conduct of them unconsensually looking at their naked bodies. I'm happy that
and this is a woman's space to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is a woman's space to you?
A space for women.
What's a woman to you?
We're assuming your definition of the word woman, which I could only assume would be an adult.
I asked what was your
female.
definition, not assuming mine.
The reason that we're going to assume your definition of what the word woman is because if I give you my definition of what the word woman is, then we'll have a debate about what a woman is and if trans women are women or trans women are not women.
Yeah, because I find it ironic because you back men that want to be women in only spaces, but you're saying that Trump is sexually exploiting these women.
You're interrupting me. I'll let you speak. Compared to Donald Trump sexually exploiting the women and girls. Because remember, the debate about is about you denying Donald Trump's character prior that he sexually exploited women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. And in the denial of this character prior, you said, what's the evidence? I said the evidence is him admitting to it. And then you said, let me hear it. So then I played you the clip of him admitting to it. You then said, Dean, I'm confused. So then I gave you a description of what he admitted to in the clip. So clearly the natural line of dialogue would now necessitate for you to either concede that in consideration of my explanation of the clip that I played, he did sexually exploit them, or to further yet deny it and provide further counter argumentation against the clip of him admitting to it in my explanation of the contents of that clip. Okay, that would look like you denying my definition of the phrase sexual exploitation. That would look like you denying the inferences I made that it was a private women's only space, you denying that it was unconsensual on behest of the women, so on and so forth. But then when you start the conversation, well, Dean, what is a private women's only space for women that's private? And then you say, what's a woman? Well, you're now opening up a whole new can of worms here, unrelated to Donald Trump, unrelated to this character prior from sexually exploiting women and girls, unrelated to your refusal, rebuttal, or concession to my explanation of the clip that we listened to. Now something only related to what are trans women, or trans women not women, which of course is a valid subject to have a conversation on, because I hope that one day I'll be able to convince you that gender identity is a social construct unrelated to one's biological reality. But that is not the topic that we're debating now. And for that reason, I'm willing to let you use your definition of what the word woman is, which would be an adult human female, because every woman inside of that space did happen to be cis. So we would both be referring to the same group of people as women. And that's all that's relevant. So now that we've, gone around your attempted distraction away from the debate by attempting to open up a new can of worms about what a woman is, please do respond to the description I gave in corroboration and explanation that inside of the clip we listened to, Donald Trump did admit to sexual violence.
Well, I don't see this as sexual violence, because who experienced violence?
Yeah, the women that were sexually exploited.
Okay, violence and exploitation, two different things. So you're talking about sexual exploitation, right?
Yes, sexual exploitation, which would necessarily include unconsensual sexual conduct. All unconsensual sexual conduct is violent because infringing on somebody's consent is violent.
Okay, so who did he take sexual advantage of?
Yep, the women that were changing inside of the dressing room that he barged into in infringement of their reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, and then unconsensually looked at the naked bodies of.
Okay, so he walked into the room. He touched someone inappropriately? Or just touch in general?
As far as we know, he didn't touch anybody. He looked at them.
Okay, everyone was looking at everyone. So we're saying that the woman inside was sexually exploiting the other woman? Or
no, because inside of that space, they had a reasonable expectation of other women to be around while they got naked. Therefore, they consented to other women seeing them while they were naked. But they also had a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men that self-implied via the fact that it's a private space for women only. Therefore, they did not consent to a man looking at them while they were naked. Donald Trump is a man. Therefore, it was unconsensual. Therefore, it was unconsensual sexual conduct. Therefore, it was sexual exploitation. Therefore, it was sexual violence, because all unconsensual sexual conduct is violent.
So, him walking into a room isn't exploitation. None of the women in there were groomed. None of them were coerced into doing something that they didn't want to do, or forced to get permission.
Yeah, they actually were.
How?
Super easy. Santana, if you want to take it away, feel free. But
no, you got it, Dean. You're rolling.
Thank you. Yes. So the form of coercement in which would be implied here is they're being coerced into believing under the false pre-assumption set forth by Trump that this space is only for women and women only. And it is that expectation in which they agreed to then get naked in accordance with implicit consent that men would not be entering. By a man intentionally entering inside of that space, it is necessary and by definition that man would then be coercing these women to allow him to look at them while they were naked. Or on the flip side of the coin, we could just say that they weren't coerced to allow, they just simply didn't allow.
Yeah, also, there's direct testimony where they said that they were told specifically to not be shy, to go up to him, to fawn all over him while they were in that very moment. So while they were vulnerable, while some of them were half naked, some of them had their tops off, things along those lines. Donald Trump assistants actually told them to go up and fawn all over him. Like, they're on record reporting that.
Before or after he walked in?
After he walked in, the assistants told him to go up and fawn all over him and don't be shy.
Okay.
They literally coerced him to actually, or to coerce them to actually engage with him while they were in a vulnerable position.
Can we agree that a man barging into a woman's dressing room and then unconsensually looking at the naked bodies of the women inside is unconsensual sexual conduct?
We can if you don't have cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. Like, can we agree on that, Conservatina?
You can just say Tina.
Okay, Tina, can we agree on that?
In this case, no.
Why? Why can't we agree in this case? Is it because this case involves
I will
Trump?
say yes if you can say, honestly, no. I would say yes if you can give me your answer to this question.
Honestly,
and
no.
then I can connect the dots and I can see your mindset. Honestly, no. But
Okay.
You're so fucking
I do want to see
disingenuous.
this.
I will
and you have to
preface-
answer the question and not
I
try
will-
and go around the question.
I will preface you asking me the question. I will answer it if it is relevant. I will not answer it if it is irrelevant, but given that I think it's irrelevant, I will also describe why I think it's irrelevant. And I'm giving you this preface because I expect it to be irrelevant, because I expect you to use an irrelevant distraction to distract away from the fact that you are in a corner, a very bad corner that you don't want to find yourself in as a conservative pro-Trump content creator, where you are now being forced to compromise not just your values, but also any reason, any sense to deny reality because you know that this is an example of Donald Trump sexually exploiting these women and girls, and you won't say it because you don't want to lose your following. You don't want to lose your little fucking influence, you micro creator. You don't want to
Not
lose
really.
your
I don't
money.
talk
You don't
about
want to
Trump.
lose your income. You don't want to lose
None of
your
my
conservative
videos are about
base.
Trump, Dean.
But do you
I've never
have a
talked about
conservative
Santana.
base?
Have I ever talked about Trump?
You don't
Ever
want
on
to
my
lose your
life.
conservative base. So
Not
so
a single
that's,
not a single video of
so
mine.
that's why. That's why you don't want
No.
to admit that this is an example of Donald
Nope.
Trump sexually exploiting women. But go ahead. Answer the question.
No,
or
no.
ask the question.
I'm perfectly fine with acknowledging when I'm right and I'm wrong. Nothing about what I talk about has revolved around Trump. But that's, I mean, if you want to make that statement up,
You
can
have
make
a
that statement up.
conservative
But my
base.
question is for you, Dean. My question is for you, Dean. And you could say it's a pivot, but it's really relevant because I want to like the concept of consent and these women saying, or these women not giving him permission to do this, and him just going in and barging in a room of naked women. I just want to get a consensus here. If a male, an adult human male, walks into a woman's space without permission, do you view that as sexual exploitation?
Of course. So I will not be answering your question. The reason why I will not be answering your question is because your question is being used as a pivot. I also did tell you that I would give you an explanation of my accusation of your question being a pivot or irrelevant to the topic of discourse. That explanation is as follows. You're being very picky and choosy with the words in which you're using, particularly being picky and choosy by using the phrase an adult human male.
So you disagree that if adult human male walks into a woman's space,
that particularly trans women possess the biological sex of being a male. So if I were to turn around and argue that it is acceptable for trans women to go into some private women's only spaces, all right, to go into private women's only spaces, we will then begin to have a conversation about A, what a woman is, how I define a woman, why I think trans women are women, and B, why I think that trans women should be able to use private women's only spaces. That's why it's a pivot, because it changes the topic of discourse away from why you reject that this is an example of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence into the new topic of discourse of what a woman is and can trans women use private women's only spaces. So now back on topic, because remember, the subject of discourse is, well, did Donald Trump sexually exploit these women? Why do you deny that Donald Trump barging into a private women's only dressing room, okay, and then unconsensually looking at the naked bodies of the women inside is sexually exploitive, given that it was unconsensual, and given that he abused his power dynamics and his position of power to get into that space in the first place?
So why wouldn't you say that for all men? I'm confused because in the beginning you said you're going to answer the question. Now you're saying you're not going to answer the question because you know it's a man regardless.
So the only thing that would be relevant for me to acknowledge in the topic of the debate that we're having would be for me to say that for all cis men, okay? Because we're having a conversation about Trump, who's a cis man.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying only men that know their men matters?
I'm actually just not giving you my opinion on if I think that trans women who are biologically male should be able to use women's restrooms or go into women's dressing rooms, because if I were to give you that opinion, it would start a new debate detracting away from this one. That one's
No, it's doing the
self-evident.
same thing you did when I brought up one topic. You brought up something else. It's doing the exact same thing. This one's actually relevant.
Okay,
I don't understand how you think it's okay for. Wait,
you just sold the
my
bag.
thing is
You just sold the bag because you just admitted that you want to change the topic of discourse by accusing me of changing the topic of discourse earlier.
It's not changing the topic of discourse. It's the fundamental value that you think that when one man does it because he's a man, and he says that he's a man, that if one man does it, it's sexual exploitation. But for the tons of other men that don't think that they're men would do it, that you obviously don't think that it's sexual exploitation, which I kind of find weird.
So let me be clear on what the topic of discourse is. The topic of discourse is determining if you think Donald Trump sexually exploited these women or not. A conversation about trans women using private women's only spaces is not relevant to determining if you think Donald Trump sexually exploited these women or not.
So you think it's okay in one case, but not the other?
I'm asking you if you think that Donald Trump sexually
You
exploited
have a problem
these
with
women
it
or
because
not.
it's Trump, but if any other man does it, it's not.
I will happily have a conversation with you about that claim that you just made. Dean, you're a hypocrite because you have a problem with it when it's Trump, but you don't have a problem about it when it's with other people. After you could acknowledge if you think Donald Trump sexually exploited these women or not. I don't want to detract away from Donald Trump sexually exploiting these women or not by addressing your supposed claim of hypocrisy that you think you see in me. Okay? Because even if it were true that I am a hypocritical, nonsensical ideologue with no real principles, and I only have a problem with it when it's Trump, but I don't have a problem with it when it's anybody else. Okay, this does not detract away from the fact that it is still yet problematic when Trump does it, and any reasonable person should be able to agree to that. Now, am I saying that I'm a hypocritical ideologue? No, I reject that claim. I reject your assumptions of me and my beliefs, and I can explain why once we're done with this topic. Once again, that topic is, do you accept that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women or not?
Nope.
Why?
I already did.
You told me the reason why is what? That he wasn't unconsensual sexual conduct? Actually, I'm not really... Okay. Why? You're arguing that you don't accept it as sexual exploitation. Right? But earlier, you did accept...
You cut out for me.
So I don't understand why you don't accept it as sexual exploitation, because earlier you agreed that sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. You could unjustly take advantage of somebody
Walking
sexually
into a room doesn't do
without touching them. It absolutely does.
If someone's touching me without my permission or suggestively coming at me, I would say yes.
It absolutely
but walking into
does
a room
do it.
is not that.
It absolutely does do that. When you're a man walking into a private women's only space, like a dressing room where they're getting changed to look at them while they're naked. Because unconsensual sexual conduct is not just unconsensual sexual contact.
And this is because he's a male, right?
Once again, you're trying to kick it back.
I just want to understand your reasoning because
you're trying to kick it back to that position.
Would this be a problem to you?
Listen, what we'll say here.
No. Answer the question, Dean. If Trump was a female, would this be a problem to you?
The question that I'll answer is it's because he's a cis man. It's because he's a man.
But I'm asking, if Trump was a female, would this be a problem to you?
I'm not answering irrelevant questions until
This
you
is you
explain to
answer
me
any
why
of the
you
questions,
don't
which I
think
find
that
so
Donald
funny.
Trump sexually exploited these women and girls. Because guess what? What I think is completely irrelevant to why you deny that unconsensual sexual conduct would include unconsensually looking at the naked body of somebody that you're attracted to or of the opposite sex, of the opposite gender. So once again, the question that I'm asking you is, why do you not think that a man walking into a woman's dressing room to then look at the naked women inside is not unconsensual sexual conduct?
They're repeating the same question, just
that you haven't
ways.
answered.
I did answer. I keep
no, you
answering.
said because
You
there
just
was
keep
no
saying the same
contact.
thing.
Well, what I'm trying to describe to you here is unconsensual sexual conduct. There was
Was there
not.
contact?
There was not.
Okay, there was no contact, so I don't
there
even
was
get your point.
conduct. The basis for sexual exploitation is not sexual contact. The basis for sexual exploitation is sexual conduct, which would include looking
Walking
at somebody.
into a room
I could
is
give,
not
listen,
sexually
I
exploitating
could
someone,
give you
dude.
an example. I could give you an example of this.
Hey, really quick, Dean. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you keep spinning your wheels with her. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off because I'm gonna get ready to go live. I appreciate you having me up. You have fun running your head into the wall with this one. Really quickly though, before I go, David, thank you for David, thank you for the 10, and hi Cassandra, I hope you're amazing. And also, holy shit, Amy, thank you for the $100 donation. I really appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. And for everyone else, I sent you all personal thank yous. Dean, I appreciate you having me up.
I appreciate you for coming up.
Like, this is good luck.
It's fine. She's
bro.
low tier. This is easy. This is easy.
She is. I'll see.
Okay, perfect. Next question. So you denied that it was sexual exploitation because we could acknowledge that it was not contact, it was conduct, which would be looking at them while they're naked. And you think that sexual exploitation would hinge on sexual conduct. So the question I have for you is, if there is a man that is a 5th grade teacher, he's like 40 years old, and then he has one of the 5th grade girls stay after class, and he tells this 5th grade girl that he's going to fail her and she's never going to go to college if he does fail her, and the only way that he wouldn't fail her is if she stays after class when nobody's around and strips all of her clothes so he could look at her but not touch her. Can we agree that that teacher would be sexually exploiting that student even though that teacher didn't touch the student?
If I answer this question, will you answer mine?
I will only answer relevant questions.
That's just because you deem a question, so I'm going to deem this question irrelevant, so
why?
I'm not going to answer it. I deem it irrelevant because it doesn't correlate to anything that I've said prior, and I've already answered my statement multiple times. So.
I could prove that it does correlate to what you've said prior. What it correlates to what you've said prior is the fact that you think that sexual exploitation would only include physical contact. However, this is clearly an example that we could all agree to would be sexually exploitive that does not include physical contact.
So walking into a female designated space, that's what I'm going to call it. Walking into that female designated space as a male does not inherently.
I don't know what you're saying.
Does not inherently make it
sexual. But it's not an answer to the question. So
can I finish?
Now that
I've demonstrated,
you can't, because it wasn't an answer to the question. Now that I've demonstrated the question to be relevant. So you're refusing to answer the question that I've demonstrated to be relevant?
Yes, just like you have. I'm refusing the question just like you have. Why is that crazy?
The difference. You're saying that I'm refusing questions like you have, but the
yes,
part that you're leaving
multiple
out,
questions when you literally said I'm going to answer your question.
The part that you're leaving out is I demonstrated how and why your questions were irrelevant and attempted to start a brand new debate about a separate subject.
You can do
Meanwhile,
that,
I just demonstrated why you were wrong in arguing that my question was irrelevant and then gave you the relevance. Okay? Like, once again, I'll try to re-demonstrate that relevance, my friend. So you argued that Donald Trump did not sexually exploit these women because he didn't touch these women. So in other words, if I want to prove you wrong, I have to convince you that you don't have to touch somebody in order to sexually exploit somebody. Can you agree? That's how I'd prove you wrong.
You're going in circles. To answer your question.
No. Can you agree? Can you agree that that's how I'd prove you wrong?
Not answering
I would
that
prove
question.
you wrong. Yes, exactly. You're not going to answer the question because you know that is exactly how I prove you wrong.
Relax,
oh my God.
Relax.
Wait. Can you explain Can you explain why you're not going to answer that question? Is it because it's irrelevant? Oh wait, you can't argue that it's irrelevant because it's literally a question about how I prove your argument wrong. God damn it.
You can ask me the question. Doesn't mean
so answer the question. So once again, your argument is, Dean, I don't think that he sexually exploited those women and girls because he didn't touch them, which would set forth the principle that in order to sexually exploit somebody, you have to touch somebody, right?
You have to either take non-consensual or, let's say, like an abusive sexual advantage towards someone else. That's what I view sexual exploitation as. Walking into a female designated, can I finish? Let me finish, dude. Walking into a female designated space as a male does not mean that you're sexually exploiting someone. In the example that you gave, which I'm going to answer, in the example that you gave of the teacher and the student, right? He said that he was going to purposely not pass her, that he was going to fail her. That is exploitation. That's taking control over one using his power. That absolutely is. You're just saying, if we understood this, there's been no contact. Trump just walked into the room. That's it.
No contact.
That's
Did
not
the teacher make contact with
somebody.
the student?
Did he walk in with a camera? Did he personally walk in the camera, put them at?
Did the teacher touch the student
the girls
physically?
without the permission? Did he do any of that?
In the hypothetical,
walking to a room is not exploitation.
In the hypothetical, Did the teacher physically touch the student?
Did you say that he did? No. But did he not say
so
that he
there
was going
could be
to fail
sexual
her?
exploitation without physical touch?
And I'm sorry.
Wow.
You're saying wait. I'm so confused.
Wow.
Did the teacher
you see
touch
how
the
you
student?
fucking lose? No.
No. Did the teacher touch the student?
No, not physically.
Okay. Did the teacher not say that he was going to fail her?
Yes, he abused his position of
Why
power.
was he going to fail her?
In order to, he was saying that he was going to fail her to get her to take her clothes off. That was him abusing his position of power to further
exactly. It's a
unconsensual
perfect
sexual
example
conduct.
of sexual exploitation. The only thing you can say about Trump is that he walked into the room. You can't say that Trump did that.
No, actually we can. It's a one-to-one comparison. Donald Trump abused his position.
It's not a one-to-one comparison. Trump didn't say any of that.
It is because Donald Trump admitted to abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant as the reason why he was allowed to look at their naked bodies unconsensually.
What did he say that he was going to do to those women?
Look at them, just like the teacher.
Look at him. The teacher said that he was going to purposely fail the student for that. Trump didn't do any of that. You said yourself there's been no contact.
Can we agree that
the
reason?
woman beautiful. You played the clip.
The reason why it's relevant.
The
reason why that's relevant. The reason why the teacher saying I'm going to fail you unless you do this would be because that would fulfill the criterion of the man abusing his position of power, right?
The teacher?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so in all reality, if I can demonstrate that Donald Trump fulfilled this criterion of abusing his position of power, then it would be sexual exploitation. He did fulfill that criterion because in the clip, he admits that the only reason why he was allowed to barge into the space is because he allowed himself to do it due to the fact that he was the owner and possessed that power.
Okay, he was the owner who possessed the power to walk into the room. There's no sexual exploitation there.
There is now. You have to agree because we fulfilled the criterion of Donald Trump abusing his position of power.
To peek in and, I'm sorry, what?
You now have to agree that there is sexual exploitation because this is Donald Trump fulfilling the criterion of abusing his position of power to further the unconsensual sexual conduct of looking at them naked.
I just want to make sure. Was there recorded intimate moments?
Recorded intimate moments? Like, did he record this on a camera? No, not to our knowledge.
Coercion. I feel like I'm saying that wrong.
I know what you're doing. Yeah, this is funny.
I'm just trying to make sure because walking into a room is not sexual exploitation.
You're reading the legal definition of sexual exploitation, right?
Dude, I'm just asking you. I'm just asking because you said there was no context.
Maybe this is important.
The only thing we've understood is that he walked into the room. I'm trying to make sure there's not any more to it.
Can we agree that the definition of sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Sexually taking advantage of someone, yeah.
Okay.
Walking to a room.
What does it mean? What does it mean
because
what
we
does
have
it mean
eyes
to
is
take
not
advantage of
sexually
somebody?
advantaging someone.
What does it mean to take advantage of somebody?
I feel like I already said this.
No, this is the first time I've ever asked this question.
What would I define sexual exploitation as?
But I'm not asking you to define sexual exploitation. No, I'm not asking you to define sexual exploitation. I'm asking you to define taking advantage of somebody. No, you just agreed to my definition.
You disagree with it, though.
You can't track. You just agreed to my definition. I didn't agree to yours. You agreed to mine. Of course, I agree with my own definition.
I'm asking you, do you agree with mine, though? So
what is yours?
We have a mutual agreeing with
yes.
sexual
We
exploitation.
mutually agree that the definition of sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody. Now tell us, what does it mean to take advantage of somebody?
And what dictionary is that one, by the way? Because you're getting it from somewhere.
This is coming from P1. Sexual exploitation is exploiting somebody sexually, and P2 exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of someone or something. Therefore, conclusion: sexual exploitation is exploiting somebody sexually.
What's P1?
Sexual exploitation is to exploit somebody sexually?
No, I'm saying like where you got it from. What's that? You said P1 and P2.
Premise 1 of the syllogism? It's like an argument?
I'm saying, I said what dictionary did you get it from?
Oh, I didn't get that
article,
from
I'm
the dictionary.
guessing?
So so P1 is sexual exploitation is to exploit somebody sexually. I didn't get that from a dictionary. I got that from
You get that from an article?
No, from the phrase sexual exploitation.
And you're getting that from where?
The self-evidency in the phrase. The phrase is sexual exploitation. It is self-evident that therefore sexual exploitation is exploiting somebody sexually. It is self-evident. Duh.
Okay, dude.
Do you accept that sexual exploitation is to exploit somebody sexually?
Yeah.
Fucking
I don't
hell.
think we're disagreeing with the root words. So when I said sexual exploitation is taking non-consensual and abusive sexual advantage of another person, we don't disagree. Are we going to disagree that I did not say that? Because I said that and you said yes and you moved on.
That was, you just blundered. Holy shit. You just like got
sexual exploitation.
So do you accept premise one?
Means taking non-consensual or abusive sexual advantage of another person. Can you confirm that I did say that already?
I think you said that earlier. So you agree that sexual exploitation
so I'm
is to
confused. You're
unjustly
asking
take
if I
advantage of
agree
somebody
with your
sexually.
definition, but our definitions are nearly the exact same, just worded differently.
Okay, so if you agree that sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually, question, what does it mean to take advantage of somebody?
I gave you examples before.
I don't want an example. I want a definition.
Of taking sexual advantage of someone?
No, not sexual advantage, just taking advantage.
Using them for something, like kind of like blackmail, or doing something without their permission.
Okay, doing something without their permission.
The teacher and the student. You're using them for something.
Okay. So now let's just replace the root phrase with the definition. So you just define taking advantage of doing something without their permission. So therefore, sexual exploitation is to unjustly do to somebody without their permission something that is sexual, right? Did Donald Trump have the permission of the women? No. Did he do something that was sexual? Yes. Have we therefore fulfilled the definition of sexual exploitation? Yes.
What was the sexual part? Walking in?
No, him looking at their naked bodies.
That's what you deem as sexual?
Yes. Okay, you just turned into a fucking like DJ fucking like vinyl record. Shut up! Answer the fucking obvious fact that clearly, yes, Donald Trump looking at their naked bodies and then oogling about how great they look to Howard Stern is clearly an act in which is sexual. What the fuck are we doing? You got cooked. Jeez. Common sense, by the way. I'm not just some fucking savant that just knows everything. I'm just a dude with common sense. Clearly, a man looking at the naked body of a woman and then turning around and oogling about how good her boobs looked is sexual. Holy fuck. Gonna hit me with another. Hit me with another turntable. There you go. Yeah. So are you gonna agree that that's clearly sexual?
No.
Okay, just go ahead and leave. Just, I don't know. Just leave. It's clearly what is best for you. You've been broken. Just, leave. Okay, we can mutually agree that you're pathetic. You could leave now.
Not really.
Yes.
But would you like to answer the other question before,
It is clearly pathetic. It is clearly pathetic to deny
I just know you're going to drop me with
sexual for
You're
a
not gonna
man
answer the question.
to look at the naked body of a woman and then turn around and oogle about how good her boobs looked. You know what? Let's ask a really good question. Why is that not sexual?
To look at people is not sexual.
You are absolutely fucking not answering the question. You are changing the question to quote unquote look at people, okay, away from
wearing a dog mask and on
away,
the floor,
away from
barely any
the question
clothes
which
on.
I asked you. So the question
am I
in which,
sexually exploiting them?
Oh, because it's consensual. Holy fuck. But the question that I'm answering, that I want you to
I do
answer
not want to see that. That's not consensual.
is as follows. Okay. Oh, it was like, would they be like sexually exploiting you? I mean, there could be something wrong going on there, of like people getting like nude in public. Yeah, yes, there's, yes, if that's the question that you're asking me, yeah, there's clearly something wrong. But
Okay.
anyways, I'm now going to ask you the following question. Why is it not sexual for a man to seek out the naked bodies of women to look at, to then turn around and say that they looked great, oogling their boobs? Why is that not sexual?
I don't think walking into a room, no
That's
matter
not
the
the
state
question
of
that I
belief,
asked you.
I don't think that's you're
The question
asking me.
that I
I'm going to
asked
say
you
it. It's a
is
no
why
every
is
single
it-
time.
This is not a yes or no question. It's a why. I'm asking
I'm
why
saying
is this
no,
the case?
it's not wrong, and I'm saying it's not wrong because walking into a room
okay.
and obviously looking at your eyes.
I understand that your mind has been melted because of how hard you're getting cooked, but I'm not asking you a question in which would necessitate a yes or a no. I'm asking you a question in which would necessitate an explanation. I'm asking you a why is this the case, not is this the case. So anyways, the question is as follows. Why is it the case that a man seeking out the naked bodies of women to look at, to then oogle their naked bodies and turn around and tell other men how great they looked is not sexual?
Oops. Okay, there we go. It's not sexual.
Okay.
And I'm saying it's not sexual
why.
because... Okay, I'm saying it's not sexual because walking in is, especially even, I will agree, just because there's no physical contact does not mean that it's no longer sexual anymore. I do agree on that. But walking in does not make it, or inspecting it does not make it sexual.
Okay. But
or
see,
sexual
the thing
exploitation in the way.
is that my question had nothing to do with walking in anywhere. My question didn't have to do with inspecting anywhere. I want you to listen to every word. Why is it not sexual for a man to seek out the naked bodies of women, to then look at, to oogle their naked bodies, to then turn around and tell their friends how great their boobs looked? Why is that series of events?
You could say it's sexual, sure, but it's not a sexual exploitation.
Oh! So now you've agreed it's sexual, and now you've conceded that it's sexual exploitation, because we agreed that the definition of sexual exploitation would be to unjustly do something sexual to somebody without their permission. We've agreed
Is that
he's
you or
doing
me that
something-
keeps muting and unmuting
We've
me?
agreed
Or is
that he's
that me?
doing something sexual to somebody, and we've agreed that he's doing
No.
something sexual to somebody without their permission.
By saying you look good, I guess you could, some people,
You just accepted that it was sexual to seek out the naked bodies of
Sure.
women to oogle, to then tell your friends how good their boobs looked. That's what Donald Trump did. He sought out their naked bodies to oogle. He walked back into the dressing rooms and looked at them. Then he turned down, went on the Howard Stern radio show in 2005 and told him that they looked great. That's right. You know you're wrong, and that's so gratifying for me.
Can you answer the question now?
There's no question for me to answer. The only thing that remains is for you to concede.
It's like you're allergic to it, dude.
It's like you're allergic to admitting that it's sexual exploitation because you can't give a counter argument against the notion that he was doing something without their permission, and you can't give a counter argument against the notion that the thing in which he was doing was sexual after agreeing that sexual exploitation would be to do things that are sexual to people without their fucking permission. Holy fuck.
I will agree that Trump sexually exploited those women. If you can say yes, it is sexual exploitation for a male to walk into female-only spaces.
Okay, awesome. So you just agreed that it was sexual exploitation. Thank you so much.
No, I asked. I said I will say that Trump sexually exploited those women or women and girls in that room. If you will say that males going into female-only spaces purposefully is sexual exploitation.
Wait, so you admit that you don't affirm beliefs to be true based upon the evidence in which exists for them to be true?
It depends on
but
it depends on how you answer.
Wait. I just want to clarify that you're now admitting to affirming that beliefs are not true based upon the evidence that proves they're true, but rather based upon the character or the other beliefs of the person in which is giving you the evidence for them to be true.
Is a male going to a female-only space sexual exploitation or not, Dean?
Are you going to concede that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women?
Answer your questions. You won't
I
answer
will not answer any pitiful rage bait to try to change the topic of discourse whatsoever. It is not relevant to the topic of discourse because
it is relevant.
the only further discourse to be had,
It is relevant.
now that
Trump
you've
is
accepted what he did to them was sexual and accepted that what he did to them was without their permission, is to concede or change the definition of sexual exploitation. Those are your only two options left. Your only two options left is to concede that he sexually exploited them or to proactively change your definition of the phrase sexual exploitation. Those are the only two options left. You agreed what he was doing to them is sexual. You agreed that what he was doing to them was without their permission. You agreed that the definition of sexual exploitation, because it is not fucking relevant. The only, listen, I'm literally giving you.
It is relevant. Trump is a male, and you're saying that Trump violated their
oh my
privacy
God.
and exploited those women by going into a female-only space. You said it yourself. This is a woman's space. You repeatedly said that it's a woman's space, but you won't validate that when a male goes into a female-only space, and that's a problem, Dean. That's a problem. You won't answer the question.
That is relevant at this moment in time. Okay, you know what? Go ahead.
Answer the question. Is it wrong for a male to go into an only female space?
The reason why I am refusing to answer your question is because it is irrelevant to the debate. Why is it irrelevant to debate? I will give you an explanation. Because so far we find ourselves at a point in a debate where you have conceded that Donald Trump took advantage of them. You have conceded that Donald Trump did this without their permission. And you have conceded that what Donald Trump did was without their consent. So because you have conceded that it was without their permission and what he did to them was sexual, the only thing left to do is to either concede that it's sexual exploitation in accordance with the definition provided, okay, or to change your definition of sexual exploitation. And by the way, operating off of the principle that males going into female spaces would be sexually exploitive, then you'd be arguing that Donald Trump did sexually exploit them because Donald Trump is a male who went into a space that was fully comprised of cis women who were females. So in consideration of the question that you just asked me and the agreements that you have made prior, such as the fact that he did so without their consent, what he did was sexual, and on top of that, he abused his position of power to get in, you would agree that he sexually exploited him.
So that's yes, males going into female-only spaces is wrong.
Even if it were true, he's a male, they were all females.
What do you mean even if it were true?
Like, I'd assume that you affirm it is true, therefore he's a male, they're all females.
Is that a yes or a no?
From my perspective, not inherently. Like, listen, fine.
What do you mean not inherently?
Like,
that's literally what you literally just said that Trump literally did that. This is wrong.
This is what you want.
What do you mean it's inherently?
It is not inherently sexually exploitive for a male to go into a space that includes females. Like, for example, trans women in the women's restroom. Okay, I actually think that it's safer for all women to go, for trans women to use the women's restrooms compared to the man's restroom. Because if we were to segregate the restrooms on the basis of sex compared to gender identity, then more women would get taken advantage of inside of the women's restroom. Because trans men who are females would be told they're supposed to go into the women's restroom, which would then open the door wider for cis men who are males pretending to be trans men walking inside of the space, because trans men are significantly more masculine presenting on average than trans women. Therefore, when we segregate the restrooms on the basis of sex compared to that of gender identity, we're saying, guess what? Cis men, you could just claim to be a trans man and go inside the bathroom and abuse people, which leaves the door significantly wider open to that. But see, the reason why I didn't want to answer the question with that nuance of not inherently is because I think that women's restrooms are safer when trans women can use them, not because of trans women.
What about for women?
But yes, for women, but rather because of cis men who would lie and say they're a trans man. But guess what? Now what you're going to do in response is you're going to say, oh, Dean, trans women are men. Oh, Dean, I disagree with your position that trans women should be using the women's bathroom. Oh, Dean, here's about 1,000,000,001 things that are completely irrelevant to Donald Trump sexually exploiting these women, per the fact that, Dean, I've already agreed with you he did so without their permission, per the fact that, Dean, I've already agreed with you that what he did was sexual, per the fact that, Dean, I've already agreed with you that he abused his position power to get inside, and per the fact that, Dean, I've already agreed with you that the definition of sexual exploitation would be to do something to somebody without their permission that is sexual, and you've agreed to all of those necessary characteristics as it would relate to what Donald Trump did to these women, but you can't agree that he sexually exploited them. Go ahead.
Do you think it's okay for you to go into a female-only space?
Oh my God.
Honestly, because I don't even see how you think it's inherently wrong. Just
infinite, no.
Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm a cis man.
Okay. And?
That's the explanation, dude. I'm sorry. Do you want a longer explanation so you could continue to run away from Donald Trump sexually exploiting women and girls?
What?
what is the part that makes it wrong for you to go into a female-only space?
The thing that would make it wrong for me to go into a women's restroom is the fact that I believe that women's restrooms should be separated based upon gender identity, and I do not possess a gender identity of a woman.
Why should it be separated by gender identity?
I've already told you, for the safety of the women inside.
Why do women need safety inside?
Because it reduces levels of SA, violent crimes, murder, death, so on and so forth.
Okay, and what makes you a man?
Once again, if I were to tell you what makes a man, we are
Just
completely
answer
moving
what
away
you think makes you a man, Dean.
The reason why I'm not going to answer you is because then it would be a debate about gender identity, no longer.
No,
a debate
it's
about
the
did Donald
purpose
Trump
that there's
sexually
a
exploit the
fundamental
women.
reason that you don't want to say in front of your viewers because you know it's a proper thing. You're a male. You're a
Cope, bro.
I don't know why
No.
you're making face. I don't even know why you're making face right now.
The reason I'm making faces is because Dean, you said, Dean, I will agree that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women if you answer this one question. And then I finally answered your one question. I told you that no, it's not inherently exploitive for males to go into quote unquote female spaces. Okay. And then you actually didn't admit that Donald Trump sexually exploited the women and girls. Okay. And then you asked me for further nuance about why I don't think that it's inherently exploitive for males to go into to women's spaces. And then I gave you my explanation that would relate to women's restrooms being separated on gender identity. Then I gave you my sub rationale that would relate to the fact that this will keep women safer. And then I gave you my sub rationale that would relate to why the safety of women matters to reduce violent crime rates. And then I gave you my sub rationale that would relate to the fact that if we don't separate them on the basis of gender identity, but rather sex, then we would expect higher violent crime rates with less safety for the women inside the women's restroom, because then men would pretend to be trans women who are more masculine presenting on average than trans women to barge inside of the women's restroom to then look at the people inside. And then all of a sudden, it went from you saying, Dean, if you answer this one irrelevant question, I will finally admit that you've been right all along, to now saying, Dean, you've now answered 10 irrelevant questions, but now I have another one for you, which is, what is a man? But if I tell you what I think a man is, the debate is about gender identity, not about Donald Trump sexually exploiting the women and girls. So I bet you and everybody else watching this live right now can clearly see that this guest is fucking cooked. Once again, because they acknowledge the definition of sexual exploitation is to do something to somebody without their permission that's sexual. They acknowledged, okay, that Donald Trump did something to somebody without their permission, and they acknowledge that Donald Trump did something to somebody that was sexual without their permission. So now that you've acknowledged that the definition of sexual exploitation is to do something sexual to somebody without their permission, and you've acknowledged that Donald Trump has done something sexual to somebody without their permission, can you acknowledge that Donald Trump sexually exploited somebody?
No.
Why?
Because you don't believe that all men...
The truth proposition of Donald Trump exploiting or not exploiting these women and girls has nothing to do with me and my beliefs. It all has to do with, one, what is sexual exploitation?
You just talked,
two,
dude.
what did Donald Trump fulfill the necessary criteria of sexual exploitation?
You just talked.
The reason why I'm interrupting you is because of that first word. Your explanation about why you don't accept that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls started with the word you. But I am irrelevant to the evaluation on if Donald Trump did or did not sexually exploit these women and girls. Why? Because all in which is relevant to that evaluation is, did Donald Trump fulfill the necessary criteria of sexual exploitation? I am not included in the necessary criteria of sexual exploitation. The only thing that is included in the necessary criteria of fulfilling sexual exploitation would be doing something to somebody without their permission that is sexual. So if you are going to deny that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women, you have to deny that Donald Trump did something to somebody without their permission that was sexual. So explain to me why you deny that Donald Trump did something to somebody without their permission that was sexual when you accepted that what he did was sexual and you accepted that what he did was without their permission. You would have to falsify the claim that it was without their permission, or you'd have to falsify the claim that it was sexual. But you can't falsify either of those two claims without being a hypocrite, because you've already verified and affirmed those two claims. So this is why you want to make it about me. You want to make it about my thoughts on something irrelevant, gender identity. You want to make it about my thoughts on something irrelevant, trans women in the women's restroom. Donald Trump's not a trans woman, he's a cis man. Because you want to run away because you know that you're fucking grilled. You know that you're so fucking grilled. The only option that you have left is to continue to do this. And by the way, for everybody watching, when I'm done talking, she will only try to repeat the question saying, Dean, what are your thoughts on gender identity? Because that's all she can do. Just think about it from her perspective real quick, ladies and gentlemen. She can't do anything else. She's literally stun locked into trying to force the pivot until I inevitably kick her. Why? Because the only other option is to concede, because she's already affirmed that the definition of sexual exploitation is to do something sexual to somebody without their permission, and she's already affirmed that he did something to somebody without their permission that was sexual. She's completely in a corner that she can't escape. Can you admit that, Tina? Can you admit that the only reason why you continue to ask me about my other beliefs on gender identity that are irrelevant to the cis man is because you're in a corner that you can't escape? You can't escape, sorry? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's still gonna be a no. Simply because you won't adhere to when it happens to everyone, which is the same exact thing when it comes to the racism claim. That when it happens to everyone, it's the same thing. Because right now, you would not say that for example, one of the cases of when a female tried to literally rape a female student in a high school, you're not going to say that that's actual sex exploitation. Tried to, because they think that they're a woman. That's the problem. You wouldn't say that, right?
Yeah, I would say that
you
a
can
trans
give multiple
woman.
other cases, but you're not going to say it though. Which I don't see how you
a
think
trans
it's inherently
woman
not something.
raping somebody is rape.
No, they didn't
a trans
actually. They
woman
wanted to.
sexually exploiting somebody is sexual exploitation. Like what?
How is it sexual? Oh, sorry. How is it sexual exploitation? Because of the rape part, right?
Because of unconsensual sexual conduct. Now, what the fuck
so
is this?
a male
You're
wanted to
making
go
the
into a
debate.
woman's locker room.
You're making the
and
debate.
Purposely try and see.
You're making the debate about trans women.
No, because you said inherently not, and I have a problem with that.
Yes, I don't have a problem with that because I think that trans women should be able to use a woman's restroom.
Okay, I don't see how a man being in a female-only space.
Exactly. So this is where you then classify trans women as men and deny that it's okay for trans women to use women's restroom in an attempt to fucking pivot.
You just
wait. So do you admit? Do you admit that you are only failing to concede that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation, not because he's not guilty, but because you think I'm a hypocrite?
Admit or not admit that all
answer the question. Do you agree that the only reason why you will not say Donald Trump sexually exploited them is not because he didn't sexually exploit them, but is because you think I'm a hypocrite?
The moment you can say all men...
Answer my question, Tina! Stop running! Stop running! Stop fucking running!
It's not
running. Can you agree that the only reason why you will not acknowledge that Donald Trump sexually exploited the women and girls is not because the evidence isn't there, but is rather because you think I'm a hypocrite? Yes or no?
You won't answer a single question.
Oh my god, she stop fucking running! This is so embarrassing for you! This is so embarrassing for you! Stop fucking running! The question is, can you acknowledge that the only reason why you think that Donald Trump didn't sexually exploit them is not because that's what the evidence indicates, but is rather she's crashing out so fucking hard. She's literally losing her shit. She's actually losing her fucking shit. She's arguing that I can't answer a single question as she's interrupting me to prevent me from asking a question. If you think that you're a serious person with real debate skills, stop interrupting the opponent while they're speaking so they can finish their question.
You can't
oh my fucking god.
Yes,
you know what? We're done with that. Look at that. Folks, that is how you absolutely destroy the mind of a MAGA cultist and get them in a position where they just literally lose their mind. They just literally lose it all. They just literally lose the entirety of their brain, and all of a sudden they become a robot zombie for Trump, where they're willing to do and say whatever is required, even if it means completely destroying their reputation and making my brain melt, to still defend Donald Trump as president. Well, that is the farthest I have ever taken the battle against the MAGA mind illness. And we will probably never get that deep in the trenches again. What are the valuable takeaways from that conversation? The first valuable takeaway from that conversation is that Trump's supporters will not change. At least some of them. No matter what evidence exists to suggest that they should. No matter what the rules of logic would dictate. No matter what their own beliefs are. Can you guys see like the visible bags under my eyes right now? Can you guys see the visible bags under my eyes after that conversation? Wow. You know what? We're at 5.5 hours. That's crazy. Hi, Smack. Do you support Trump?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? I do.
Yeah. Did Donald Trump lie when he said the reason why he's going to start the war in Iran is because of an imminent nuclear threat?
Okay, I fact-checked you on that with Tulsi Gabbard, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I love this conversation because you gave the data that only supported your side. You didn't give the full spectrum of the data. So you actually only spread what Tulsi Gabbard said to support your position. That was evil, bro. Why don't you go back and play the whole video? Why don't you go back and play the whole video, not just your little portion to help your perspective?
Are you talking about the part where she says, or more so, the part where she doesn't answer the question?
They have capabilities to develop nuclear warheads. You left that out. You left that out of your conversation because it didn't help your argument. That's evil, bro.
What is meant by capabilities to develop nuclear weapons? If we could acknowledge
why don't
that
you
we
just
completely...
play Tulsi Gabbard's whole portion? It eliminates our argument.
Can you please allow me to finish answering the question? Sorry, asking the question? What is meant by Iran possessing the capabilities to build nukes?
How about you just play the video from Tulsi Gabbard,
Smack,
dude?
please stop
Why don't you
interrupting
just play
me?
the video?
Why are you
It
interrupting
eliminates
me?
any of our argument.
Can you just please stop interrupting me? What is meant by Iran possessing the capabilities to build nuclear weapons? If Iran's nuclear program has been completely obliterated, and they haven't even tried to start on rebuilding it. What is meant by the abilities to develop nuclear weapons then?
You made a good point with this when we last spoke. You said, hey, do you have a phone in your house? I said, yeah. You go, if I break that phone, do you have any other phones in your house? And I go, yeah, I actually have 3 phones in my house. So the fact that you bust up a phone or that you destroy a phone, actually, here's a good factor. I work for Northrop Grumman, a government contractor. If we blow up Northrop Grumman, my government contractor, that doesn't mean it goes away. That means there's other government contractors that can do other items of work. But I think you should play the full video of Gabby. I think you should play the full video
of Tulsi Gabbard. Are you the guy that argued that Iran actually has a nuclear stockpile?
I said we don't know if they have a nuclear stockpile. We know that they had the aspiration to create a nuclear stockpile. And that's what Tulsi Gabbard said in her argument the other day with John Ossoff.
Yes.
I went and listened to the video.
So
you only gave your perspective to help your position.
So we understand that Iran possesses the aspiration to build nuclear weapons. However, possessing the aspiration to build nuclear weapons is not an imminent threat, given that that the totality of their nuclear production facilities has been completely destroyed, and they haven't worked on rebuilding them.
To your knowledge,
to the knowledge of the U.S. intelligence
sitting behind
community.
TikTok.
To the knowledge not of me, but of the U.S. intelligence
Tulsi
community.
Gabbard's video. Go play the video.
Where
Don't
she
just
says
speak.
that's the knowledge of the U.S. intelligence
you
community.
play the whole video with John Ossoff. You play the whole thing. Don't just play the portion that helps your bullshit lie.
Okay.
Play it.
Right.
Play the whole thing.
Right,
Not just your bullshit portion, dude.
Okay, you're cortisol maxing. Can you calm down?
You just show
Why
your
are you
portion
acting
of the
like
video
Why are you acting like a fucking 3-year-old
I
toddler?
caught you in a fucking lie.
I just caught you in a
I
lie.
fact-checked you, bro. I fact-checked you. You only played Tulsi Gabbard's portion of the video that helped your view. And I was like, hey, dude,
There's no other. There's no other information.
But then you
Listen.
stopped giving all the other information.
As soon as you're done crashing out like a little child, I'll play the rest of the Tulsi
Why don't you
Gabbard
just play
video.
the video of Tulsi Gabbard? Just play the whole thing
it's
with
gonna
John
need
Ossoff.
you to stop crashing out first.
Okay, I'm done crashing out. I'll go on mute.
Okay, yeah, good little boy. Sit the fuck down and go on mute. Holy fuck. The reason why I only play
Don't just tell your lies from your position.
Then I'm putting you on mute. The reason why I only play the first 20 seconds, okay, of the Tulsi Gabbard video is because that's all that is relevant. Okay, and I'll prove that by playing the whole video.
To help your position. To help your position.
Okay, stop interrupting me. We know that you think I was selectively ignoring the rest of the video to help my position.
You did.
Okay,
You did, and I caught you.
I'm denying that. the reason why I deny that is because I will now play the full video and then explain to you how the rest of it is irrelevant.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
And
This
he
is the
made that
worldwide. This is the
determination.
worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment?
Is that enough, or do you want me to play more?
You hit it right on the nose. You hit it right on the nose. Why don't you go back? Why don't you go back? I couldn't tell what portion of the video you were on, but she says that they have the capabilities. It's on the video. Here, let me pull up Tulsi Gabbard.
We just listened to it, buddy. What she said.
She said it. She said it in the third portion. She goes, it's not my position to tell the president what to do. It's my position to give him data. And John Ossoff kept poking her to say, you need to tell him yes or no. And it's not her position to say yes or no. It's her position to give him data, then he makes that call.
Yes.
And that's exactly what she was saying. And all you're doing is saying, well, she didn't say yes or no, because it's not her position to say yes or no. She gives data to the president makes an assessment and goes forward with that data. She shouldn't tell the president yes or no. That's how it operates, bro.
What we're arguing here is that there's no reasonable assessment of the data that would entail the conclusion they proposed an imminent nuclear threat, because although they possess the intention to one day rebuild, as it stands, they are not rebuilding, and their complete nuclear arsenal and all related programs have been absolutely obliterated. Imminent means immediate. So in other words, the statement would follow to be an immediate nuclear threat. An immediate nuclear threat would be tantamount to the notion that Iran could bomb us in an hour from now, could drop a nuke on New York City. Can Iran drop a nuke on New York City when their nuclear program has been completely obliterated, and although they possess the intention to one day rebuild it, have not even started to rebuild it yet? The answer to that question is no.
I'll agree with you.
Therefore, there was no imminent nuclear threat. Therefore, Donald Trump lied.
They don't have the capability to launch the distance. They don't have the distance to do it. That doesn't mean he lied. He collected the data. He made a decision as a president, and I don't disagree with his decision. Anyone who chants death to America and has started creating a nuclear warhead should not have any possibility to do it.
If I go outside and collect data of what color the grass is, and then I turn around and I tell you, now that I've collected data of what color the grass is, keep in mind the grass is green, and I say that per my data collection, the grass is red, did I lie? Yes, because there's no reasonable inference to be made from the data that the grass was red. The same way there was no reasonable inference to be made from the data supplied by Tulsi Gabbard in the office of the Director of National Intelligence that Iran was an imminent nuclear threat.
It's not a fair argument because you're going completely one way or the other. What you would actually say, a better comparison is saying, hey, I'm looking at the grass and it's green. And I would ask you, is that a hueish green or is that a yellowish green? And you would say, well, it's a green color. And then it's my determination to assess the data and make the call on if it's a green hue or if it's greenish color.
Yeah, but if you were to turn around but if you were to turn around and say, wait, so if you were to assess that data about the hue of the green of the grass, but then your conclusion was that it's fucking neon red, okay, would you be a liar?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, why? Because that conclusion that the grass is neon red would not fall within the reasonable interpretations of the data provided. The same way Donald Trump stating that Iran was an imminent nuclear threat does not fall within the reasonable interpretations of the data provided.
Here's where I'll agree with you. Do I think that he acted prematurely with it? Potentially. Do I think that any country that yells death to America and has aspirations to create a nuclear warhead needs to be bombed? 100%.
Do I think that any country who yells death to America is an imminent nuclear threat? No. So this isn't relevant to the fact that Donald Trump lied.
I disagree. I don't think he lied.
You actually do, because you agreed that in the scenario of collecting data of the color of the grass, you would be a liar if you were to say that because of this data, the grass is neon red, because that would fall out of a reasonable interpretation of the data.
Red.
So given that you agree that concluding that the country with no nukes, with no nuclear program, that hasn't even started on rebuilding their nuclear program, is an imminent nuclear threat, that conclusion would fall outside of the reasonable expectations given the data. Therefore, Trump's a liar.
No, he's not a liar.
But you can't explain
he took
why.
In the data, he made his own assessment based on his.
But I know you're saying he took in the data and made his own assessment, but his assessment fell outside of the reasonable interpretations of the data.
You define imminent differently than I define imminent. If they're building nuclear bases underground,
but they're not. That was a part of the DNI's assessment.
They do it for bombs.
That was a part of the DNI's assessment. That was a part of the DNI's assessment. You heard Tulsi Gabbard say that although they possess the intention to one day start recreating them, they have not started yet.
That's enough for me. Because we don't know what they have and have not created.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard says otherwise. Tulsi Gabbard says, we know that we have completely obliterated their nuclear program.
That's imminent threat. And they have access to terrorists.
Listen. So Tulsi Gabbard said that we know they have not even.
Imminent threat.
Tulsi Gabbard said that we know we've destroyed the totality of their nuclear program, and we know that they have not worked on starting to rebuild it.
Yeah, just like back to my point. Just because you broke my phone doesn't mean I have 3 other phones in the back living room.
But if I break all your phones, then you don't have a phone. Just like they obliterated all of their nuclear programs, therefore they don't have nukes and they don't have a nuclear program.
You don't know that. You're a 14-year-old TikToker behind a freaking microphone.
Yeah, 14. I mean, if I was 14, all that I would be is a 14-year-old that is whipping your fucking ass. Okay? But on top of that, this is not the assessment of me. This is the assessment of the intelligence community. You attempt to continue to ridicule and demean the content of my argument because of my character, not the evidence that exists to suggest and to prove that it's true. I've repeated to this point in the debate with you so far 5 times that the evidence that we completely obliterated their nuclear program, okay, is the unilateral consensus of Tulsi Gabbard, the Office of the DNI, and the totality of the U.S. intelligence community. You know that because I've already said it multiple times, but you continue to repeat this attack on my character saying, oh, Dean, you're 14, what you say is unreliable, what you say is untrue, but you know it's not coming from me. You know it's coming from the intelligence community. This is just a sour attempt to launch an insult in the vacuum of an argument that doesn't exist because you know I'm fucking right.
Basically said that there is a threat from Iran. I'm trying to pull up the text.
Don't lie. She said that they possess the intention to one day rebuild it, but we know we've completely destroyed their nuclear program, and we know they haven't started on trying to rebuild it yet. Don't fucking lie. That's not basically like having nukes. That's not basically purporting an imminent threat. That's basically you just being a fucking dumbass.
We don't know anything. What you need to add is you have no proof. We have no proof that they started. You don't know crap. That's the problem with your argument. You say, oh, I know because I'm a 10-year-old TikToker behind the desk. You don't know shit.
Doing the same thing again. Crash out, old dude. Crash out. Yeah, lose your fucking mind and just crash out. And like, I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I know. You're going to continue to repeat the whole thing. Oh, Dean, you don't know shit because you're 14. And then the next time say, oh, Dean, you don't know shit because you're fucking 10 years old. Meanwhile, I've continually directed you to the evidence provided by the U.S. intelligence community, not from me. I am not the one that's out on the field. I'm not claiming to be the one that knows shit. I'm claiming that the U.S. intelligence is the U.S. intelligence community is the one that knows shit.
You have proof?
Yes, the U.S. intelligence community. Oh my
Can
God.
you play the toll to get John off first? Off.
So the assessment
Play it again.
of
There
the
was a point
intelligence
there where she
community
made.
is that Iran's nuclear
All of it,
enrichment
not just your
program
portion.
was obliterated by
You want me to replay the 3-minute clip that I played already to fucking stall and waste time?
Yeah.
So the assessment of the intelligence
He said
community
yes.
is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
And then she goes on to say that this is the data that they've collected and that Donald Trump is up to his own devices.
No, keep going.
And then she goes on to say that this is the data that the U.S. intelligence community has
You
collected.
don't want to go because you know there's proof there. You
Oh my
stopped
God.
it prematurely. Keep going.
Oh my God. I was hoping that I could just describe
Because
what
it
she
doesn't
said.
help your argument.
Oh my God.
Because it stops your argument. And just let it play.
Listen,
It's
smack.
3 seconds longer.
I was hoping that I could just describe what is said in the next, not 3 seconds, but 2 minutes, so we don't have to waste more time.
Because you
Okay,
curveball
whatever.
it. Because you
The White House
curveball
stated
it.
on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment?
Bingo! How convenient you left that out. Oh, you left that out. Oh my God.
That was unironically
You're
going to
such
be
a
the
piece
next
of
thing
shit
that I just said.
hypocrite.
Okay.
You're such a hypocrite. You leave shit out to angle your opinion. That's my point exactly, you piece of shit hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't
So-
want to. That's why you
so not
stopped the
only
video.
did I acknowledge
That's why
that-
you stopped it, because you knew the data was there.
So
You're
do you
fucking
remember?
dirty, bro.
Do you remember
You're
when
dirty. I caught you.
Do you remember when you interrupted me when I was saying she goes on to say? Well, I was
That's
going
why
to say.
you stopped the video prematurely. That's why you stopped the video prematurely. Do you want to play
Can
it
you let
again?
me
Why don't you
speak?
rewind it 5 seconds and play it again?
I don't think we need to because I think we know what she said.
Exactly. That's why you wanted to stop the video. That's why you stopped the video.
Okay.
Because you knew she was going to say those exact words.
Can you let me speak? Thank you,
Yeah.
Frank.
Wait, I want to hear what you have to say because you
Perfect.
angled your information towards your perspective.
I'm
Yeah,
happy
you
that you
dirty,
want to hear
bro.
what I
I
have to
just
say.
dirty. I got you.
I know. The
Go
more
ahead,
you talk, the more
19-year-old
you
from the
stall
back
for
of
no
a
reason.
microphone.
Thank you. I paused the video to not waste another
What's your
minute.
angle? Go ahead. Give us your angle. Go ahead.
I paused the video to not waste another minute because we both have already heard the extended clip. And I was going to say, she went on to say that they collect the data, they give it up to the president is left to his own devices to make an interpretation of the data, and she said that they possess the intention to one day rebuild. In fact, that statement, she said that they possess the intention to one day rebuild, is something that I have repeated up to like 10 times since the first time we listened to that extended clip 10 minutes ago. The reason why you think that this is a gotcha moment is because you maybe have 3 brain cells, when in all reality it's not a gotcha moment, because when we consider the fact that although they have the intention to one day rebuild, but right now they're not rebuilding, and right now the totality of their nuclear enrichment facilities have been destroyed, there's no sense of the phrase imminent, in which Iran could be an imminent nuclear threat. Oh, owned! Oh, you're a bitch of hypocrite! You're a bitch of hypocrite! Oh, owned! Oh, owned! Oh, owned! Completely owned! Completely owned! Completely silenced! Completely shut down! Completely owned! Oh, what does the 14-year-old with his mom's phone in the basement have to say now? Because he got completely owned! He got completely owned! Oh, completely owned!
You are a hypocrite, dude. When you give the argument, you leave data out. You leave information out to purposely help your case. You could have said that information.
I just
to me
made the
whole
case
time. We could have
without
a fair
leaving the
conversation.
information out.
We could have had the whole fair conversation. But what you do is you angle information to your argument and you leave out critical data to help us make the assessment. Now, the data is given to Trump, and Trump has the right to make that data. Not you. Not someone who lives in their basement with their mom. Not you. It's Trump. It's Trump. And she clearly stated they had the intention to build a nuclear warhead. That's enough for me to call it imminent.
Can you stop projecting? I don't live in a basement with my mom. I live in a condo with my girlfriend. Not to mention that was a recycled joke, because that's something I accused you of less than a minute ago. It must have hit close to home considering the fact that you hung on to it and then repeated it against me. But anyways, as it would relate to the substance of your argument, the reason why that information that Iran one day possesses the intention to rebuild is critical, it is actually not critical in the slightest. Because as long as that day is not today, then it's not imminent. And you agreed. Because you can see that it is the case that even if Iran possesses an intention to one day start to rebuild their nuclear facilities, due to the fact that they haven't started yet and they don't have any nuclear facilities, they're not an imminent threat based upon what the definition of the word imminent means.
Imminent, right. Definition. Here's my definition of the word imminent. My definition of the word imminent is if Trump's not in office next term, and you give it to a guy like Obama,
yeah, 3 years from now. Your definition of the word imminent is 3 years from now. Your definition of the word imminent is 3 years from now. Wait, I just want to clarify. Your definition of the word imminent is 3 years from now. So if I were to tell you that you're in imminent danger of being hit by a car, but in all reality, I mean, in 10 years you're going to be hit by a car, would I be lying to you?
In terms of
answer my question. If I tell you that you're in imminent danger of being hit by a car, but in all reality, what this means is that in that 10 years, someone's going to hit you with their car. Was I being honest?
Imminent is based on the trauma from
answer the question. If I tell you that you're in imminent danger of being hit by a car, but what I mean is that in 10 years you might get hit by a car, am I being honest?
Am I in imminent danger of having cancer?
Oh my God. Answer my question. If I tell you... Oh, wait. That's actually another good one.
Apples for apples.
I want you to answer my question, please. If I tell you that you're in imminent danger of getting hit by a car, because you started talking about cancer, not relevant to the question I asked. If I tell you that you're in imminent danger of getting hit by a car, but what I mean is that in 10 years from now, you might get hit by a car, am I being honest?
You're in danger of getting cancer. In 5 years from now, you're going to get cancer. Imminent? Absolutely.
Is his answer to the question imminent? I'm pretty sure I broke his brain and broke his internet connection.
So you need to
Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, his internet connection sucks, so I kicked him. Guys, I haven't thanked donors for like 2 hours. Because I have just been debating people. We've been live for 6 hours. This is the longest live stream we've ever hosted. I am like gonna cry. Like, I'm not even joking, you guys. I think after I end the stream, I like am probably legit gonna shed a tear. I'm not even joking, bro. I'm not even joking. Holy shit, what a day, dude. What a day. I'm gonna go to thank a couple people real quick. This came in 12 minutes ago. Rami, thank you so much for the $200 donation on Venmo. And Peter, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Show some love to Rami and Peter down below in that comment section. I really appreciate the two of you so much. That is fucking insane. Rami with the $200 says you deserve every single penny. Holy shit, dude. These people. Peter with 150 says for absolutely destroying, embarrassing, ruining, and utterly crushing that putrid essay defender. Magatina, bravo work. Thank you so very much, Peter. Please show some love to Rami and Peter down below. Thank you so much, you two. That is beyond fucking kind. Same thing to Carissa. Thank you for the $30 for the therapy fund. Thank you, Carissa. Sarah with the $10 for being awesome. Tass with the $10. Thank you so much. Cody with a 5. Tass with a 15 who says Tina hated other women. Yup. Thank you so much. Mark and Kira, thank you guys for the $5. Ashley with the $10. And then Amy, thank you so much for the $100 donation who says appreciate you. I really appreciate you too. Thank you so much, Amy. Mary, thank you so much for the $2. Atlas, thank you for the $25. And then Chelsea, thank you for the $75 donation who says, I just wanted to say thank you. The way that you stand up for what's right, push people to actually think critically, and show up every day to call out misinformation. Reminder to everybody to make sure you're registered to vote. Fuck yeah, make sure you're registered to vote. And Chelsea, thank you so much for the incredibly kind words and the $75 donation. Jory, thank you for the $10. Marcus, thank you for the $10. Bridget, thank you for the $10. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Holy fuck. Over on Super Chat, Grandma Diane, thank you for the $50 who says, hard day, Dean, going to bed soon. Thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you so much, Grandma Diane. I appreciate you so very much for the love and support. You are beyond kind. Please show some love to all of the donors down below in that chat. I'm so grateful for each and every single one of you. So grateful. We got a couple people to thank over on PayPal real quick. On PayPal, thank you so much, Rachel, for the $28 who says you deserve this for today's long stream obliterating these dumbass. Please get good rest. Thank you so much, Rachel. Natalia, thank you for the $60 donation who says Trump is a peeping Tom that doesn't hide behind the curtain. That ass, he admitted to it. He said, I did this. What a fucking joke. Thank you for the $60 donation, Natalia. Like, that is fucking insanely beyond kind. Manavan, thank you for the $20. And Pernell, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Manavan and Pernell. Daniel, thank you so much for the $10. And Monica, thank you for the $10. And Annabelle, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you guys. Oh my goodness. I'd also like to thank, let's see here. Noel, thank you for the $5. And Venmo says, please get some sleep. You look like you need it. Oh yeah. Haley, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Guys, if you can't tell, I am done for the night. Pushed it to my absolute limit. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. I literally feel fucking dead inside. Oh my God. I'm gonna go get a drink. Peace and love, folks. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop us up on YouTube. See y'all tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.